Anna continued to fall in love. The great confession that she'd been fearing since Burke's arrival went easier than Lily could have hoped for. She'd picked up 3 platters of Taste of the Truck, a tasting menu featuring the most popular dishes Diego had sold from his Taco the Town truck. The platters had samples of something for everyone. Nachos with the best guacamole she'd ever tasted, cheesy tomato, corn, and black bean empanadas, street tacos made with fresh Pacific cod, local Dungeness crab tostada triangles, flank steak fajitas, and fudge brownies made with what Diego had told her were the important 3 C's: chocolate, cinnamon, and cayenne. Since margaritas were also on the menu, not wanting to risk anyone driving tipsy, she'd arranged for a limo to pick everyone up and bring them to the cottage and back home. Lonnie Weaver, the son of now retired longtime cab driver Earl Weaver, had returned home from Eastern Washington's Gonzaga College with a degree in business administration, bought his dad out, and immediately purchased several more vehicles to expand the town's only taxi business. The newly named Honeymoon Harbor limousine service had proven popular with the local wedding business, as well as tourist trips to the national park and coastal towns. It wasn't often the entire group of friends was all together, so the dinner part of the evening was a freewheeling discussion about Sarah Mannion's accident and Jim Olson, who was nearly agoraphobic when it came to leaving the farm, being seen in town with Sage Fletcher. After everyone oohed and awed over recent photos of Kylie and Mai's daughter, Clara, the conversation moved to plans for the Heritage Day celebration to this year's Library Adventures, which Chelsea had created as part reading summer program, part field trips around the area to learn firsthand what the kids were reading about. She'd met Gabe when she'd been struggling to talk him into letting the adventurers visit his boat shop while he'd been building his fairing. Both Kylie, who took wedding photos, and Jolene, who did hair and makeup for many of the bridal parties, were expecting a busy summer. A mama orca had been seen nearby with her calf, the first of the year, which wasn't all that unusual, given that Honeymoon Harbor was on the Whale Trail, a part of the state where orcas, humpbacks, and gray whales were a common sight. But the first baby of the season was always a reason to celebrate. Finally, while the others moved from the kitchen into the front room, Lily whipped up glasses of carajillo, an espresso and brandy after-dinner drink, on the espresso machine Sarah had surprised her with when her friends had helped her move into the first house she'd ever owned. Having made her drink with more brandy than the others, liquid courage, she'd thought as she'd prepared them, Lily sat down and took a sip and a deep breath. Then, feeling as if she was standing on one of the beach cliffs, she dove straight into the topic. After finishing the story she'd finally shared with Burke, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. And it wasn't resentment for her having essentially lied to them about her identity she saw in their shiny wet eyes. It was sympathy. "So," she said, "that's my story. And I'm sorry that I wasn't forthright about who I was." "You showed us who you were every day," Kylie said. "The woman we've all come to love. I'm amazed you went through all that abuse and managed to come out such a normal, warm, and caring person." This came from Chelsea, who'd survived losing her younger sister to cancer. As far as Lily was concerned, that was harder than what she'd experienced. "I don't think any of us know what we can endure until we have to," Mai said. Lily had heard the story of how she'd never known her grandfather, who'd died too young in a forest in France, fighting the Germans in World War II while her family had been in a Japanese internment camp back home in Hawaii. "I thought you'd be angry at me for not being truthful." "We all have things we want to keep to ourselves," Brianna said. "Like when you and Seth believed you were keeping your affair secret while everyone in town knew," Jolene said. "Not one person in town said anything," Brianna said. Oh, honey, everyone was talking, just not to either of you. But because we all loved you both and had seen how hard Zoe's death had been on Seth, Kylie said. Being a widower had nearly crushed him. But when you came home, we could see him coming back to life, which is why we all left you two alone to work things out. I don't know if I can work things out with Burke, Lily said. What? Every woman in the room asked, except for Brianna and Chelsea, who was part of the triple date. But even Chelsea appeared openly curious, which suggested that Burke hadn't told Gabe about their history. What does Burke have to do with this? Jolene asked. What could have happened between him arriving in town and tonight? Kylie asked. You and he had a thing, didn't you? Brianna asked. I knew the story of you two meeting at that fundraiser wasn't the whole explanation. The electricity in the hospital waiting room was off the charts. It was complicated. Lily was starting to sound like a broken record to her own ears. She sighed, ran her hands through her hair. While working for that charity in New York, she'd put on a legal poker tournament, and the winner had taught her about tells, gestures that give away emotions. She'd realized at the time that running her hands through her hair was hers, and as nervous as she'd been the past few days, it was a wonder she hadn't gone bald. We really did meet at that fundraiser, and I know it sounds bad, but we left together and went to my apartment. Like none of us haven't had a hookup, Kylie said. And good move going to your place, that way you weren't the one doing the walk of shame. It's worse. Now that she was getting the truth out, Lily went all the way and told them about the restrictions she'd put on their relationship and trying to keep it a secret. Rather than being judgmental, Brianna laughed. I'd have paid to see my brother in a Jets jacket and cap. As he's belatedly pointed out to me, that photo would have not only made the photographer a lot of money, but would have hurt him terribly with his fan base, and especially other team members. Not being a football fan, you wouldn't have understood the intensity of fandom, Brianna said. Though nothing against you, but I am a bit surprised he was willing to do that. It says a man in love to me, Jolene said. I agree, Mai said. So it wasn't just a brief fling? No, we were together for 3 months. And no one found out? Kylie asked. I don't think so. Maybe my doorman recognized him, but if he'd gotten caught calling any reporters, he'd have been fired. One thing I loved about my building was that the doormen were very discreet. Burke told me that he wants to spend at least part of the summer while he's home, maybe until training camp, reconnecting. But I don't know if we can overcome what I did. Lily felt her eyes tearing up again. Especially since I broke up with him by text as I left New York. Ouch, Chelsea said. But I can understand how, after your childhood, you'd want to avoid conflict. Of course you can move on, Brianna said soothingly. Admittedly, you wounded his pride, taking off without any warning and dumping him with that text. But I know my brother. He'll get past that. We're triple dating Wednesday night, Chelsea announced. Burke and Lily, Jim Olsen and Sage Fletcher, and Gabe and me. Jim has a date? Brianna asked, clearly surprised by this development. He and Sage are working together on a marketing plan for the farm, Lily said. It's her semester project. They had one business meeting, but apparently he stopped by Gabe's boat shop for advice on how to ask her out, and the plan formed from there. She'd survived her confession with far more ease than she'd expected, but still, Lily was pleased when the conversation turned to speculation about Jim and Sage's possibly budding relationship. Chapter 16. Tuesday morning, since Sage had classes and wouldn't be coming by the greenhouse, instead of getting right to work, Jim called therapy Jolene's mother's salon and spa, which Seth Harper had remodeled, was located in the old lighthouse keeper's house. JoAnn had joined the business after returning from Los Angeles. 10 minutes later, she greeted him with a wide, friendly smile. "I was glad to get your call," she said, "even though I had you booked for the first of the month." Jim always had a haircut on the first day of the month, unless it fell on a Sunday. Then it was moved forward to Monday. "My schedule changed," he said as he sat down in the chair she'd swung around for him. "I'm grateful for you fitting me into your work schedule." "Oh, it's no big deal. I had some time before my next client. Also, I would have fit you in anyway, so you'll look all spiffed up for your date tomorrow." "You know about that?" he asked as she put a black cape around his shoulders. "This is Honeymoon Harbor," she reminded him. "But I didn't hear it through the grapevine. I had a girls' night dinner last night at Lily's, and she said that she and Burke and Chelsea and Gabe are going out with you and Sage." "On a triple date," he said as he followed her over to the shampoo sink. "Gabe thought it would be a good way to break the ice. We are going to see Casablanca, then have dinner at Luca's." "That sounds like a lot of fun. I love that movie, although I always cry at the end. You might want to take some tissues in case Sage doesn't bring any with her. And don't worry, when you're done, I'll have you looking as hot as Nick Jonas, whose hair I cut once when he and his brothers did a concert in LA. Jim didn't have any idea who Nick Jonas was, but he trusted JoAnn not to do anything crazy. One nice thing about getting a haircut from her was that he wasn't forced to participate in the conversation, because she always talked while she snipped away at his hair. Today, she chatted about the scented candles she and her mother were making to sell for the Heritage Day celebration, and filled him in on other local news, including her mother dating Mike Mannion, Burke's artist uncle. "I swear," she said, grinning at him in the mirror, "you'd think she was 16 again. She had such a tough life until a few years ago, especially after the cancer scare, that she really deserves to be happy. She went there with some book club friends for his wine and art night." "Wine and art?" "They drink wine while he teaches them to paint. From what she's told me, it's grand fun." She pointed the scissors at a watercolor of the mountain meadows in full bloom framed on the wall. "This is one of her works. Mike says she's very talented, and they've been spending a lot of time together while he helps her explore her artistic horizons." Another grin. "I suspect they're exploring more, but right now Mom and I are in don't ask, don't tell mode. From the not-so-subtle questions he asks when I cut his hair, I suspect he might even have a future in mind." "I hope it turns out well for her," Jim responded, having found that was usually an appropriate response for any situation in flux. He was also thinking that Jolene's outgoing personality was very similar to that of Kylie and Sage. His monthly haircut was always an enjoyable experience. "Thanks, I do too." She brushed some stray hairs off the back of his neck, whipped off the cape, and ran some sort of gel through his hair. "This cut is called a classic taper," she said. "It's Nick's classic gentleman look, which goes really well with your face." She picked up a comb, ran it through his hair, then turned the chair around so he was facing the mirror again. "So, what do you think?" "It's very different," he said. She was standing behind him, and he saw her brows furrow in her reflection. "Different good or bad?" "Different good." "I'm glad you approve." Giving him a hand mirror, she turned him so that he could see the very much shorter back and sides she'd blended into the top, which was also shorter than he was accustomed to. "I look like me, but better. Less nerdy." That earned a dazzling grin. "I told you, you're a dead ringer for Nick Jonas." She went over to a magazine rack, pulled out a copy of People, flipped through some pages, and showed him a photo. See? Other than the haircut, Jim couldn't see a resemblance to the man he now knew was a pop superstar. You both have the same shaped face. You, my friend, look really hot. This will be super easy to style, she assured him. Just run a tiny bit of this gel through your hair after drying, comb it, and it's set for the day. Would you like some spray? No, thank you. As he paid at the counter, he saw some bottles of aftershave next to a display of cosmetics. He'd noticed in many of the movies he'd watched, women would talk about how good their boyfriends smelled. As soon as she'd seen the direction of his gaze, before she swiped his card, Jolene chose a bottle, opened it, took his hand, and then spritzed a bit on his wrist. Smell, she said. Jim had been afraid it would be a strong, perfumed smell. It wasn't. I like it. It's woodsy, with a bit of spice, but light enough that you won't overpower any scent Sage or the others might be wearing, or bother anyone else in the theater or restaurant. It's a scent my mother and I created. I'll take it. And the gel. The way she blinked suggested she was as surprised as he was by his impulsive response. Terrific. She put them in a recycled brown paper bag with a lighthouse on the front, then rang up his card and had him sign the screen. You forgot the aftershave and gel, he pointed out. They're on the house, she said. My good luck gift. Jim had learned to accept gifts because gift-giving was an act of kindness, like the flowers he'd taken over to the Mannion's farm after Sarah had returned home from the hospital. Even if it wasn't something the recipient would have chosen for themselves, it was proper to pretend otherwise to make the giver happy. From Jolene's dazzling smile, it appeared that this gift had pleased them both. Thank you, he said. You're very welcome. Oh, should I move your next appointment to a month from today? That would be a good idea, he agreed. And with yet another life change to his strictly planned monthly ritual, Jim began to feel more and more like the Star Trek crew members must have felt, heading off to a new frontier. If I'd known I was going to be eating so well, I would have gotten in an accident years ago, Sarah said over a dinner of Dungeness crab etouffee with a fresh spring green salad from Sensation Cajun. Overcoming resistance from John, who'd wanted her to stay in bed despite receiving the okay from Dr. Kim, she was sitting at the kitchen table with her husband, Burke, and her parents, who lived in a cozy, single-level house Seth had built for them on the property. John's parents had moved to a waterfront house on Lake Washington, adjacent to Seattle, after his father had sold the bank his family had established during the town's boom days. Though it wasn't a topic of open discussion, Burke had heard that it had taken the senior Mannion a few years to forgive his son for deciding to grow Christmas trees rather than take over the bank. The rift had ended with Quinn's birth, but they still weren't as close as they were with his mom's parents. Don't even joke about that, John said. You scared us all half to death. Amen to that, Harriet, Burke's grandmother, said. I nearly wore my rosary beads down to a nub. We stopped by the church to light a candle, Jerome, her husband of over half a century, said. She insisted on lighting so many, I was afraid we'd set off the smoke alarm. I wanted to make sure I had God's attention, Harriet said, and it wasn't that many. 2 rows worth, he countered. So, it's not as if I took them all. She stabbed a piece of crab with her fork. I left 3 rows for others. I appreciate the gesture, Mama, Sarah said. I just wanted to remind God that it wasn't your time, Harriet said briskly. That having a child go before a parent is not the way it's supposed to work. So if he had to work a miracle, that was the time to do it. Burke exchanged a look with his dad and could tell they were thinking the same thing. that they weren't sure even the big guy would want to cross Harriet Harper when she put her mind to something. "It's lovely that everyone has been so generous," Sarah said. "We probably have enough food in the freezer for a month." "You're the heart of the town, love," John said. "Everyone wants to help. You're supposed to be resting. Though I could have made the meals, I'll have to admit that it's nice to have such a variety of choices." "Your father used to cook seduction dinners for his roommates," Sarah revealed. "Why have I never heard that story?" Burke asked. "Because your mother exaggerates? The real story is that my senior year at UW, I moved into an apartment with 3 other guys. None of us could cook. The most any of us had ever done was burn hot dogs and s'mores over a fire or boil ramen. But that can get old after a while. So does takeout Chinese, pizza, and fried chicken, which we couldn't afford all that often anyway." "Especially since he was saving money to fly back east to see me," Sarah said. "Which you didn't happen to mention to us," Harriet said. "True," Sarah admitted. "But look how well it worked out." Burke had to bite his lip when his grandmother rolled her eyes like a teenage girl. "I'm not going to deny that," Harriet said. "I'll have to admit, John turned out to be good enough for her," Jerome allowed. Burke and his father exchanged another look. "Thank you, Jerome," John said. "I've tried my best." "Get back to the seduction story," Burke said. "It's not a seduction story," John insisted. "Finally deciding one of us needed to learn to cook, I bought a couple books, watched reruns of The Galloping Gourmet, and picked up enough skills to feed myself and the other guys who chipped in for groceries. Then they got the idea to pay me to cook dinners they could heat up and pretend that they'd made, because apparently girls find guys who can cook sexy." "Thus the term seduction dinners," his mother said in a teasing way that suggested this was a conversation they still enjoyed after all these years. "And I have to admit, it works. I accepted your father's proposal after we'd both ended up on the same plane back to SeaTac. He was returning from Nepal, and I was coming from Japan." Her brow furrowed. "You know, I'd never thought of it before, but that seems like an amazing coincidence." "It was kismet," John insisted. "No way could I have arranged for something that complicated to happen. I will admit that I'd spent a lot of nights staring up at the wide, starry Himalayan sky, pondering different scenarios to win you back. But there weren't any phones where I was living, and I'd already spent 29 hours in the air on 2 different flights when I landed in LAX. I didn't know if us flying together on the same plane back to SeaTac was a crazy coincidence, luck, or fate. But whatever it was, I sure as hell wasn't going to question it." "We didn't exactly fly together," she told Burke. "Your father was in first class. I was in coach." "The Peace Corps paid for first class?" That was a surprise. "No," John said. "But by another fortunate coincidence, when I checked in for the flight, the woman behind the counter told me that her mother, who'd married a Peace Corps worker, was from Nepal. Since a seat was available, she upgraded me." "That's always been his story," Sarah pointed out. "But he'd obviously used his superpower on her." "I have a superpower?" John asked. "You do," she said. "And you're well aware of it. It's your manly charm." "I thought the boy was a bit too cocky for his britches," Jerome said gruffly. "As you claimed many times," Sarah agreed. "Yet he eventually won you over." "That's because he promised to be good to you, and kept his word." "I meant it," John said. "But even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had much choice since you'd threatened to cut me up into little pieces and use me for fish bait if I ever hurt your daughter." Burke had heard that story many times over the years, But it still made him laugh. The funny thing was, as tough as the wiry old fisherman was even now, Burke wasn't entirely certain the threat hadn't had some truth to it. "You charmed the ticket agent the same way you charmed the flight attendant," Sarah said. "The one who put her C cups in your face when she bent down to serve you breakfast." "I didn't think you were watching," he said. "Every time I glanced back before they pulled the curtain shut, I saw you reading a book." "I've always been an exceptional multitasker, which was important, being a high school teacher, then principal, along with being the mother to 5 children." "You're stellar," John told her, his heart in his Irish blue eyes. "But I definitely didn't encourage her. And she undoubtedly got the message that I wasn't interested when I sent that drink back to you." "A mimosa," Sarah remembered. "Which you accepted." "Only because you caused such a stir. Everyone around me was watching. There were 2 elderly ladies who, by the end of the flight, undoubtedly had us engaged." John's smile was slow, and Burke thought his grandfather was right. It was a bit cocky. Then again, as Aiden had pointed out after he'd become police chief, Honeymoon Harbor's mayor could talk just about anyone into anything. "That took another day." "When you kidnapped me to take me to your family's coast house instead of mine." "We needed to talk things out, set some misunderstandings straight." "I'm not going to argue that," she sighed. "Love is so different when you're young and afraid of taking a misstep that will mess things up." "True." John reached out, took her hand, and after tracing a heart in the center of her palm, pressed a light kiss on it. "But we were always meant to be together, so fate gave us a second chance. No way was I not going to take advantage of the opportunity." "Your father had it all planned out," Sarah said, something Burke hadn't known. "He called from the airport and had your uncle take some wine and food out to the house. After we arrived, he grilled me a steak with a baked potato and served Boston cream pie for dessert." Mike, being Mike, had failed to include anything green, but it was still a lovely dinner. "He also plied me with wine." "Now that's an exaggeration," John defended himself. "You may have been a bit mellow." "And jet-lagged," she reminded him. "We both were, but you were a long way from even being buzzed." "True, but only because I wanted to keep a clear head so I could remember every single detail of that night." They exchanged a warm look that once again had Burke thinking that's what he wanted for himself. A partnership based on love that could stand the test of time. The trick was, he had to figure out how to convince Lily such a thing was possible. "So, speaking of dinners," his mother said, briskly segueing from his parents' life to Burke's, "I hear you have a dinner date with Lily Carpenter tomorrow evening." Wow, that got around fast. People might use the term New York Minute as a description of fast, but gossip traveled at supersonic speeds in Honeymoon Harbor. "Mia had this afternoon's assignment to keep me from doing anything I wasn't supposed to." "We're only watching out for you," John said, for what Burke guessed to be the millionth time since his mom had gotten home from the hospital. "I know," Sarah sighed. "Anyway, Mia got a call from Gabe, who'd asked her and Kylie to allow Hannah and Haley to stay at their house while he and Chelsea went out on a triple date with Jim and Sage and Burke and Lily." "It was Gabe's idea," Burke said when all heads turned his way, "because Jim Olsen showed up at the boat shop to get instructions on how to ask Sage out on a date and what he should do. I was hanging out there, so we suggested dinner and a movie. Then Gabe got the idea to make it a double date so Jim wouldn't have to experience those dreaded drawn-out silences that can happen on first dates." "And you suggested going along too?" John asked as he took another sip of coffee. There was no wine with this dinner while Burke's mom was continuing to have a hopefully uneventful recovery. "The more the merrier," Burke's grandfather said. "I didn't realize you knew Lily Carpenter." His mom's tone was easily casual, but Burke had no trouble hearing the question in it. "We met in New York," he said. "I was one of the celebrities at an event she put on for a food hunger foundation." He'd put the word celebrities in air quotes, because while he couldn't deny enjoying some of the fame that came with being a pro quarterback with the largest media audience in the country, with family it felt a bit like when he'd been a full-of-himself top high school player in the state. "That's quite a coincidence that you'd meet again on the opposite side of the country," Sarah said. "I saw her at the hospital." Someone was bound to tell her, so he figured he should get ahead of speculation. She smiled, as if reading his mind, which, when they were kids, they all thought she could do, along with those eyes in the back of her head thing. "I heard. Nurses can be very chatty. You caused quite a stir. And of course, the two of you having coffee together in the cafeteria created some interest." "We didn't have coffee together." That was the absolute truth. "She was down getting coffee for everyone. I saw her and stopped to talk for a minute. She told me she'd gotten the idea to come here because of the way I'd spoken about it. She was getting burned out on the pace of New York life and thought she'd give Honeymoon Harbor a try." "She's lived all over the world," John said. "I've heard she has money." "Yeah, I heard that too." He decided not to mention how recent that had been. "You couldn't tell it from how she acts," Jerome said. "She's a real nice girl." "Sweet as pie," his grandmother agreed. "Though I wonder if she'll stick. Lots of people think they're going to escape a former life living in a small town. From what I've seen over my 80-some years, many of them discover not even Honeymoon Harbor has any magic elixir to make problems vanish. If anything, without the distraction of a busy city life, you have more time to think about things. And if you brought unhappiness with you, it won't make a difference where you settle down." After his talk with Lily at Hurricane Ridge, Burke decided his Gram had it right. "However, she's always seemed like a happy girl," Harriet continued. "Perky, and she's got enough energy for 3 people doing all she does at the college, not to mention her volunteer work. I hope she stays, because Honeymoon Harbor is lucky to have her living here." "She told me she's staying," Burke said. "Well, isn't that nice?" His mother smiled at him over the rim of her cup. He knew from watching his siblings pair off that she probably wouldn't be fully satisfied until she got all her children settled down and married. "You'll have to invite her to the barbecue." "What barbecue?" "The one your father's cooking for our anniversary party." "Our 37th, John said. She turned toward him. "You remembered." He gave her a slow, sexy smile that, having grown up watching it, didn't surprise Burke. But it did make him just a little envious of his dad. "I remember everything." As a soft color rose in cheeks that had been ghostly pale when he'd first seen her, Burke decided to up his game plan. After all, he'd learned early in life that if you wanted to win, you needed to follow in the footsteps of those who'd played the game before you. Chapter 17. Late Wednesday afternoon, Jim had analyzed the upcoming situation while he'd been in the shower, washing off the sweet, earthy scent of potting soil. He usually never quit work this early in the day, but then again, it wasn't just any day, he had a date. It might be a first date with Sage, but it wasn't his first ever date. His first had been when he'd taken Kylie to the prom their junior year. She hadn't come out yet, so he'd acted as a cover so she could get to dance with her secret girlfriend before the night was over. He still remembered Kylie spending Christmas vacation at the Manions because her father had cut her out of his life when she announced she was a lesbian. At the time, Jim had considered himself highly fortunate that his parents had not only accepted him having been born with a brain that was wired differently, but they'd also celebrated that difference and made him feel every bit as loved as his older sister. None of his college dates had been the least bit romantic, despite studies showing that personal relationships of people on the spectrum worked better when they matched up with like-minded people. Somehow, although it took him very far out of his comfort zone, he'd always been more attracted to people whose brains were wired differently than his own. People like extroverted Kylie, whose personality burned as brightly as her flame-red curls. Sage affected him in much the same way. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and despite taking a risk, he reminded himself that attempting to mix a personal relationship with a working one had apparently worked out very well for Marie and Pierre Curie. Then again, they were like-minded, which brought him back to those studies. When his watch alarm rang, set to remind him that he should be getting dressed to pick Sage up at one of the large Victorians that had been turned into an apartment building, he realized the more he thought about the problem, the more variables he could come up with, possibly ending with a polynomial equation that could not be solved, which could in turn trigger his OCD, which he'd managed to overcome in order to have burgers at the lake with Sage. So the current objective was to concentrate on tonight's mission, to survive the dinner without making an inappropriate comment. He stood in front of his closet, trying to decide what to wear. His mind, which was jumping all over the place, went back to his first trip to visit his parents in Arizona. Taking one look at him getting off the plane wearing his favorite t-shirt, printed with the periodic table and the caption, "I wear this shirt periodically." His mother had said that she was not taking him to a nice restaurant in that. As yet another indication that Arizona had changed her, she'd turned out to be a speed shopper. Driving straight to Nordstrom, she'd marched him into the men's department and within 20 minutes had purchased a week's worth of clothes he doubted he'd ever have reason to wear again. He'd been wrong. While Honeymoon Harbor was a casual town, he felt a dinner of such social importance required more of an effort than his usual t-shirts and jeans, which were faded and torn, not due to any attempt to look cool. On the other hand, the dark suit, tie, and white shirt he'd bought from a helpful man named Joel at Port Angelis's Men's Warehouse to wear to Seth Harper's wife Zoe's funeral felt too formal for this occasion. Finally, since the clock was ticking away, he made a decision. Then, just to be sure, he called Burke for confirmation. "Perfect," Burke assured him when he said that he was considering a pair of slim, dark-wash jeans, a navy and white checked collared shirt, and polished low dress boots that Jessie had bought him 2 years ago for Christmas. "Just don't wear a hoodie." That would eliminate several items in any Olympic Peninsula closet. Fortunately, his weather app had forecast clear skies and a temperature of 77 degrees. Although high for this time of year, it was appreciated tonight, with only a 1% chance of rain. Before leaving the house, he ran a comb through his new Nick Jonas haircut, then headed out the door. As Lily studied her closet, trying to decide what to wear to dinner, Burke's comment about her playing sexy secretary to his stern boss was doing exactly what he'd expected it to do, reminding her of all those stolen, secret nights of the best sex of her life. "Relationships are about more than just sex," she told herself firmly. Look at Aiden and Jolene. Each had overcome past difficulties and found each other, as had Brianna and Seth, and Gabe and Chelsea, and they'd found happiness together by starting over, which could only happen when they surrendered what had been holding them back, leaving themselves open for a new future, a future they each were sharing with a person they loved. She was also belatedly starting to realize that Shakespeare's quote from The Tempest about past being prologue didn't necessarily mean that her past controlled the rest of her life. The realization had her finally accepting what her therapist had meant when she accused her of dragging her past with her. A prologue wasn't the story. It only set the stage for the story. Like a blank page, she said, which brought up a Buddha quote she'd learned while taking a college comparative religion class. Today is the most important day of your life, for today is the first day of the rest of your life. So the trick was to treat each day as if it were the first day of her life, and each new day offered an opportunity to change her life, if she was brave enough. Since Jim had told them he'd be at the theater at 5:30, Gabe and Burke had decided they should all be there by the same time so as not to make him feel uncomfortable. Since she didn't live far from downtown, Burke arrived at exactly 5:15, as hot as ever in a black lightweight sweater she recognized as cashmere, black jeans, and low black boots that looked buttery soft. Just as his running clothes had the other day, the black only highlighted his blue eyes. He took in the messy bun she'd created, leaving a few tendrils trailing down. You do realize that I'm going to spend the entire dinner thinking about pulling out those pins. A blue flame flared in his eyes. His smile was slow, wicked, and rife with sensual promise. Backing up just a bit, he skimmed a slow look over the cropped dark blue denim jacket she was wearing over a crisp white shirt with light-washed jeans. Her shoes were white leather with red baseball stitching and fire engine red heels. It's not exactly naughty secretary, and the shoes are the wrong sport, but I do like the look. His gaze returned to linger on the buttons running down the front of the shirt. Fortunately, I have a very good imagination. And didn't she know that? He'd taught her things about her body, about how it could respond to every touch, that she'd never experienced before. Her mind flashed back to when he'd been telling her, as his fingers skimmed over her warming flesh, exactly how he placed his fingers on the laces of the football. Through the sensual haze clouding her mind, she'd thought that was an odd topic to bring up while making love. Until his hand moved between her legs, and he'd told her that each finger had more than 3,000 touch receptors, and every one of them loved the feel of her, everywhere. I told you, he said. I remember everything. His eyes held hers, holding her as captive as that time he'd used the silk tie he'd arrived wearing from a press event to secure her hands to the headboard of her bed. As he watched her remember that night, it wasn't only her cheeks that were burning up. Then, just as quickly, he broke that sensual spell. We'd better leave, he said, glancing down at the black calfskin-banded Cartier watch that she knew cost more than several cars. To make sure we're there when Jim and Sage arrive. They drove the short distance to the Art Deco theater that dated back to the late 1920s, just as talkies were taking over the earlier silent movies. Gradually replaced by drive-in theaters, the ability to see movies at home on television and megaplexes, the theater had fallen into disrepair in the 1960s. Over the years, various nonprofit groups would attempt to bring it back for stage productions in classic theaters. None of the attempts lasted very long, until one of the 12,000 employees who'd been given stock as part of their early Microsoft salaries and become millionaires when the company went public had built a vacation house on the lake. A longtime film buff, he'd used some of that money to restore the theater, which now mostly showed new releases, but had a classics night twice a month. You came up with this triple date idea on purpose, she accused him as they drove around the block twice in order to arrive at the same precise time as the other two couples. Because you knew I wouldn't refuse to help Jim. Burke didn't bother to deny it. All's fair in love and war, he said mildly. When he'd first arrived in the cafeteria, Lily had thought they were at war. Now she wasn't sure what to think. If these feelings did end up being love, she'd definitely have some decisions to make. I adore your shoes, Sage said as they greeted them on the sidewalk outside the door. And I love your dress, Lily said. It was a blue and white checked mini with a puckered bodice and puffy sleeves. She'd paired it with white platform sneakers. Thank you. Her face, surrounded by all those curls, lit up. We honestly didn't plan it, but Jim and I match. Which was true. And if Jim was at all uneasy at suddenly being the center of attention, it certainly didn't show, because all his attention was directed at Sage. He was, Lily thought, looking at her as if she were that blue rose he was determined to create, which wouldn't normally have been a surprise because she looked darling, but she couldn't remember Jim ever showing his feelings so openly. One advantage of the Olympic was that you could reserve seats ahead of time, which Gabe had already done. They were in the first row of the balcony, and as the curtains opened and the room darkened, Burke took Lily's hand, linking their fingers together. It felt so right. She felt a twinge of regret for all that she'd cost them. Then, as the image of the spinning globe appeared on the screen, accompanied by La Marseillaise, the French national anthem, she allowed herself to become lost in one of Hollywood's most memorable love stories. That was a very entertaining film, Jim said as they walked out of the theater. Captain Renault was meant to be hypocritical when he said that he was shocked. Shocked that there was gambling going on, wasn't he? He was, Chelsea said. It's something people will still say to describe a variety of situations, although, like so many movie lines, it's morphed into a cliché. Still, it is a good line. There were many good lines in that movie. We'll always have Paris makes me cry every time, Sage said. That is why Jolene instructed me to bring tissues for you, Jim responded. I was told it was a common response when watching the film, even when someone has seen it several times. Because it's so sad, Chelsea said. There really couldn't be any other ending, though, which is odd because it's still one of the most emotional love stories ever made. I took a film class in college and learned that, amazingly, no one knew how it was going to end because they were making it up as they went along. That scene was written only a few days before it was shot. My favorite line is, "Here's looking at you, kid." Lily sighed. It's one of the most romantic lines ever. I may be in the minority, but I believe it's even more romantic than "We'll always have Paris." I didn't understand why Rick said that, Jim admitted, because it was obvious that he was looking at Ilsa. Bogart reportedly ad-libbed it, but most people take it to mean that even if they never see each other again, he'll be looking after Ilsa forever. Maybe not physically following her around or anything, Lily said, not wanting Jim to take it literally. But that he'll never forget her, and he's acknowledging that whatever happens, they'll always have that special connection between them. And that, Chelsea said as they entered the restaurant, is what makes it still so romantic, even with that sad but inevitable ending. I'm beginning to think romance is even more complex than dating, Jim murmured to Burke while Lily, Chelsea, and Sage were all animatedly talking about the movie to Luca, who'd greeted them as they arrived at the restaurant. Join the club, Burke agreed as they followed Luca through the dining room that was an easy blend of formal and casual. The tablecloths were a crisp white, rather than the red and white check often seen in casual Italian restaurants. In the center of each table was a cut crystal glass with a single red flower from Blue House Farm. The brick wall of what had once been a lumber warehouse had been painted a rich gold. Cut into it, between the bar and the swinging door to the kitchen, was a large red brick wood-burning pizza oven. Rather than a cliched mural on the wall, Photographs of family, going back what appeared to be at least 3 generations, hung on display. All showed people cooking, serving, or standing in front of a restaurant. White bulb lights hung from the high, open ceiling rafters. The private dining room was much the same, except instead of the 2 and 4 top tables and the long red leather booth against the wall in the main room, the white draped table was circular, inviting conversation. As in the outer dining room, a single red flower in a crystal vase sat in the middle. The napkins were red, white, and green, echoing the Italian flag that flew next to the restaurant's door. More family photos adorned the walls. "This is the original restaurant that goes back to the early 1900s. Luca pointed out one of the more faded ones after seating them. "It's still in business, located near the Vatican. The family joke is that it was established there in case the Pope ever decided to drop in for dinner or to order out." "Has anyone ever done that?" Lily asked. Luca flashed a grin, having obviously set up the question. "Everyone since they opened the doors, from Pope Pius X, who died a month after the beginning of World War I, to Pope Francis. Pope John the 23rd told my great-grandmother that her spaghettini alla carbonara was Rome on a plate, and sure to guarantee her a place in heaven. Family legend has her attempting to bargain for future members of the family to get free entry on her pass." Burke laughed. "She'd have gotten along great with my grandmother, who apparently was instructing God on why he had to keep Mom alive after her accident." "That's very admirable of your grandmother," Jim said, after their glasses of water had been filled, menus delivered. "Without any scientific proof that the outcome would be assured, her faith must be very strong." "I suspect faith is helpful when you spend so many years married to a man who grew up working on his family's fishing boats," Gabe suggested. "Fishing is the second most deadly occupation after logging," Jim said. "So it's very understandable that she would feel that way." After looking at the extensive menu, Burke said, "I think you've sold me on the carbonara. Over a century of popes couldn't be wrong." Everyone else at the table immediately agreed to have the same, and an antipasto to share. Although Jim seemed a bit hesitant, he went along with the majority. They'd no sooner had their glasses filled when a server brought out plates of toasted slices of bruschetta drizzled with olive oil. "I watched all your last season's games at your brother's pub," Sage told Burke. "The Knights are a great team, but if you don't mind me saying so, you really need a stronger offensive line." "You're certainly not the first person to suggest that," Burke said. "Sage's brother is a high school football coach," Jim volunteered. "In Boston. She was a cheerleader while in high school there." "That would make you a Patriots fan," Burke said. "I was," Sage agreed. "But now that I'm here, like most everyone in town, I'm a Knights fan first, with the Seahawks coming in a close second. Which is why Quinn has 2 flat screens in the pub," Gabe revealed. "For those days, they both play at the same time. Fortunately, being in different leagues, you'd only end up playing against each other in the Super Bowl." "When even the most ardent Seahawks fans would root for our hometown hero," Lily said. "The fans are very ardent," Jim said. "They're in the Guinness World Records for causing an earthquake." "Surely not an actual earthquake?" Sage asked, her amber eyes widening. "It's true," he answered. "I watched it with my dad on television. The Seahawks were playing in the 2011 NFC wildcard playoff game against the New Orleans Saints, who were the reigning Super Bowl champions, when, with only 4 minutes remaining in the game, running back Marshawn Lynch shook off 9 defenders to make a 67-yard touchdown. When the Hawks won, the fans' celebration was so loud, it registered on a nearby seismograph. That was an iconic run, Gabe said. It's still making NFL highlight reels. It was the day the term beast mode was born, Jim said, demonstrating that his eidetic memory did not merely relate to his own genome work. Burke was accustomed to football being a main topic whenever he went out. Not that he brought it up, but it was what he was known for. Now, for the first time in his life, it wasn't his favorite topic. So he welcomed Luca's arrival with a platter of antipasto so artfully arranged it could have been taken from a Renaissance painting. As they passed the platter around, he changed the topic to the upcoming Heritage Day, which had both Chelsea and Lily describing the floats the library and college were making. "My dad was cast as Teddy Roosevelt in a play about the history of the town," he said, back when he got home from Nepal. "I didn't know that," Gabe said. "Neither did I until it came up at dinner last night. He and Mom were coincidentally reunited at LAX when he was returning home from Nepal at the same time she was coming from Japan. So before the plane to SeaTac took off, he called Uncle Mike and asked him to take out some groceries to our family's coast house. Mike agreed to do that if Dad would take over the role, which apparently our uncle had gotten stuck with, which was only a few lines telling the newly married king and queen of Montequa about the wonders of the peninsula, which had them adding this town to their honeymoon trip across America. "Which caused the town's name change," Chelsea said. "Exactly. So instead of taking Mom to her parents' house when they got back to town, while she'd fallen asleep from jet lag, he kidnapped her and drove to the coast house, where he proposed to her over what she insists was a seduction meal." "Go Dad," Gabe said. "John kidnapped Sarah?" Lily asked. "That's so romantic," Sage said, crossing her hands over her heart as she sighed. "Kidnapping is against the law," Jim pointed out. "It wasn't an actual kidnapping," Bert clarified. "If she'd asked him to take her home, he would have. But they'd been apart for 2 years, and he said he wanted some time to catch up and talk to her alone." "That makes sense," Gabe said, "since nothing is private in Honeymoon Harbor." "As much as I've come to love this town, that's definitely true," Lily agreed. "I'm not so sure about that," Burke suggested mildly. "I suspect it's still possible to keep some things private, even secret, if you're determined enough." He slanted a look at Lily. "Like your father taking your mother to the coast," Jim said. "Exactly," Burke agreed. "Mike was the only person in his family who knew he was home. He wanted to try to fix things with Mom before he told his father that he wasn't going to work at the bank." "I can't picture your father stuck working in a bank," Lily said. "Neither could he. There was also the fact that her parents didn't approve of their relationship. They felt he'd hold her back." "I'd like to see anyone try," Gabe said. "I'm with you there. Also, apparently Gramps thought he was too cocky." That drew a laugh. "As it turned out," Burke continued, "Dad still had the engagement ring he'd intended to give Mom during a visit to her college back east. But there was a misunderstanding that had them separating for those 2 years. She went to Oxford, then taught English in Japan while he was in Nepal, teaching the farmers tree rotation so all their trees didn't bear fruit at the same time, which would extend their season and help prevent diseases wiping out a season," Jim said. "So Dad explained to us when we were growing up." "He's right. I'd like to talk with him about that someday." "He'd love nothing more," Burke said. As they discussed the surprise that John and Sarah Mannion's romance had been more complicated than any of them could have suspected, a busser came in to sweep away their empty antipasto plates. She was followed by Luca and a server, both carrying trays with their pasta, which they placed on the table with fresh silverware. Then they left the group to their meal. The carbonara was simply and perfectly made with spaghettini, a thin pasta that landed between spaghetti and angel hair, mixed with Parmesan cheese and pancetta. "Oh my God, I think the Pope called it," Lily said after taking a bite of the creamy dish. "Because this is absolutely heavenly." "It is much superior to canned," Jim agreed. Sage was visibly shocked. That's a joke, isn't it? You do not eat canned spaghetti. It's very simple and only uses one pan, which makes for less cleanup. It's also undoubtedly a cardinal food sin, she said. Please tell me that you've never said that to Luca when you deliver his flower orders. The topic has not come up. Good. She nodded decisively. Next time I come to the farm, I'm teaching you a basic red sauce that you can freeze in portions. Then all you'll have to do is nuke it and cook some pasta, which I have no doubt a man with your higher-than-average intellect can figure out by following the instructions on the box. Along with being very social media savvy and pretty, Sage can be very strong-minded, Jim informed the others. As color rose in Sage's cheeks, Lily suspected that it was not caused by his comment about her being media-savvy or strong-minded, but him announcing to the others that he found her pretty. One thing Lily enjoyed about Jim was that although he didn't speak all that much, when he did, he lacked filters. Since his personality was so very kind, and she'd never heard him say a negative word, she found it refreshing. Which in turn had her wondering if Burke felt the same. Because if he did, and compared Jim's openness with her having kept so many secrets during their time together, she'd definitely be lacking. As the conversation turned to what project Sage was working on for Blue House Farm, Lily put away the worry, for now. They're wonderfully eye-catching, Chelsea said as she glanced through the photos on the other woman's phone. And ambitious, Gabe added, leaning over to check them out before passing the phone around to the others, who agreed. Sage is very ambitious, Jim offered. I believe she thinks nearly as much about social media as I do plant genomes. What's that old saying? Chelsea said. That if you love what you're doing, it's never work? I think that's a bit overstated, Gabe suggested. Because work is still work, but I enjoy making boats a lot more than I did moving money around. Brianna says she's happier with Heron's Landing than she ever was at any high-end hotel she worked at, Chelsea said. And Quinn claims he enjoys all those hours spent at the pub more than he did practicing law. I know Aiden is much better off being chief of police than he was in Los Angeles, where he lost his partner and was almost killed. Looks as if Burke's the only Mannion who didn't have to come home to live his best life, Chelsea said. It would be impossible for him to come here to play football, Jim pointed out. Other than the high school, we have no football teams in Honeymoon Harbor, although he could move to Seattle where he'd be closer to home. I'm sure the Seahawks are very happy with their quarterback, Burke said. His tone was easy, but Lily saw a shadow move across his eyes and thought about how he'd hedged about his plans. She also noticed that he'd changed the subject whenever the topic of football came up, perhaps because of what she'd told him about his fame having been problematic for her. Remembering what he'd said about his contract currently being negotiated and thinking about all the social media speculation about where he'd be playing this coming season, she wondered if he planned to leave New York for another city. If they did find a way to have a more normal relationship, it would definitely be easier if he were here in Washington State, which, as he'd pointed out, was highly unlikely. Though anywhere on the West Coast would work. Heaven knows he spent weeks a year traveling for the games from August into January, and airlines flew out of SeaTac to any city he might end up. Not that she should even be thinking about the future on their first date, especially one with 4 other people. Their relationship was so strange. Physically, they knew everything about each other, but they'd never experienced anything close to real life. How did she know if they were truly compatible outside of bed? Realizing she'd definitely jumped ahead several steps along this other road he'd suggested, Lily decided to just let matters play out, and what would be would be. She knew that Sage's mother believed in messages from the universe. As an admitted skeptic, as well as a control freak, she put all those questions aside for now. Instead of her usual tiramisu, which everyone else at the table had ordered, she'd opted to try the zabalione, a simple but decadent Italian dish made of egg yolks, sugar, and Marsala wine, somewhere between a custard and a sauce. During her time in Florence, she'd learned that it had been invented in the city in the court of the Medici in the 16th century. Luca served it warmed, topped with strawberries sourced from Blue House Farm. I nearly became addicted to zabalione during the 6 months I lived in Florence, she confessed when he returned to the room to ensure that they'd enjoyed their meal. I've had it warm, cold, whipped with cream, frozen, even for breakfast, but this is hands down the most delicious I've ever had. Every family has their own recipe, he said. I can share mine if you'd like to make it at home. She suspected, like most chefs, he didn't do that very often. That's a lovely offer, but I think it'll be more special if I save it for a treat here. I'd be honored if you would, and desserts are on the house. All in all, I think it was a success, Burke told her after they'd said goodbye to the others. It was, she agreed. Sage certainly seems to bring Jim out of his shell. She definitely does, he agreed, which was a nice surprise. And the haircut is new. Jolene called and told me about that. She said he looked like Nick Jonas when he left the salon. I'm not sure I saw that, but it was definitely an improvement over the days when he looked as if he'd cut his own hair at home with a weed whacker. Spring could always be iffy, especially in this part of the country, but the night was unseasonably warm with a full moon rising. What would you say to walking the 2 blocks to the pier before I take you back to your house? She smiled up at him. I'd say yes. Chapter 18. When he took her hand in his, it felt so right, so natural. Lily wasn't about to worry who saw them. I was thinking during dinner that there are so many wonderful chefs in town. Perhaps I could come up with a series of regional cooking lessons, using the college's culinary classes kitchen. We could sell tickets and have someone demonstrate how to cook a dish. Or maybe even make it a hands-on lesson. We'd have to charge more to cover the ingredients, but that way people would have something to take home. Money could go to the school's food bank. There's a food bank at the school? You'd be surprised how many students' families run out of money at the end of the month, making grocery buying difficult. This could not only bring in some much-needed funds, but also draw attention to the food bank and hopefully bring in more donations. You weren't kidding about settling down here, were you? No. I understand why you might doubt me, but every single thing I've told you, since we spoke in the hospital cafeteria, has been the absolute truth. I'll admit, I came here because I was curious and too jaded to believe a town like Mayberry or Stars Hollow from Gilmore Girls actually existed. When I discovered it was even better than you described it, I still only planned to stay a few months, although I didn't choose the best time of year to arrive. Late January, early February is not an ideal time to get to know this part of the country, he agreed. True, but the summers definitely make up for it. We never did this, he said as they walked to the end of the pier. Hold hands in public. That's on me. She drew in a deep breath. Exhaled. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, which is, by the way, also what everyone told me during the great confession night over many margaritas. And what was that? That I've been allowing my past to follow me wherever I went, dragging it along like an anchor. And since I've proven myself a strong, capable woman, I should just let it go. How's that working for you? At the nearby ferry dock, pedestrians and people in cars were lining up for the short ride to Whidbey Island, from where they could drive to other Puget Sound cities. Others were strolling down the street, illuminated by the original old-fashioned streetlights that had been long ago electrified. Enjoying the lovely evening for the first time, she didn't care who might see them. "Since we're starting over, how about I show you?" She went up on her toes and lightly brushed her lips against his. As always, from the very first touch, heat flared instantly, like a lightning bolt to dry tinder, the kind that started the forest fires that were getting hotter every year. Here there be danger, she thought, even as she played with that fire, pouring herself into the kiss that deepened, grew hotter. Just when she was on the verge of imploding, he put his hands on her shoulders and broke the kiss. "That was a damn good start," he said. His voice was rough, as if he'd swallowed some of that smoke from the flames she'd imagined having surrounded them. Showing far more self-control than she was feeling at the moment, he brushed a kiss, as soft as thistledown, against her temple. "I think this is where I take you home." They strolled hand in hand back to the car and drove the few blocks to her house, where he walked her up the moss and stone path to her door. "Would you like to come in?" Every part of her body that had always responded to his taste, his touch, had awakened. The invitation in her voice was unmistakable. "I would, but if we're starting over, I have to tell you that I'm typically not one of those guys who have sex on the first date." "But—" "I know. Waiting is hard. Though, believe it or not, since I never knew whether a woman was going out with the star quarterback or me, the guy, I developed a rule about that. A rule that I knew would be shattered the moment we met." Just the memory caused a warmth to flow through her veins. That was a rule worth breaking. "True, but this time we're going to slow things down." "That could be difficult," she said, "given that I kept wanting to jump you during dinner." His smile was slow and decidedly wicked, punishing those parts of her too long denied pleasure as they were yelling that they wanted him. Now. "Says the woman who wanted to keep us a secret," he pointed out. "That was then. This is now." "They say patience is a virtue." As he twirled a tendril of her hair around his finger, his eyes turned hot and hungry. Then, as he'd said he'd wanted to do earlier, when he'd picked her up to take her to dinner, he plucked out a pin and slipped it into the pocket of his jeans. Then another. A third. And continued until her hair had tumbled over her shoulders. They stood there, him looking down at her as she was looking back up at him. "Tell me all this isn't some sort of payback," she said. "Never." He brushed a finger over her swollen, still tingling lips. "I want you, Lily Carpenter. That's the God's honest truth, but—" "Good evening, Lily dear," a voice called out, interrupting him. Lily could have screamed when her neighbor, an elderly retired chemistry teacher, came by, taking her Pekingese for one last walk before turning in, as she did every night around this time. "Good evening," Lily called back, the moment lost. Adjusting her glasses, the woman looked closer. "Burke Mannion, is that you?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Davidson." "I'd heard you were back in town. How's your mother?" "Except for a concussion and fractured ribs, which her surgeon says will heal by themselves, and bruising. She's doing well. Thank you for asking." "That's good to hear. I've enjoyed watching your games at your brother's pub. I always tell people that I had you in my class." She chuckled. "It's my brush with celebrity. Of course, I never tell them that you nearly blew up my chemistry lab." "Thank you, Mrs. Davidson. I appreciate that." "No problem. Those damn tabloids have already written enough trash about you. I didn't want to add to it by having them tell the world that you were my first pyromaniac." Another chuckle. "It's all fun and games until you forget the Bunsen burner. You all have yourselves a good evening." She was walking away, but suddenly turned back. "And for heaven's sakes, tell your coach that you need a better offensive line." "Yes, ma'am," Burke replied. "That seems to be a theme," Lily said. "You think? But they're right, which is one of the things that are part of the negotiation talks." "So the social media posts that say you're leaving New York may be true?" He shrugged. "I honestly, at this moment, have no idea what I'm going to be doing next year. But I do know what I'm going to be doing right now." He threaded his fingers through her tumbled hair, gathering it together at the nape of her neck as he lightly tilted her face up. In contrast to that earlier kiss, this time, Burke's lips barely brushed against hers, tasting, teasing, tempting as their breaths mingled. "What are you doing tomorrow?" he asked against her lips. "Working?" She managed to get that single word out, even as she wanted to drag him into her house, into her bed. No, she didn't want to wait that long. She wanted him to take her against the door, on the floor, hard and fast, so she didn't have time to think any of this through. "I have a lot going on right now." "Understood. Quinn's letting me bunk on his boat while I'm here. I thought maybe we could take it out and watch the sunset." "I'd love that." Except for that memorable Christmas Eve, they'd never done anything romantic, having told herself that their relationship would not, could not ever go anywhere. She hadn't wanted romance back then, but she'd been wrong about that and so many other things. "Great. What time do you get home from work?" "About 5:30, but I'll need time to change." "I guess the naughty secretary outfit isn't exactly suitable for an evening on the lake," he said with an exaggerated sigh that made her laugh, and also made her wish she'd been upfront with him from the beginning. Now that she'd been forced to face her fears, she realized they'd been merely ghosts that she'd let follow her along for far too many years. "I've been told patience is a virtue," she said, tilting her head and fluttering her lashes at him in a way she'd never done in her life, as she threw his words back at him. "Whoever told you that is an idiot." She laughed. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow," he agreed. "Meanwhile, I'll have to be satisfied with seeing you in my dreams, as I have been every night." He framed her face with his palms. "Maybe tomorrow evening I can tell you a few of the more interesting ones, or even show you, if you ask nicely." "That's definitely payback," she accused. His smile was wickedly sexy. "Maybe, just a little. But I promise it'll be one we both enjoy. Now, you'd better go in before we end up giving Mrs. Davidson something more exciting than a chemistry lab explosion to talk about." She took her keys out of her bag, and although it wasn't her first choice, let herself into the house alone. She could sense him waiting until she clicked the lock before he walked back to the truck. Chance jumped around her, welcoming her home, while Zendaya lifted her head and meowed a complaint, then turned her back and ignored her. After patting the dog and giving him a cookie from the lidded jar on a nearby table, Lily stood at the front window, watching Burke swagger away, with his hands shoved in his pockets. She remembered what he'd said at dinner about his grandfather having thought John Mannion was cocky. Like father, like son. Lily was relieved when Thursday proved too busy to dwell on that night's date. But as she juggled calls from the Alumni Association, the Boosters, the Heritage Day Committee, the Scholarship Committee who'd been collecting applications for the fall semester, and the Committee for Open House Week in August, she kept glancing at her watch. By the time 5 o'clock rolled around, a very strong part of her just wanted to go home, put on her pajamas, climb into bed, and sleep until tomorrow morning. A stronger part couldn't wait to see Burke. Being back with him felt like denying herself chocolate during the 40 days of Lent, only to eat an entire box of truffles for breakfast on Easter morning. Not that she'd ever done that. Liar. One of the first things she'd learned when moving here was the importance of layering, especially during the temperamental spring, when a capricious Mother Nature would tease you with a friendly, warm sunshine, only to send in steely rain clouds 10 minutes later. She'd literally seen it rain on her house while the sun was shining on Mrs. Davidson's next door. And it could be even more changeable out on the water. After a quick shower, she opted for a navy and green argyle sweater with a crocheted Peter Pan collar over a white blouse, jeans, and a pair of waterproof navy sneakers with white rubber soles that wouldn't scratch the deck of Quinn's boat. Because it could be windy on the water, she plaited her hair into a single braid. Foregoing full makeup, she put on some lightly tinted moisturizer and used a rosy crayon on her lips. A brush of waterproof mascara, and she was done right before he rang the bell, which had Chance charging at the door, barking his fool head off in an ear-splitting half-bark, half-howl. "Hi," she greeted Burke, telling herself that she was only breathless because she'd chased after the dog, who, until the doorbell had rung, had been lying on the bed, curled up with the cat, watching her get ready. She grabbed hold of his collar and told herself that once Heritage Day and the school semester were over, she was going to take him to training classes. "I'm sorry. Every time the doorbell rings, Chance feels the need to sing the visitor the song of his people." And a damn fine song it is. Burke reached down to scratch the dog between the ears. On cue, Chance dropped down on the floor and rolled over. "I miss having a dog. My mom and dad have too." "Mulder and Scully," Lily said. "They're very smart and loyal. Dad tells me they haven't left Mom alone since she got home from the hospital. He says they'd go in the shower with her if she let them." He skimmed a look over her in a way that felt intimately familiar, warming her to the core. "I've tried to tell myself that my memory had exaggerated how just looking at you made me feel." He framed her face with his hands, and slowly, holding her gaze with his, he lowered his mouth to hers. "But I was wrong." He took his time, brushing soft butterfly kisses from one corner of her mouth to the other. As his lips caressed hers, Lily, beguiled, was drawn into the mist. "I never forgot how you tasted," he murmured. "Not even in my dreams." She twined her arms around his neck, melting into the kiss, allowing her mind to empty. As Burke's lips skimmed over her face, her world tilted on its axis, seemingly suspended in time. She nearly cried out as he ended the kiss, then bent down, touching his forehead to hers. "I was wrong," he said. Those words spoken with what sounded like regret broke the spell. "We can't start over." His tone and face were so grave, she nearly looked down to see the pieces of her heart lying in shatters all over the floor. "Because we never really quit. You feel so perfect in my arms, Lily. So familiar." "It's the same for me." Surely that trembling voice couldn't be hers. Concerned for his mistress, Chance began to whine. Was this when Burke would tell her that he couldn't start over because he couldn't put what she'd done behind them? "Besides talent and hard work, there's this thing athletes who make it to the top need," Burke said. He was talking about football? Now? Annoyance that he seemed to have been playing her after all, to lure her back, only to dump her, filled her mind. What's that? She would not cry. The ability to forget the past. Like when you throw an interception, if you let that stay in your mind, it'll screw up the rest of your game. You have to wipe your mind clear like glass. I developed that ability in JV ball. And that's relevant to our situation how? I can't do that with you. He shook his head. I can't forget how it felt to be with you, to hold you. Those soft little sounds you made when I'd touch you, all over. The way you'd scream when you came. This time it was Lily who backed away and folded her arms. I did not scream.
Yes, you did. We were just lucky you lived in a ritzy place with concrete firewalls between the apartments, or we could have had your neighbors calling 911 on us.
How could he smile at a time like this, Lily wondered.
Here's the thing.
He cupped his hands over her shoulders again.
I don't want to forget any of that, because that was the only time you let those damn walls down. When you showed me who you were, and let me know the real you. The other day, at first, I was admittedly pissed that you hadn't been honest with me up front, that you thought I couldn't understand and hadn't given me a chance to try to help figure out how we could deal with what, for you, was a very real problem. But you were always honest in bed. Unless you were faking.
I wasn't. How could you even think such a thing?
I didn't, really. Which is why I just decided to change the game plan.
Again with the football, she muttered.
Football has been the most constant thing in my life. Actually, it's been the focus of my life since I was 5 or 6 years old. Mom says earlier than that, back to my crib days when I wouldn't go to sleep without my plush football. It's how I've viewed most situations since. So how about you give me a break and let me try to tell you in my own fucked up way what I mean about not going back.
Okay, I'm listening. She waved her hand in a slight go-ahead gesture.
I do want to move forward with you, but I also want to hold on to this part, the part that connected us from the moment we met. We fit, Lily. What do you say we just move forward from here, one day at a time, and try not to overthink things, or look back on mistakes, or worry about the future?
I'm not all that good about staying in the present.
I understand your need to plan things out, but right now there's so much in the air on my end, I can't tell you where I'll be or what I'll be doing after July 21st. I realize that's not fair to you, and truthfully, I'm not real happy about it either, which is partly why I think just enjoying one day at a time together is the best way for now. I don't want to dump my problems onto you, but I will promise that when I do make a decision, it'll be something that we can both live with.
I've always felt that sharing problems should be an important part of a relationship. Lily may have grown up in a take-no-prisoners, ongoing War of the Roses family, but she'd witnessed enough solid marriages among the Manions and Harpers, along with Kylie and Mai, to want the same for herself.
I agree, and whatever happens, if we're going to be together, I'm not going to decide unilaterally.
Why do I feel as if we're negotiating a contract? She asked.
It does feel like it, he agreed, which is precisely why we need to live in the moment right now, because we're dealing with too many variables.
Only on your part, because, as I told you, I'm happily settled down here.
I could make you happier.
You could also break my heart. Too late, she remembered what he'd told her about going through the stages of grief, because she'd inadvertently done exactly that to him. She shook her head. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We've moved beyond that.
He held out a hand.
Ready to go?
Let me just get a jacket. She took a light rain shell from the closet to wear over the sweater, just in case the clear skies in the forecast turned out to be a lie. And speaking of jackets, don't you own anything that isn't black or charcoal? He was wearing a black leather jacket and a black sweater with a zipper at the neck over a silk charcoal t-shirt. His jeans were black, and his sneakers black with gray rubber soles.
I travel a lot. Black and gray make it easier to get dressed because I don't have to make choices and can't screw things up. It's like the Garanimals Mom bought us when we were kids.
I recall Garanimals having bright colors and prints that made it easy for children to mix and match. He shrugged.
I've improved upon the concept.
Despite the earlier seriousness of their conversation, he'd made her laugh again. And as they left the house and headed to the marina, he'd opened her up to thinking of a future she'd never allowed herself to imagine during those months together. Chapter 19. Quinn's boat was beautiful, as Lily expected, having come out of Gabriel Mannion's boat shop. The hull was a gleaming red mahogany, while the water-resistant slip-proof deck had been made with strips of burnished gold teak. The Southeast Asian teak market is stable and under strict conservation laws, Burke told her when she'd commented on its beauty. Gabe told me that you need documents reflecting a chain of custody back to its original point of harvest in order to be legally sourced. Let me show you the cabin. It was compact but perfectly arranged. A dark gray leather bench curved around a table that he showed her could be folded up into a berth. There was a glass stove top, microwave, a black granite sink, and cherry storage cabinets with fasteners that would prevent them from coming open during rough seas. Behind a sliding door was a sink and toilet with a separate shower, and, impossible to miss at the back, a raised double bed in its own alcove with draw curtains. "You definitely have all the comforts of home," she said, knowing that as high-end as it was, with the beautiful leather, wood, and shiny fixtures, it was a far cry from that penthouse he'd never talked her into visiting. "You can even cook." "I could, but being a good citizen who cares about contributing to the local economy and small businesses, my plan is to either stick to takeout, eat at the farm, which is also currently takeout, or enjoy the occasional meal from Brianna, which is what I brought along tonight." He bent his head and brushed a quick kiss against her lips. "Wait here, I'll be right back." He went out to the truck and returned with a wicker basket. Although she doesn't serve lunch or dinner, Bree occasionally makes up baskets for guests who want to take a picnic lunch out with them. "It seems you've thought of everything," she said, wondering if he was following in John Mannion's footsteps and planned for this to be his seduction dinner. If he was out to seduce, he'd get no argument from her. "I try. I thought we'd go out to Pirates Cove, drop anchor, and have a light supper." "That sounds perfect." Tales of rum-swigging pirates plying the waters, hiding out, and burying their treasure in the cove had been invalidated when a University of Washington historian discovered the cove had initially been named by an ambitious land developer in the 1800s, hoping to become wealthy off the railroad that never arrived. Nevertheless, although it might not appear on any official geographical map, the name Pirates Cove had stuck, conjuring up visions of swashbuckling pirates sailing on tall-masted ships flying black Jolly Roger flags. With all the work events she'd been dealing with, Lily had been feeling stressed out even before Burke had come home. Yet now, as she stood beside him, enjoying the mist on her face and breathing in the tang of salt water, along with the sharp scent of the fir trees, she felt her mind calm and the tension that had taken over her body begin to relax. "Thank you," she said. "I needed this." He smiled down at her. "Me too." The smile was a warm, intimate one that Lily had thought, when she'd first left New York, she'd never see again. Although she couldn't see his eyes from the sunglasses he'd put on, she could feel them smiling. Both the sky and the deep blue water were turning shades of brilliant orange, pink, and lilac as a golden sun was lowering when Burke pulled into the hidden cove, which Lily considered would have been too small to hide any pirate ships. A sandy beach curved around its shore, and fir, cedar, and western hemlock, the state's official tree, created a thick green curtain between them and the rest of the world. After dropping anchor, Burke asked, "Do you want to eat in the cabin or here on the deck?" There were comfortable chairs with striped sailcloth cushions she suspected were usually stored inside out of the weather, along with a table bolted to the deck. "Definitely out here." The air was cooling, making her glad she'd layered her sweater and jacket over her shirt, but so far, the sky, as promised, showed no sign of rain. "I'll be right back." He kissed her, and as he climbed down the ladder into the cabin to retrieve Brianna's basket, she could feel her head spinning. "This is some picnic," she said as he laid plates with the Heron's Landing Victorian house printed on them on the table. In the basket were containers of fat green grapes, bright red and yellow Rainier cherries, candied pecans, and a smoked salmon spread with a choice of either water or sesame seed crackers. "This is Brianna's version of a caprese sandwich," he said, unwrapping 2 sandwiches from the foil that had kept them warm. "She told me that it's pesto, made with fresh basil from her kitchen garden, mozzarella cheese from a local dairy, and tomatoes from Blue House Farm, since hers haven't quite ripened yet." The ingredients had been layered onto whole wheat bread, then grilled in a panini press. "It looks delicious," Lily said. "To be honest, green isn't my favorite food group, but I taste tested the pesto, and it's excellent." He pulled a bottle of sparkling wine from Oregon's Chateau de Madeleine out of the basket, along with white pottery plates, silver utensils, linen placemats, and matching napkins. "If this is the type of pampering guests get at breakfast and in their rooms, I can see why she's booked through the summer," Lily said. "She's never believed in not being the best at what she does," he said as he peeled the foil off the bottle. When he pushed the cork out with his thumbs, a whisper of vapor rose. "That appears to be a family trait," she noted as he poured the sparkling wine into 2 flutes Brianna had packed and handed her one. "I suppose so," he said thoughtfully. "And as I said, there was competition between Gabe and Quinn, but being younger, Aiden, Bree, and I were pretty much left out of it and were encouraged to choose our own paths." What must it be like, she wondered with a bit of envy, to grow up in a family where everyone was encouraged to strive in their chosen fields, knowing that all the others were there to cheer you on and have your back? They created their plates from the abundance Brianna had provided, content to appreciate the stillness. There were only the sounds of water lapping against the boat and the breeze sighing through the trees. "When we were kids, we'd dig in the sand here, looking for pirate coins," Burke said, breaking the comfortable silence. "Did you ever find any?" "We did." A slight reminiscent smile curved his lips. "It was a really big deal. By the time I was in middle school, I discovered that Mom and Dad bought fake coins and buried them for us to find." "I love that story, that your parents would do that." She felt her eyes moistening as she imagined what adventurous fun that must have been. Like a Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn existence. "I'm sorry," he said quickly, his eyes echoing his words. "You know I didn't mean to hurt you." "It's okay. You're living proof that happy families really do exist." "I lucked out," he said. "It occurred to me this afternoon that this boat ride is partly to get to know one another." He lifted a cluster of grapes, holding it out to her. "I thought that's what we're doing," she said after she'd bitten into a fat green grape and tasted the explosion of sweet yet tart juice. "True, but to help things along and just cut to the chase, while I was running at the lake this morning, I thought of some questions to test our compatibility." He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "You can't be serious." "You never know. We could be, like you suggested, only a dynamite match in bed. So here goes. Cat or dog?" "That's obvious, both." "Good answer. Chocolate or vanilla?" "No contest, chocolate, with fudge sauce." "We're on a roll." "Movies at home or in a theater?" "It depends. Am I alone, with friends, or are we talking about a Netflix and chill evening?" "That's for you to decide." "As much as I enjoyed our date night movie, home if I'm alone or with friends, with messy buttered popcorn. Netflix and chill is defined by watching at home, and I'd still go for the popcorn." She paused. "But we'd probably miss a lot of the movie because we'd be too busy making out." He ran his finger around the rim of his glass, his eyes on hers, letting her know that he was remembering nights they'd never made it to the end of a movie. "A woman after my own heart. Meat or vegetables?" Lily had been so transfixed by that finger now running slowly down the stem of that glass, then back up, that she'd missed the question. "I'm sorry." She lifted her gaze back to his. "What was that again?"
"Meat?"
he repeated as she struggled not to be distracted again by those dark, stroking fingers. Although they'd experienced that immediate initial spark at the charity event, and the sex had always been off the charts, something had changed tonight. He had changed as the air between them was becoming charged in an unfamiliar way.
"Or vegetables?"
"Both?" Trembling beneath her skin, with effort, she lifted her chin and met that steady blue gaze. "Steak with mushrooms and roasted asparagus."
Good compromise.
His lips, which she could still taste in her sleep, quirked in a slight smile that gave her the impression he knew exactly the effect he was having on her. She also now fully understood why he'd been voted offensive team captain during all those NFL seasons. Burke Mannion possessed a quiet yet commanding alpha male presence that caused her to surrender the tightly held control that had served as her lifeline for as long as she could remember.
"We continue to be a perfect match."
"Name the happiest time in your life." That was an easy one. "My previous one was ice skating with you at Rockefeller Center," she admitted. He nodded approvingly.
"I like that response. What surpassed it?"
The sun sank into the gilded water with a burst of fiery colors. "Here, now." Her voice was soft, a bit shaky, but sure. "In this moment."
"We crushed it."
His voice deepened.
"Final question for the win. There are still 2 slices of Brianna's famous key lime pie in the basket for dessert. Do you want to eat yours now?"
He trailed the back of his hand down the side of her face.
"Or later?"
There was no need for him to have asked. She met his steady gaze and polished off the last of the champagne in her glass. "Later."
"I told you that we were a perfect match,"
he said with satisfaction. He stood up and held his hand down, pulling her to her feet and kissing her again.
"Did I give you a tour of the cabin?"
"You did, but I wouldn't mind another, in case I missed something the first time." His answering grin was quick, deeply creasing those dimples. His gaze was wickedly satisfied.
"A perfect match,"
he repeated as, her hand still in his, he led her down the ladder into the cabin. All day long, as Lily had attempted to concentrate on her work, her thoughts had been like spindrift, sea spray blown around by the wind, while waves of memories she'd tried so hard to forget kept tumbling through her mind. Fortunately, having gotten engaged to Anna didn't seem to have affected Paul's brain nearly as badly as hers had been by merely anticipating this evening. Every time she stumbled over a question from one of the many committees she'd met with, he'd jumped in with facts and figures to save her. She hadn't dated during her time in Honeymoon Harbor, not because she hadn't been asked, but because none of those men had been the one standing before her. She took off her jacket, hanging it on a wall hook. When she turned around, she found him still standing there, his face serious.
"Although this risks breaking the mood, you need to know that although I admittedly went batshit crazy for a while, I always used a condom, and after I'd passed that stage, I had a clear STD test. And I haven't had sex, well, except solo, since," he admitted. "But if it'll make you feel safer, I brought protection with me."
"I haven't been with anyone since you," she said. "And the birth control implant I had when we were together lasts for 3 years, so we're good there."
"Okay."
He blew out a long breath.
"So, now that we've gotten that out of the way, moving on to the good stuff, did I tell you that I like that sweater?"
No, but that's okay. The wool knit sweater wasn't the sexiest thing in her closet, but she'd chosen it to keep warm on deck. It wasn't as if she'd expected to be wearing it for that long. I was remiss. I do like it, especially that cute little collar. But let's start with you taking it off. His earlier conversational voice turned deeper and, like a tuning fork, sent vibrations through her. After she'd taken off the sweater, putting it on the leather bench seat, he tugged her blouse free of her jeans and unfastened the buttons, pressing his mouth against each new bit of revealed skin. When done, he slid the blouse off her shoulders and down her arms, leaving the last 2 remaining buttons at her wrists still fastened, effectively keeping her hands from being able to reach out and touch him. His gaze heated as he took in the lacy white bra. Then he trailed one of those long, ultra-sensitive fingers that had had her so transfixed over the crest of her breasts, leaving a trail of sparks. "Nice," he murmured. "Do you have any idea how long I've fantasized about being this way again with you?" "No," she whispered. "Since the last morning in Manhattan, when I left your apartment to go on that road trip. Whenever we were apart, except for those 4 quarters every week when my mind auto-focused on the game, I'd look forward to getting back to you, to be with you, skin to skin, buried deep inside you, with your long, smooth legs wrapped around my hips." Even after that text, he answered the question she didn't dare ask. There was a wicked gleam in eyes that had darkened to the deep blue of a storm-tossed sea. "I did imagine ways to pay you back after reading it," he said. "I imagined touching you, branding every inch of your body with my hands." He skimmed a thumb from the lacy band at the bottom of the bra to her waist. Glancing down, she could see the faint pink trail his neatly trimmed nail had left behind. He bent his head again, and when she'd expected another of those deep, dark kisses, he merely skimmed the tip of his tongue over her lips. "After I imagined being done with my hands," he continued, breaking off the light touch, "I'd picture tasting all those places my hands had been. Like here." He pressed his mouth against where her pulse was hammering in that hollow of her throat, then lower over her breasts. Having planned for sex, she'd worn a bra with a front clasp, which he undid with the easy touch of a man who definitely knew his way around women's lingerie. Cupping each breast in his hands, his thumbs skimmed over nipples that pebbled beneath his touch. Then, lifting her up onto her toes with one arm, he took them, one at a time, into his mouth, wetting them with his tongue before nipping ever so lightly on her ultra-sensitive nipples. Lily heard a ragged, needy sound escape her lips. "Burke, please." "Shh." He pressed a finger against her lips. "Do you know what I had imagined doing next?" Unable to answer, she merely shook her head. "When I had you desperate for release, I'd make you beg." She'd do that. Now. If begging was what it took, she wouldn't hesitate tonight. "The thing is," he continued, "now that the occasion has actually arisen, I find myself reconsidering." His gravelly voice revealed that she wasn't the only one affected by his words, and the visions they conjured up. "Turn around." None of this had been in today's fantasies, but trusting Burke, knowing that he'd never hurt her, Lily did as instructed. She then felt him lifting her braid to blow a soft, hot breath at the nape of her neck. Next, she felt an open-mouthed kiss at the warmed place that, like her tightened nipples, apparently had a direct connection to the hot, dampening place between her thighs. She felt him pull off her stretchy hair tie. Then his fingers went to work. After he'd undone the plait she'd so carefully interwoven, he gathered her loosened hair in his fist, using it to turn her back around to face him. Again he paused. "It wouldn't have worked." he said as he yanked his sweater over his head, tossing it onto the floor. What wouldn't have worked? She asked. And not to break the mood, but that's a terrible way to treat a Brunello Cucinelli sweater.
Getting revenge by making you beg isn't really me. I'd rather a woman be equal, in life and in bed. And you have a good eye.
When I lived in Florence, I went to Milan during Fashion Week, admittedly mostly for the shoes, but Cucinelli isn't called the cashmere fashion czar for nothing. You'd also make me very happy if you ditched that silk jersey t-shirt. The dark gray shirt fit his body like a glove, clinging to his biceps and rock-hard 8-pack she'd once loved to map with her mouth. And I'd appreciate you unfastening my wrists, because it's not fair that you get to touch and I don't.
Point taken.
When he yanked his shirt over his head, then tossed it on top of the sweater, Lily had to remind herself not to drool. I've always liked the way you touch me, which, by the way, you were doing exceptionally well in last night's dream. After unfastening those last 2 wrist buttons, he pushed the blouse the rest of the way off, where it joined their other discarded clothes on the floor. Then they stood there, facing each other, both naked from the waist up. You're still wearing too many clothes, Lily complained.
Great minds.
His lips quirked.
I was about to say the same thing about you.
Before Burke, she'd been more comfortable having sex with the lights turned off. At the very most, a candle or 2. But although he might have been reluctantly willing to stay hidden away in her apartment, he'd insisted on watching her during sex.
We could do rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first,
he suggested finally.
Or we could just get the rest of our damn clothes off and have boat sex.
Which I've never experienced. When he didn't say anything, his silence spoke volumes. And of course, you have. For some reason, although Lily had no claims whatsoever on Burke Mannion, the fact that she wasn't the first stung. Just a little.
I was 16, and Gabe had built a sloop for Seth, which I borrowed to take Peggy Ann Robbins out one summer day. If it makes you feel any better, a fast thunderstorm that hadn't been on the radar when we'd left the marina came sweeping over the mountains from the coast, and we nearly capsized. Wrapping up, we both managed to make it home safely with our virginity intact. She's now a dental hygienist with 3 kids, living in Portland with her orthodontist husband.
You both could have drowned.
Now you're sounding like our parents, who grounded each of us for 2 weeks. For the rest of the summer, we did our best to avoid each other because that humiliating afternoon will never show up on either one of our best moments highlight reels. So you'll be my first successful sex on a boat. Could we just move on and talk later? Because I've got to tell you, Lily, this is getting downright painful.
She told herself not to look, but she couldn't resist, and she felt her knees weaken. First one in bed gets to be on top, she said, the metal teeth on her jeans rasping as she quickly unzipped them while towing off her sneakers. Although she beat him onto the sheets, being a generous woman, Lily let him have his turn too. Much, much later, as they lay together, gazing up at the dazzling diamond stars through the skylight Gabe had installed overhead, Lily slipped out of his embrace. Although he'd said that he wouldn't make her beg, she went up on her knees, folded her hands together in supplication and said, "Please, sir, may I have some more?"
Chapter 20. Because the next day was a work day for Lily, Burke got her home by midnight. Like Cinderella, he said as he took her face in his hands and kissed her at her door. Despite the way they'd spent the past few hours, which should have left them both sexually sated, he felt her faint tremor. Her lips were full and swollen, but that didn't stop him from nipping at the bottom one.
"We could change the storyline," she suggested, looking up at him through thick lashes. Although he might have been taking too much for granted, he suspected he was the only person who knew Lily Carpenter could flirt. She trailed her fingers down the front of his sweater. "Why did it have to be midnight anyway?" she asked, toying with his belt buckle. Why not 1 o'clock or 2? When she appeared inclined to take that stroking touch lower, he caught her hands.
Because all the magic disappears at midnight.
But how does she know that for sure if she doesn't test it? She argued. That deadline is merely an example of the patriarchal mandate of obedience, emphasized by a threat that if Cinderella doesn't return to domesticity and remain docile, she'll risk losing her chance at ever nabbing the prince. The entire message of fairy tales, instilled during childhood, is to keep women in their place. As the memory of Lily, naked and on her knees, flashed through Burke's mind, a far corner of his male brain, which had apparently not yet fully evolved, momentarily considered that a very fine place for her to be. She'd proven herself to be even more sexually eager than she'd been in that sterile apartment in New York. He shoved his hands into his pockets to keep from dragging her inside the house and giving in to what they both wanted. Unfortunately, the gesture caused yet another problem, as it pulled the denim of his jeans taut, outlining a renewed erection. From the glint of satisfaction in her eyes, he knew that she'd noticed it too.
Have I ever given you the impression I want to keep you in your place? He asked. Which, as you've already proven, is impossible anyway?
I've already apologized for running away, she said. And no, you always treated me like an equal, even in bed.
Which is where you always wanted to keep me.
Her lips quirked. Touché.
Remember when I suggested going up to the lodge at Lake Quinault for dinner?
Of course.
How about tomorrow?
I'd love that. She went up on her toes, threaded her hands through his hair and kissed him. Text me with the time, she murmured against his lips.
I'll do that.
And then as he waited for her to go into the house and close the door behind her, Burke began making plans. Jim hadn't attended the Heritage Day Festival since he'd freaked out during the parade when he'd been 9 years old. At the time, having already been diagnosed with what was then called Asperger's syndrome, his parents, only wanting the best for him, had reacted in a way that had seemed logical at the time. They'd avoided putting him in situations where he'd feel overwhelmed and stressed out. Elementary school had proven challenging, but he'd been fortunate to have mostly caring teachers who'd encouraged him. Later, a therapist his mother had taken him to for 6 weeks when he'd been in middle school had added a diagnosis of social anxiety disorder and assigned him tasks, like asking a different student a question each day, which was designed to result in a brief conversation. He'd kept a journal, and after he'd gone a month, the task had become 2 questions a day, then 3, then 5. Fake it till you make it, his dad had always said, meaning that if he pretended he could carry on a conversation with others, he'd eventually be able to. Tom Olson had not been a psychologist or therapist, but he'd turned out to have a good idea of human nature, because practicing that advice began to help. Many kids had laughed at him. Others had simply walked away. But day by day, month by month, he'd developed the ability to survive middle school, which his dad had assured him was a chaotic period for everyone. By the time he was in high school, he'd collected a small circle of friends. There'd been all the Manions, even Aiden, who'd spent so much time in detention he could have been one of the students in the Breakfast Club, which Jim had watched the summer before he'd gone to high school to help prepare for that new experience. Then there was Seth Harper and his girlfriend Zoe, along with Kylie, also Jolene. Having had a father in prison and a mother who was rumored to be a prostitute, which wasn't remotely true, made her another outcast, like him. He'd been doing well enough that by his junior year, he'd been able to take Kylie to the prom, and although she'd spent most of the time dancing with her secret girlfriend, leaving him standing against the wall with the parent and teacher chaperones, he'd survived. But over time, his friends had left Honeymoon Harbor, and his social sphere gradually narrowed. It had gotten even smaller once his parents had left for Arizona. One of the more difficult parts of social anxiety was that it could be a very private battle if you didn't have anyone to share your problems with,
or, as Gabe and Burke had called themselves, wingmen. Then Sage had suddenly appeared in his greenhouse and had pulled him out of his narrowing comfort zone. Her enthusiasm proved so contagious, he'd searched for internet message boards populated with people like him and was surprised by how many there were. One group in Port Townsend, led by a very friendly licensed psychotherapist, held monthly in-person meetings to reportedly keep people from sliding into agoraphobia. Jim was intelligent and self-aware enough to realize that could become a very real risk for him. The monthly meetings were held in the woman's home, in a room with a small indoor fountain and many pots filled with plants. Brightly colored posters on the wall featured encouraging messages such as, "Life is not waiting out the storm, but learning to dance in the rain." And, "I am calm, I am capable, I am strong," which were very encouraging, but Jim identified most with a t-shirt one man wore that read, "I came, I saw, I had anxiety, I left." Members were encouraged to share both problems and achievements. One young man coded from home, only having to connect with his boss and coworkers by email or text. It sounded as if he had a perfect life, until he shared how isolated and lonely he'd become, which was why he'd attended the meeting. After welcoming Jim, the friendly therapist congratulated him on choosing to find change, but pointed out that she didn't have a magic solution. He could go to all the therapists in the world, even take prescribed drugs to quiet the anxiety caused by heightened flight response. But at the end of the day, if he wanted to change, which Jim certainly did, he'd have to take responsibility for those changes and pick up the reins of his own life. At that point, a woman stood and shared that she'd spent years trying to do the simple household task of buying groceries. But the minute she'd walk into the store, she'd envision the aisles as tunnels where monsters would hide, waiting to attack. Hiring someone to do the shopping and delivery for her solved the problem of acquiring food, but had only isolated her more. Then, 2 months ago, she'd sought help from a volunteer group where people would do different tasks for you. In her case, someone would accompany her to the market each week and walk her through the shopping. 6 weeks later, not only was she able to shop on her own, she'd made friends with the cashier who, like her, turned out to be a knitter and even invited her to a knitting circle. Digging into a canvas bag of yarn at her side, she held up a tiny pink sweater and cap that she'd just finished for her first grandchild, who was due to be born next month. After everyone had applauded her success story, she said that she'd learned to think of any goal as a journey, and if you didn't take that all-important first step, then a second and a third, you'd never reach it. Taking the messages of the meeting to heart, Jim left feeling encouraged. After all, having survived the trip with Sage to eat burgers at the lake, thanks to Gabe and Burke Mannion's help, he'd even initiated a date, a successful one, during which he'd eaten a very good meal and had enjoyed talking with the others about the movie and hearing about John and Sarah's romance. Emboldened, he put down the petri dish he'd been working on, took his phone out of his pocket, and called the number Sage had put in it before having him put his and hers. He'd seen people doing that on the movies he'd been watching for research for his date. "Hi," she said, answering right away. "I was just working on an Instagram story letting people know Blue House Farm was going to be at the Heritage Day Festival." She'd already ordered canvas shopping bags with the logo of the house she'd created herself, and ceramic coffee mugs and stainless steel travel mugs with that same farm logo in an oval surrounded by bright flowers, which she assured him would help build his brand. "What's up?" "I'm calling about the farm's booth at the festival," Jim said. "Oh, you don't have to worry. I got one, and I promise not to wrap it in vinyl. I did paint it, though, like I did the one at the market." She'd gone along with his firm belief that the farmer's market booth should blend in more with the rest of the rustic ones at the market. But she had painted bright herbs and flowers all over it, which had proven more eye-catching to people walking by than the bare wood. She'd taken him to see it after the market had closed. "I'm not worried." That was a partial truth, He wasn't concerned about her being able to handle sales and draw passers-by in with her sunshine personality. But he was worried about whether or not this latest plan would work. "I'm calling to tell you that I'll be there too."
"You're going to the festival?"
"I thought I would. I haven't attended in a very long time."
"Not since Saturday, May 23rd, 1998, the day of the infamous meltdown." "Are you sure?" He could hear the concern in her voice.
"Not really,"
he admitted, remembering the advice from his group that if you tried to stuff your fears inside, they'd only grow and smother you.
"I have concerns, but I'm feeling surprisingly confident that I can do it."
And he reminded himself that he'd come a very long way since the meltdown. Any man who can create a blue rose should be able to accept compliments on his flowers from everyone who'll be buying them. It did not escape his notice that she'd said "can," as if it were a foregone conclusion. Except for his father's fake-it-until-you-make-it advice and Gabe and Burke reassuring him that his dating worries were normal. No one had ever stated such confidence in him before. After agreeing on a time for her to come out to the farm the day before the festival to pack up the flowers and herbs they'd be selling, he hung up. As he started to put his phone back into his pocket, he realized that the muscles in his face felt strangely different. Holding up the phone, Jim took his first ever selfie and saw that he was smiling. "I don't know why it took me so long to get up here," Lily said as she gazed out over the expansive lawn leading to the spectacular lake surrounded by towering trees. The 96-year-old cedar-sided resort was both grand and rustic at the same time. Guests included a who's who of old-time robber barons like the family she'd been born into, movie stars going back to the 1920s, and President Franklin Roosevelt. "I kept planning to, but something always seemed to take precedence."
8 of the largest trees in the U.S., some of the largest in the world, are in this little rainforest corner of the peninsula,"
Burke said.
6 of them right around this lake, and all of them over 1,000 years old. We'd come up here a lot when I was a kid, and I'll admit we took them for granted. But now, thinking about it, it really puts life in perspective. The world's largest, gigantic cedar is right down a trail from here. If you weren't dressed in those fancy, spindly high heels, I'd take you to see it.
"Next time," Lily said, accepting that there'd be a next time. Their conversation over dinner, clam chowder, grilled king salmon for her, what was billed as Roosevelt classic pot roast for him, and Marionberry pie, had been easy and comfortable. No one watching them would have known that only days ago there'd been so much negative energy sparking between them that Brianna had immediately picked up on it. Besides, I'm not that dressed up. She wore a black wrap dress with a deep V-neck that she hadn't donned since leaving New York. "Okay," she admitted when he slanted a significant glance at the leopard print pumps she'd had to carry to keep from sinking into the lawn. "It might be overkill for here, but my only excuse is that whenever a hot pro quarterback takes me out on a date, it's only natural to want to knock his socks off."
"Been out on dates with a lot of quarterbacks, have you?"
"Only one, and only 2 dates. Wednesday night doesn't count because it was a triple date. And if you want to get technical, last night's boat date wasn't one either, because the deal was these dates are supposed to be for learning new things about each other. Which I suppose we did because of your questionnaire, but sex is the one thing we learned early on that we're really, really good at."
"Together,"
he agreed.
"It's only that good with you. And in the future, sweetheart, know that anytime you want to knock any piece of my clothing off, you won't need a designer dress and snazzy high heels to do it. I'll take off whatever you want, whenever you want."
He flashed those dual dimples she'd never thought she'd see again when she'd left New York. All the Mannion men, from John and his artist brother Mike, along with Burke and his 3 brothers, should have come with warning labels. "That would be most of the time," she admitted.
"Only most?"
I can't remember any prohibition being stated in my personal manual, but I suspect that having sex in my office at the college might be frowned on.
You could be right.
He thoughtfully chewed on that thumbnail that had trailed down her body last night.
Do you have a key to the building?
It works by a coded number on a keypad, she said.
Which you know.
Of course, because I work a lot of nights and weekends when the building is closed. The gleam in his eyes had her getting his drift. No, we are not going to have desk sex in my office. Heaven help her. She was drowning in his eyes as he leaned closer, slipping a hand into the wrap dress's opening and skimming his fingers up her bare thigh.
So that's a no?
The fingers went higher, even as he held her gaze with his. Yes. Yes, that's a no. I couldn't. We couldn't. Her logical mind meant those words, but another wilder, riskier part of her that only he had ever been able to release couldn't stop her from imagining it.
I'll bet we could.
His voice sounded all too reasonable for what they were discussing.
Like you said, sex is one of the things we do really, really well.
The grin he shot her was deliberately provocative.
And it'd be one more thing I could take off my bucket list.
Just because we could doesn't mean that we should. She needed to remember that, even when she was wanting his mouth to follow that wicked path his fingers were making.
Just keep it in mind.
Stopping before they risked a ranger having to cite them for public indecency, he trailed those treacherous fingers back down to her knee and closed the gap in the black silk. As if, she thought as they walked back to where he'd parked the truck, she was going to be able to get that provocative image out of her mind. We'd better get back, she said as twilight began to settle over the lake. I let Chance out before we left, but I don't want to risk him lifting his leg and marking everything in the house.
We males do like to mark our territory.
The teasing light dancing in his eyes told her that he was baiting her with that blatantly sexist remark, a bait she refused to bite at. That's why we women are a superior species. After all, Adam was merely a first draft. He laughed and put his arm around her shoulder.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I always thought when I finally got around to getting married, I was going to want a marriage like my folks.
Who wouldn't? She asked as he unlocked her passenger door. They've always seemed to be the perfect couple.
They are, for them. But my grandparents are in their 80s and Gramps still tries to get a rise from Gram. She'll shoot him right down.
He walked around the front of the truck, climbed into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt.
It's not bickering like some elderly folks seem to do. They've been that way for as long as I can remember. It's just a game they play.
As he drove out of the parking lot, he added,
I think we're going to be more like them.
Unable to think of an immediate response to the fact that he seemed to be taking for granted that they'd still be together 50-some years from now, Lily didn't say anything. Seeming comfortable with the silence surrounding them, he punched a button on the dash and had smooth jazz coming out of the truck speakers. As they neared Honeymoon Harbor, he glanced over at her and asked, Your place or mine? Lily momentarily wondered if he automatically expected to end the evening with sex. But being annoyed about that would be hypocritical. If she hadn't expected that herself, she wouldn't have dug out her sexiest lingerie. Mine, she decided. The bed's bigger. Chapter 21. Saturday morning, since Lily professed the need to get some work done at her office, Burke was back on the boat, watching a replay of a 43-year-old Tom Brady dominate the Kansas City Chiefs 31-9 in the 2021 Super Bowl, which secured Brady a 7th Lombardi trophy, 2 more than any other player in NFL history. And he'd done it on 2 separate teams, a feat only he and a 39-year-old Peyton Manning had been able to pull off.
The game reminded Burke that he still had a lot of good playing years left to chase those records. He had not a single doubt that even if he did end up going to another team, like Brady to the Bucks or Manning to the Broncos, he could win at least one more Super Bowl, get a second Lombardi trophy and another ring so ostentatious that he only wore it on special football occasions, like awards dinners, or when he was doing a charity event, like the night he'd met Lily, who'd told him she didn't really watch football. He could tell she hadn't been overly impressed by all the broken records the guy with the mic had read off while introducing him. In his line of work, he couldn't go to a club or even a hotel on the road without groupies, aka cleat chasers, hitting on him, offering all sorts of kink. He remembered an older pro bowler warning him his rookie year that those women could be every young football player's dream and every young football player's nightmare. Though the attraction between Lily and him had been instantaneous, and they'd left together and ended up in bed, she was no groupie. That veteran player had warned him that when groupies came up to you, it was a good bet that nearly every other word out of their glossy red mouths was a flat-out lie. Lily hadn't been honest with him, but neither had she lied. While he understood her reasoning and wished she'd told him earlier, they'd moved on. But there were a lot of balls in the air right now, a lot of decisions to be made. Decisions that put more on the line than that day he'd walked into the Knights office, giving Sam Otterbane what they both knew was an ultimatum. Not helping were all the calls from his agent about other teams around the league asking if the rumors of him going on the market were true, and if so, they wanted to get in on the bidding. Now, whatever he chose to do, he'd have to figure out how he could make the situation fit into a life with Lily. And speaking of Lily, his phone began to buzz with her name on the screen. "Hey," he answered. "Are you still at the office?" "I'm afraid I am," she said. "But I was thinking if you were interested, maybe you could pick up a pizza at Luca's, and I could take a break so we could have lunch together here in my office." She paused. "Unless you're too busy." "No, I was just watching a Super Bowl game." "I might not be all that up on football, but I do know that the Super Bowl is always in either late January or early February." "True, this is an old game." There was a long pause. "One you haven't seen?" "I've watched it a few times," he said, and every time he'd spotted another slight change in a play that he'd missed seeing the other times. Silence. He wondered if the call had dropped. "Lily, are you still there?" "Yes. I was just trying to imagine watching a game when you already know the score." "How many times did you say you've watched Casablanca, even knowing how it ends?" She sighed. "You win. Point taken. So, can you make lunch?" "Give me 30 minutes. What do you want on it?" "You choose, but no pineapple." "Why the hell would anyone want pineapple on a pizza? That's just insane." She laughed. "Once again, we're in perfect agreement. I'll see you in a bit." Then, after promising that he'd guard the code with his life, she gave him the numbers to the main door. It wasn't the way he would have preferred to spend a Saturday with Lily, but as he drove to the college, Burke thought of all the times she'd had to fit her life into his crazy road schedule, which she'd still have to do if he accepted the offer the Knights had put on the table. Or accepted an offer from some other team. So many decisions to make, and now that Lily was part of the equation, he had way more to weigh. Remembering what he'd told her about living in the moment, despite the career pressure, Burke decided, for now, to take his own advice and enjoy having a pizza with his woman. He put the numbers she'd given him into the keypad, which opened the outer door. It closed and locked behind him. The building seemed to be empty. He passed the reception desk, then took the elevator up to her floor. The outer office, where the young man had been busy at work, was empty, the door to Lily's office closed. He knocked once to let her know he was here, then walked in. She was wearing that tidy white blouse with the little ribbon black tie, and that slender black pencil skirt again. His first thought was to wonder why'd she'd go to all the trouble to dress in office clothes on a Saturday. Then he took in her legs, which were clad in sheer black stockings. Her shoes were black stilettos with thin suede ribbons that crisscrossed up to her slender ankles, ending in a bow that echoed the one worn at her neck.
"Oh, my goodness, Mr. Mannion," she said, her green eyes widening in apparent surprise as her hand flew to her throat. "I didn't realize you'd be coming into the office today. I was expecting my boyfriend, Dennis."
Lily initiating sexual roleplay in her office was definitely not what he'd been expecting. But it sure as hell beat an old Super Bowl game. He folded his arms. "I saw a guy, who I take was your boyfriend, trying to get into the building, and told him if he didn't leave right away, I was calling the cops."
"Oh, thank you," she said, "for not calling the police on Dennis. It's all my fault, sir. I was up late last night, then worked so hard this morning. I felt it would be all right to take a little break to have some pizza and some company."
"You know it's against the employee manual rules to use your office to entertain guests."
She lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry, sir."
Her hands were now clasped at her waist as she twisted her fingers together.
"It was only an impulse because I felt nervous being all alone in the building. I thought I'd be safer with a big, strong man here to protect me."
She took the pizza from his hands and bent over to place it onto the coffee table in front of the leather sofa, deliberately drawing his attention to her very fine ass. Then she returned to stand in front of him and looked up at him through her lashes.
"Please don't fire me, Mr. Mannion. I desperately need the money to pay for my dear Granny's operation."
She twined her arms around his neck and pressed her body against his. With those 6-inch heels, she was at just the right height for all the good parts to line up.
"Is there anything I can do to convince you to forget the whole thing?"
she asked in a soft, breathy voice. Burke slid his hand beneath her skirt, slowly lifting it up her legs. When he came to the lace top of the stockings, held up by a garter belt, he said, "I'm sure we can think of something." Minutes later, he stood over the desk, looking down at her. Her fair skin was glistening, her cheekbones flushed a soft pink. She was so beautiful, and she might not be ready to admit it yet, but she was his. "Being a compassionate man, I suppose I can overlook your flaunting of the rules, Miss Carpenter," he said in a gruff tone, returning to character to wrap up the role-playing scene she'd surprised him with. "I certainly wouldn't want to be responsible for your grandmother not receiving proper medical care." Unable to resist one last touch, he trailed a finger along the skin just above the top of those black stockings. "May I inquire as to what type of operation she's having?"
"A boob job,"
Lily said as she stood and began gathering up her clothes that had gone flying before she'd landed on the desk.
"A new tenant moved into the apartment next to hers in the Cedar Lane Senior Residence Center, and she decided she needed to have her breasts fluffed up to have a better chance of nabbing him before the competition could."
"I thought you'd given up lying." Laughing, Burke drew her into his arms for a long, slow kiss. After they'd come up for air, her smiling green eyes gleamed like finely polished emeralds.
"I'm so sorry, Mr. Mannion,"
she said as she skimmed a pink fingernail down the front of his rumpled shirt.
"It was an impulse."
Instead of returning to the boat, Burke followed her back to her house, where Chance greeted him with his usual crazed dog welcome, while Zendaya pretended disdain, which he knew was a lie, because when he woke the next morning in Lily's bed, the cat was sleeping, sprawled across his legs.
"She usually does that to me,"
Lily said. She was lying beside him, her elbow on the mattress, her head braced on her hand as she looked down at him.
"Apparently I've been displaced, which just goes to prove your irresistible attraction."
Her smile was warm, and she looked more relaxed than usual, like he thought a woman who'd been loved well and often. The sheet had pulled around her waist, causing his brain to flash back to the memory of when he'd been awakened sometime before dawn. The entire scene flashed like a high-definition movie on a screen in his mind, as real as if it were happening now. At first, when he felt her fingers curve around his morning erection and began to stroke it, he thought he'd been dreaming, until her tongue swirled wetly around the tip. Fully awakened, he rolled them over so she was beneath him, her long, smooth legs wrapped around his hips. Covering her mouth with his, he kissed her slowly, deeply, slipping a bit inside her. He heard the catch of her breath. Then, when he paused, she arched, lifting herself, wanting more, which was when he pulled out, rubbing against her heat, teasing her sensitive flesh. His eyes were on hers, watching her rising pleasure, along with a raw, naked need and vulnerability she'd only ever revealed in bed. He went deeper, pulling slightly back again, then deeper still, pulling out, keeping his thrusts slow and purposeful. "Please, Burke," she gasped. "I want you. I need you." She was not alone. He was aching but determined to give them both what they wanted, needed. But not yet. When she pressed her hands on his ass to hurry things along, he took them in his, linking their fingers, lifting them over her head. In, out, each time pressing deeper, then pulling back while his mouth took hers, his tongue echoing the movement of his body. She was wet, hot, and his. He was thinking how she was the only woman who'd ever caused those caveman thoughts when his control finally broke. He released her hands to grasp her hips, lifted her up so he could plunge deeper the way she liked it. This sex was no longer slow, sleepy, early morning lovemaking. It was hard and fast until, with a ragged cry, she fell over the cliff, her orgasm pulsing around him as he followed. "At first I thought I was dreaming," he said, "because I'd been having a hot dream sex when you took me into your hands, literally." "Timing is everything," she said with a slow, satisfied smile. "I came back from the kitchen after getting a glass of water and saw you sprawled here in all your morning glory and couldn't resist." "It sure as hell beats waking up to my phone alarm." The one he'd always had set for the dark of night when she'd send him away. "True. We've never had morning sex before, which I know was entirely my fault, because except for that last day when we left the house together, heading in different directions, I always made you leave right afterwards. Thinking about it, I'm sure that made you feel as if I was only using you for sex." I knew from that first time that it was more than that, because I'd felt a connection I'd never experienced before with any other woman. What I couldn't understand at the time was why you had a problem with me staying over. "It really was my concern over being found out, but also I was afraid," she admitted. "Not of you, but of how you made me feel. It was so overwhelming." "We fit." He ran a slow hand down her back, loving the way she arched in response. Despite the time apart, their connection was stronger than ever. "Now that we've hopefully put the ghosts of your insanely abusive family behind us, feel free to use me whenever or wherever you want." "Be careful what you wish for," she warned. "As much as I'd be happy spending the rest of the day right here, I think I'll take a shower." "Would you like company?" Another thing they'd never done together. "It's important to save water these days. So by sharing, we'd be doing our part in saving our country's valuable resources." She gave him a quick kiss. "Let me just put Chance out and I'll join you." The shower sex did not disappoint. The foamy soap she smoothed all over his body smelled like a piña colada, which he knew if he got anywhere near his brothers, they'd give him a hard time about. It would be worth it to feel her wet, slick hands all over his body, then returning the favor. The room steamed up as they took their time, dispensing with any excuse of saving water. The past few days had felt as if they were making up for lost time, and when neither of them was able to hold out any longer, he spun her around so that her hands were pressed against the white tile wall as he took her from behind. Including the death sex, they'd set a new personal best for a number of times in 24 hours. As he indulged in tender afterplay, drying her with a fluffy white towel, he frowned as he took in her pink, beard-burned breasts and a bite mark starting to bruise on her shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, gently touching the mark with a fingertip. "I hurt you." "Don't apologize. I felt fabulously ravished, as if I was being taken by one of those marauding pirates that supposedly lived in that cove where you introduced me to boat sex. Besides, you should see her back." Since it was the weekend, she dressed in a denim miniskirt and a tartan boyfriend shirt over a white tee. She'd discovered upon moving here that a plaid flannel shirt was practically a Pacific Northwest uniform, having been worn by both old-time loggers and Seattle bands Nirvana and Pearl Jam. Lily figured there were very few people in this part of the country who didn't have at least one plaid shirt in their closet. Today's was red, black, and white, worn with simple, classic red keds. "I could make you eggs," she said, looking into a nearly empty refrigerator. "Or we could just go to Cops and Coffee. I've been craving one of their Boston cream donuts." "Sounds good to me," Burke said, "though I think I'll go with their apple bear claw." "Those are good too," she said, considering. "But mine is glazed with chocolate, and since we can walk there, I'll work off the calories." "That's the same reasoning you gave for showers saving water." She rewarded him with one of those dazzling smiles and a kiss. "Exactly." They spent Sunday afternoon at Mirror Lake, just outside of town where Gabe, Chelsea, and their daughters lived in a sprawling mansion Gabe had bought from a tech friend who'd initially had it built for weekends and vacations, belatedly realizing that peace and quiet got on his nerves. That night, they celebrated his parents' 37th anniversary at the home Burke had grown up in. Most years, the occasion grew to be a big, boisterous event, including their many friends, who'd bring side dishes while John would grill steaks with potatoes and a recreation of what their mother insisted was their father's seduction dinner. This year, not wanting Sarah to get too excited while her brain healed, they kept the party to just family, plus Lily, who that night had made the unstated but obvious change from friend to family. Especially to Sarah, with whom Lily had shared a moment alone with in the kitchen. "It's so wonderful that Burke's finally found his special someone," she said. "That it turned out to be you makes it even better. Have you made any plans?" "Not really," Lily said. "We're pretty much living in the moment." "That's a wonderful plan in itself. John and I never had what you could call an old-fashioned courtship. We were always having to steal whatever secret time we could. Then, when we both returned home, we just knew that it was time to begin the rest of our lives together." "I knew the moment we met," Lily admitted, "but life proved complicated." "It always is," Sarah said with a knowing nod. "But as long as you both remember that you love each other, things will work out." Lily might have put away her discomfort about her past, but she still wasn't totally at ease discussing her feelings. "I'm not sure we're at that point yet," she said. Sarah's eyes warmed. "Oh, darling, it was obvious the moment the two of you walked in the door. You both had that special golden glow around you." Lily thought that sounded a bit surprising from the usually no-nonsense woman. It would more likely come from Sage's New Age self-named Wiccan mother, Willow, who'd come to Honeymoon Harbor to celebrate Yule with her daughter last winter. Not quite knowing how to respond, Lily managed a faint smile. "It's like having another daughter," Sarah said happily. "And it was definitely worth having that accident to get you two back together." "It was fate. Although admittedly more dramatic than John and me finding ourselves at LAX coming back from different places in the world." Now if only Quinn would find his special someone, she said with a sigh. Then, saving Lily from having to come up with a response to that, Sarah carried a platter of roasted Parmesan asparagus out to the dining room, leaving Lily to carry in her contribution to the dinner. She'd gotten the recipe for cheesy corn with bacon from JoAnn, who'd been equally desperate for a side dish idea when she and her mother had been invited to the Manions for Thanksgiving. She'd gotten the recipe from her best friend, whose French chef husband had assured JoAnn that not only was it easy, it had always sold out when he'd offered it at the food truck he'd run to fund his now insanely popular LA restaurant. On Monday, Burke spent the day out on the lake on the boat, fishing with Quinn, trying to figure out how to make things work so he and Lily could be together. I know players who had long-distance relationships after they got traded, because their wives didn't want to make the kids move to another school. Or for those with short contracts, their wives would be tired of moving every few months. Sometimes she just liked the city they were in, better than the one he'd been traded to. They seemed to make it work, but there were times when there'd be some cheating going on, mostly by the guy because being away from home, he was less likely to get caught. But I've also seen marriages break up because of the wife. So Mom's right about you two being serious? I didn't realize you were talking marriage. I brought it up, casually suggesting we'd be more like Ram and Gramps than Mom and Dad. What did she say to that? Nothing, but she didn't say no, so I'm taking it as a yes. You could just ask her flat out. I told her I'd managed to work something out. Burke said, I'm saving the actual marriage proposal for when I can figure out what I'm going to be doing, where I'll be living. The one thing I know is that I don't want a long-distance relationship, which complicates things, given that she's been putting down what appear to be pretty deep roots. While it was a hell of a surprise, that's also obvious. For what it's worth, Quinn said as his line jerked, my money's on the two of you to work it out. As he watched his brother reel in a 2-foot rainbow trout, its gills glistening in the spring sunshine, Burke knew there had to be a way. He just needed to come up with one. Wanting to take advantage of whatever time they had together until Burke returned to training camp in New York, or whatever other city he might land in, Lily left work early Monday so they could take Chance to the recently established dog park. They stood side by side, watching him race around in circles on those short legs, attempting to herd all the other dogs, some nearly 3 times his size. Not willing to be separated, Zendaya had gone along with them, wearing her pink harness and leash. Keeping an eye on her bonded brother, she'd hiss and swipe at any curious dog who dared come near to investigate what a cat was doing at a dog park. That night, they went to a movie at the refurbished Harbor Drive-In Theater that had reopened for the vacation season the past weekend. It was a psychological thriller based on a popular novel. Parked in the back row, they kept losing the story thread because he was driving her to distraction with those wonderful, wicked hands. I never had a chance to make out in a car at a drive-in before this, she murmured. That's a teenage rite of passage. He nibbled on her neck. I don't have a Back to the Future time machine, but I'll do my best to compensate for your loss. You're doing very well so far, she assured him. This has me thinking about how my parents would ride the ferry just to be together secretly when they were in high school. Maybe we ought to try that next, he suggested. Since they were sneaking away to be alone, I suspect they stayed in the car, she said. Which is too bad, because the view from the deck is amazing. I'd need to wash out my brain with bleach if I allow myself to imagine my parents having sex. Which they certainly did, at least 5 times, she pointed out. True. Thinking about their situation, locking the X-rated stuff away in a closet in my brain, I have a very strong suspicion that Dad would have preferred the view in the car. He gave her a look that Lily had come to recognize well. He didn't need any words to tell her that he'd really like her to get naked, again. He leaned over and brushed his lips against that little spot right behind her ear, which, before meeting Burke, Lily had never realized was an erogenous zone. "How much do you care about hanging around for the ending?" he asked, causing that internal tuning fork to vibrate yet again. She turned her head to meet his lips. "We can always stream it at home later." "Good plan." Chapter 22. For the next week, despite so much happening with her festival preparations and his contract negotiations, Lily and Burke behaved like any other couple in love, not worrying what his former chemistry teacher might think. The day after their dinner at the lake, Burke moved his things from Quinn's boat to Lily's house. He'd hung his clothes up in the space she'd made for him in the closet and was putting his underwear away in a dresser drawer she'd empty for him when he spotted the snow globe on top of her dresser. Picking it up, he pushed the button on the bottom, causing the miniature couple to begin skating around the tiny ice rink to let it snow, while snow swirled around them. "You kept it," he said. "It was the most perfect night of my life for a very long time." Lily repeated what she'd told him at the lake. "In the beginning, I kept it away in a drawer because it made me sad, given how we'd ended. Or more accurately, how I'd messed things up. Later, I got it out again because it reminded me how, right when you don't expect it, life can gift you with a perfect moment." "Maybe we can repeat it this coming Christmas," he suggested. "That would be nice." Lily tried to sound positive, but knew he'd heard the hesitation in her response. Because as much as she wanted a long-term relationship, she still wasn't certain how they were going to work things out if they ended up living on opposite coasts. Even without money being a problem, neither one of them could afford the time all that back-and-forth traveling would entail. "Hey." He put a finger beneath her chin and lifted her gaze to his. "We're living in the moment, right?" Her eyes had moistened when her mind had veered onto that vexing side road. Trying to put the problem aside, she returned his patient, reassuring look with a watery smile. "Of course." Even if it was easier said than done, the adult in her knew that he was right. The 8-year-old girl, who occasionally whispered in her ear, was still waiting for her life to turn upside down. Again. Despite spring being the most unpredictable time of year, the skies were a bright blue dotted with fluffy white clouds without a hint of gray for the Heritage Day Festival. The opening parade went off without a hitch, and people who'd been lining both sides of the street streamed into the park, where local crafters had set up booths and were selling a variety of items, including ceramics, knitwear, sea glass jewelry, fused glass coasters, and sun catchers. Mike Mannion had set up a gallery of his students' art, and both Sarah's and Jolene's mother's paintings had sold out within the first hour. The pop-up food court, featuring local restaurants, was doing a brisk business. Diego Chavez had brought his Talk of the Town food truck to the park. Members of Paul's Skalam tribe were grilling oysters and preparing freshly caught spring salmon, the way they'd been doing for over 15,000 years. The only difference was that instead of building the fire on the ground, as many still did at home, they were using a portable fire pit they'd brought to the park. Skewered onto long sticks, the fillets were held in place by small horizontal sticks. Then the salmon was cooked upright until the skin was crisp. Quinn's Pub was serving wings with 5 sauces, and Jarl drew a crowd, mostly women, as he flipped burgers on the large grill, while next to him, Luca was cooking pizzas on that same grill. Bastian, from Sensation Cajun, served up plates of jambalaya and bowls of banana bread pudding with praline sauce, while Leaf offered a choice of grilled veggie and avocado wraps and vegetarian sushi rolls. An always popular annual event was a tug-of-war between the town's fire and police departments, held over a long 3-foot-deep blow-up pool of water into which the contestants were often pulled. Although she loved being with Burke, Lily had to agree with all the cheering women that there was definitely something to be said for hot, wet guys dressed in bike shorts and running shoes. She'd assigned 4 students, 2 working the morning hours, 2 the afternoon, to man the college booth, handing out brochures and answering questions as part of a real-world marketing class assignment. She'd selected them from a pool of student volunteers who led prospective students and their families on tours of the school. She knew they'd handle the assignment well. As she and Burke made their way through the crowd, he was unexpectedly asked to pose for selfies and sign autographs. When a trio of teenage girls wanted him to sign his name on the fronts of their Honeymoon Harbor High cheer team shirts, while they were wearing them, he declined with his 100-watt smile and suggested selfies instead. "I'm sorry." He laced his fingers with Lily's as the giggling girls ran across the park to show off their photos to another group of teens who'd been watching. "This is exactly what you didn't want." "You're a local hero," she said, her tone matter-of-fact. "I've moved on from worrying what people might think about us being together, and if I hadn't been prepared for all the attention, I wouldn't have come with you. Though I am wondering if you're planning to spend some of those millions the Knights paid you to buy your own island so we can sometimes have privacy." "Like you said, it's a local crowd. No one bothered us at the Lake Inn." "True. This feels nice," she said. "Being like this together. It makes me regret costing us all that time in New York." He stopped and turned toward her, taking hold of both her hands. "No regrets," he reminded her. "That's one of the things we're leaving behind on that old bumpy road." Loving this moment, loving this man, Lily went up on her toes and brushed a kiss against his lips. "No regrets," she agreed. "Is that Jim Olsen?" Burke asked, looking over her shoulder when the two-brief kiss ended. Lily turned and saw Sage and Jim standing side by side, selling herbs and flowers at a booth that had been painted with bright blossoms. From the way she was waving her hands around, Sage was doing most of the talking, but they watched her occasionally turn to Jim, as if asking a question for him to answer. "Wow," Lily said. "That can't be easy for him." "He's not usually very animated unless he's talking about plants." "Which is what he enjoys most," she said as they strolled toward the booth. "Sage is on one of the planning committees. I suspect she arranged to have their booth at the far end of the park, so he wouldn't be in the crazy, noisy middle of things." "Makes sense," he agreed. "It was also a great idea to put the farm booth next to Amanda's." Amanda Barrow, owner of Wheel and Barrow, was a landscape architect Brianna had used for Heron's Landing, and Lily had hired to create her garden front yard. Lily had heard stories of a peninsula-wide search, which included Aiden's police department, state troopers, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, and National Park Rangers, for Amanda's abusive husband, who'd stolen sensitive government secrets from the National Reconnaissance Office where he'd worked. They'd divorced, with Amanda staying in Honeymoon Harbor, her former husband imprisoned in a federal correctional institution in Colorado. Brianna told her that it had initially been hard on Amanda, who'd moved to town with him from California. He'd kept her from making friends, but the community had rallied behind her. While working with her on the yard, if Lily hadn't known the story, she never would have guessed what her talented landscaper had endured and survived. "Hi," Lily said as she and Burke reached their booths. "How's business?" "Hello, Lily," Jim said. "Hello, Burke. It was very busy for a while, but it slowed down a few minutes ago." "I suspect that's because the tug-of-war is so popular," Amanda suggested. "I suspect you're right," Lily said. She turned to Sage. "That was clever, putting these two booths together." "It's because we both sell plants," Jim volunteered. Sage explained that it's called Hotelling's model of spatial competition, which is clustering, where competitors move near the center of their potential customer population to attract the greatest number of customers. It's like gas stations and fast food businesses locating close to one another. When all the businesses have moved to the optimal location, it results in Nash equilibrium. "It's nice to know that someone listens to my lectures," Lily said to Sage. "I believe in learning from the best," Sage said,
It's always good to follow those who've been there before you.
I've always believed the same thing, Burke said, thinking how his dad had worked out a way to be with the woman he'd loved.
It helps that we have room back here to spread our plants out, Amanda said. While some of our stock is the same, most of it isn't, and what I don't have, Jim might.
And what I don't have, Amanda probably does, Jim said.
Win-win, Sage, Amanda, and Jim said together.
After buying a few small pots of herbs from Jim and 3 daylilies from Amanda, who promised to have them delivered to the house on Monday, Lily and Burke stopped by the Talk of the Town truck and bought tacos, chips, and guacamole to take up to Mirror Lake for a picnic before she had to head back to work the next day. At least with the festival behind her, all she had to do was get through commencement, and her work would slow down for the summer. As the sun brightened the impossibly blue water, a soft breeze whispering through the trees and birdsong filling the air, Lily realized she was putting off some hard decisions. But just then, in that very special moment, seated on a quilt, sharing tacos with the man she loved, she was living her best life. Burke lay awake much of the night, listening to Lily's soft breathing. While he still had over a month before July 21st, while sitting out at the lake, sharing a perfect moment with the woman he loved, he'd decided that they'd already put their future on hold for too long. It was time to make a decision. After kissing Lily goodbye and sending her off to her office, he made 2 calls, one to Gabe, the other to Quinn. "What's up?"
Gabe asked 10 minutes later as they sat at a table in the empty pub.
"If you're asking me to be your best man, I'm sure Quinn will be happy being an usher." "Works for me, but I'd rather walk the bride down the aisle," Quinn said, "seeing that she doesn't seem to have a dad in the picture, and I wouldn't have to worry about losing the ring."
"Her father died," Burke said.
"That's too bad," Quinn said.
"Yeah, I guess. She was young, and apparently he wasn't in the picture much to begin with." He shrugged.
"But that's not what this is about. Well, not yet, anyway. I can't propose to her until I can create a future that'll work for both of us. But I'll need your help."
He laid out his plan.
"I didn't see that coming," Gabe said, just as he had when he'd found out that Burke was taking Lily Carpenter on that triple date at Luca's kitchen. "Then you're blind," Quinn countered. "Though it's not playing out the way I figured it would, it's still a good plan, so long as you're sure." "I've never been more certain of anything in my life," Burke said. "Well, except loving Lily."
"I think I'm missing some backstory," Gabe said.
"You've only known her a couple of weeks. Are you sure this is what you want to do?"
"Like I said, yeah, I'm sure. And you're missing a few chapters." He laid out only as much as he'd told Quinn about their meeting, the secret 3-month affair, then her breaking up with him by text.
"But we've put all that behind us," he said. "Now I just want to move on." "She'll still have to go along with this," Quinn pointed out. "She will," he hoped. "So are you guys in or are you out?"
Gabe and Quinn exchanged a look.
"Are you as offended as I am that the kid here even had to ask us that?" Gabe asked. "Probably more," Quinn said. "Given that as the eldest, I'm supposed to be the one handing out advice. It's part of the Big Brother code, the same as teaching you about sex."
"Which, while I appreciated it, I already knew all about," Gabe said.
"Reading penthouse forum letters about well-endowed 15-year-old pool boys giving libidinous, lonely housewives the best ride of their lives, outwardly prim secretaries boinking the boss on the desk at lunchtime, or the mailman with women along his route who'd lick his stamps, did not give you anywhere near a realistic view of sex," Quinn said. "Teaching us how to unhook a bra with one hand was helpful," Burke said, trying to keep a straight face after Quinn's reference to desk sex. He also didn't share that he'd used that bra technique with Lily at the drive-in. Gabe's smile was slow and reminiscent. "Okay," he said. "I'll give him that." "Getting back to the subject at hand," Burke said. "We're all on the same page?" "We've got this," they both assured him. I really appreciate your offer, he said to Gabe, whom he'd talked to last night. Although he already had an idea of what he was going to do, it turned out that his brother, who apparently knew everyone in the 1% group of New Yorkers, had connections that could prove invaluable. It was a long shot, but long shots were his specialty. Just keep your phone free, he said to Quinn. And when I call, stick to the script. Don't ad-lib whatever they might say. You know, Quinn said, as much as I'm in, you're starting to piss me off. You seem to have forgotten two important things, Gabe told Burke. You're talking to the human sphinx, and only an idiot would dare piss off our deceptively mellow big brother. Sorry. Burke swiped a hand through his hair. I just need this to go off as planned. Don't worry, Quinn said, reverting back to his even-tempered self. We've got your back, Gabe told him as they each layered a hand in unity. With that assurance, Burke headed to the college. Chapter 23. Lily was seated behind her desk when Burke walked in. She was wearing a cream silk blouse beneath a tidy beige suit that concealed the sexy woman beneath. Call him perverse, but he couldn't see her in business wear without the gruff boss, sexy secretary fantasy flashing through his mind. Hi. She stood up and came around the desk. This is a nice surprise. Are you taking me to lunch? Because it's still a little early. I'm afraid not. The jacket nipped in at a waist he wanted to put his hands on. I just dropped by to tell you that I'm leaving town for a couple days. Oh? She paled for a split second, but then managing to find the last vestige of wall he hadn't yet torn down, quickly recovered. To New York? Yeah, and like I promised, I'm not going to do anything without us talking it over first. But I figured there was no point in discussing details until I find out if what I have in mind works. Which it should, as long as Gabe and Quinn do their parts. She folded her arms, pretending calm. But he saw the hurt in her eyes. You've discussed this with your brothers? Before me? Only because I needed their help. I see. No, you don't. He breached that remaining bit of wall that had turned to ice to wrap his arms around her waist. You can't see, because I haven't told you yet. But if Plan A doesn't work, I promise I'll come up with a Plan B. I'd prefer hearing Plan A first, unless you want me to track down your brothers. Quinn would never talk, but Chelsea could probably get Gabe to tell me what you're up to. Damn. He bent and leaned his forehead against hers. Anyone ever tell you that you can be more than a little stubborn? I prefer to think of it as tenacity. She slipped out of his arms, perched on the edge of her polished desk, and crossed her legs. So, tell me. Okay. He'd promised her that this relationship deal was up to her. She was right. Except, first, do you think, just maybe, that you could sit somewhere, anywhere else? Because I'm having trouble keeping my thoughts straight. Good. She switched legs, crossing them again. I'm enjoying seeing you be the one distracted for a change. When she began to dangle a bark brown, red-soled high heel from her toe, jiggling her leg up and down just enough to showcase it, he shook his head. She might as well have a flashing red "Play this right, Mr. Hotshot football player, and you could get lucky" sign over her head. God, he loved Lily Carpenter. You are such a tease, he said, and it was working. Oh, I haven't even gotten started yet. With her eyes on his, she unfastened her top button, then skimmed a finger slowly, provocatively, down the front of the silk blouse, reminding him of how he'd undressed her in this very office, and of what they'd done after. I don't suppose we could just lock the door. No. Talk. Her shoe was back on, her legs still. Surrendering, he jammed his hands in the back pockets of his jeans to keep him out of trouble, and talked. And when he was done, he could see her quick and clever mind running through his proposed scenario. That could actually work, she said finally. I'm going to do my best to make sure it does.
Let me give you a bit more incentive.
She slipped off the desk, glided toward him like a Victoria's Secret model on the runway, twined her arms around his neck and purred.
Win this game for us, QB.
Having flown against time zones, it was late when Burke arrived in New York, so he spent the night at his apartment. The next morning, as he walked through the door of 30 Rock, Burke was no longer that 21-year-old wet behind the ears, first-round rookie draft pick. At that time, his life had changed. Now he'd changed. Having achieved a dream that he'd been working at for as long as he could remember, his life was no longer all about him. His wins, his stats, his highlight reels. That was, as he'd continually reminded himself, the way you reached the elite level of any sport. Although they'd probably never admit it, most top-achieving athletes were self-absorbed, which was probably unavoidable when the majority of their lives revolved around the sport and both physical and mental training in order to perform game after game. Looking back on it, the changes hadn't happened overnight. Except for that high school winning celebration when Quinn had caught him sneaking into the house, reeking of pot. He hadn't played around in high school or college. There were too many guys out there, all over the country, with the same dreams as his. Guys who might have equal or even more talent. But talent alone didn't get you to the top. He'd always believed that sacrifice was necessary in order to stay laser-focused. But having had time to think about it, even what he'd viewed as sacrifice wasn't really that at all. No one was forcing him to skip a party on a Saturday night in order to watch old game videos, observing what to do or not do out on the field, or spend a beautiful Pacific Northwest afternoon memorizing plays instead of going out to the lake with friends. Those weren't sacrifices. They were choices. Choices he'd made every day over many years. He hadn't done all the weight training, wind sprints, and running up and down the stadium bleachers because he'd enjoyed it. He'd forced himself to get up at dawn to run in rain, snow, sleet, and New York hellish summer humidity because somewhere out there was some other quarterback with dreams just as big as his own who might be getting ahead of him. His mother's accident had given him a harsh wake-up call to the importance of the family he'd been neglecting while living his totally football-centered life. As Lily had pointed out, he hadn't been home for Thanksgiving or Christmas in years. And yeah, he could use the season schedule as an excuse. There were admittedly other days in the off-season when he could have returned. Hell, even when Gabe had lived in this very city, they'd been lucky if they'd gotten together once a month. And if he had to be brutally honest with himself, he'd admit that if he'd made Lily a priority back then, if he'd only fought for a real relationship the same way he'd fought to win all those games he'd left her for, they could have saved all that lost time. Even as self-absorbed as he'd been, he'd realized winning took teamwork, something he'd excelled at when it came to football. Unfortunately, it turned out he'd sucked at it in every other aspect of his life. The trip home had reminded him that he and his family were a team, that he and his brothers were a team. Even all the people in town who jumped in to help his mother were part of that team. And most importantly, the thing he had to fix was that he and Lily Carpenter would be a team. Anything he had to do to ensure that they could someday be celebrating their 37th anniversary would be no sacrifice. So entering through those doors created the same energy it always had. But today, it was crackling with determination. As always, when he entered the suite of offices on the 56th floor, the receptionist greeted him with a chirpy good morning. But apparently the office gossip machine had been working overtime because nerves were showing behind that smile. Nerves that were echoed in today's minion's anxious eyes as he offered Burke his usual choice of beverages. "How's your mom?" Sam Otterbane asked when Burke walked into his office, which was not the opening line he'd been expecting from the night's general manager. "Like I told you when you called, she fractured several ribs and had a concussion, but she's recovering well. Thanks for the flowers. She wrote you a note you should be getting any day."
His dad had finally caved, and while holding the line against her working, had allowed her to write some thank you notes. I appreciate you asking.
We care. All of us.
I've always known that, Burke said, which is why I wanted to come here and talk to you myself. The older man leaned back in his tall leather chair.
You're not signing a new contract, are you?
No, I'm not.
I knew it,
Sam said with a resignation that came from spending his entire career in the sport. He'd worked his way up the team ladder, starting as an overworked, underpaid scout who'd spent 7 long years sitting in college players' living rooms with their parents, trying to convince them they belonged with a team that hadn't had a great winning percentage before head coach Vince Jones and QB Burke Mannion had arrived.
So, what team were you going to? None.
Burke saw the surprise, then disbelief move across Sam's face.
You've got to be kidding. You're still in negotiations, aren't you? He asked, and you can't tell me.
I'm not. Burke held up a finger.
Just a minute, I need to make a call.
When Quinn picked up on the first ring, he said,
It's go time.
Then he turned off his phone because he knew as soon as the news got out, calls, along with Twitter and Google alerts, would start flooding in like a tsunami.
That was my brother Quinn.
The pub guy, Sam said. And former legal eagle, also my agent for the day. A gray brow, as furry as a caterpillar, climbed the furrowed forehead.
What happened to Phil?
I left his agency first thing this morning, before I came over here. It wasn't like he was going to have another team contract to negotiate. Besides, we were never that good of a fit. The main reason I signed with him right before the draft was that he was all about the money. Although his longtime agent had never admitted it, Burke had always suspected Phil Harris would rather go back to the days before concussion protocol, when a player could, and often would, lie about having gotten his bell rung on a tackle, just to get back on the field. Make more scores, win more games, earn more money. It wasn't like the guy was going to starve. According to Sporting News, he'd earned $46 million last year from commissions on $1.5 billion in negotiated deals.
From what I heard through the grapevine, Denver and Miami offered more,
Sam said.
True, but they didn't have you.
Burke blew out a breath. I was more negative than I needed to be the last time I came in here, frustrated at how the season had turned out. I knew you were trying, and I knew that in the end, you weren't the one making the final call. We did some good things together, you, Vince, and I. Even if, in a perfect life, I'd had a coach who wasn't so wedded to the running game, we've got a lot to be proud of, and I'm not regretting my decision to walk away. But I knew Phil would still try calling around to get an offer I couldn't refuse just to keep me in the game, not even understanding that for me, it's no longer about the money. I had a talk with my brother Gabe when I was back home. He's the gazillionaire who occasionally showed up in the box for games. That's him. He used to be a hotshot trader venture capitalist. When I asked him why he'd quit Wall Street, he told me that money had only become a way of keeping score of who was on top. That's how I'd begun to feel. As we speak, Quinn is placing calls to teams that made offers, telling them that I'm off the market.
So, what are you going to do? I sure as hell can't see you playing golf every day.
You may remember me signing with CBS early in my career, Burke said. It was open-ended, with the agreement that when I retired, they'd have a spot for me. Although they got first offer, I wasn't required to take it. They've kept in touch over the years to remind me that they're still interested. As it happens, Gabe invested in a sports management company that he advised to go public with an IPO 3 times what they'd been thinking they'd get. It's since grown exponentially, not just negotiating contracts, but it's opened up a side branch that's buying all sorts of online sports platforms, because a lot of people see that as where sports will be moving in the future. Don't ask me to explain, because my eyes blurred over about 10 minutes into the conversation. But as it turns out, the president of the sports management place knows the president at CBS Sports. Gabe called him and told him that I might be on the market.
The sports management guy, the CBS guy, and Gabe all ran some numbers yesterday and came up with an attractive offer. The details are fluid, but I had breakfast with the CBS president this morning, and he showed serious interest in my Master's of Science in Sports Management from Columbia. He knew of the program, having spoken there himself from time to time, so we had a personal connection. Even more so when I told him that one of the mentors in the program, a former CBS broadcaster, had stressed that not only was it important to make the story the center of any broadcast, it was equally important to know what was and wasn't a story. I know a lot of sports reporters who could learn that lesson, Sam muttered. As he was general manager, the negative press usually ended up on his desk. We'd started out with the idea of me rotating with a partner to be chosen later as a game analyst, but by the time he was picking up the check, I had my own weekly show, with an agreement to do sports documentaries, which are really hot right now, especially since the Michael Jordan one. Sounds like you landed in high cotton, said Sam, who'd played college ball for Auburn and had kept many of his Southernisms. It gets better. I don't have to keep flying back here. Since I'm not going to be working with a partner except for guests I have on, I can broadcast from home. Like one of those Zoom things? Don't forget I visited that bumfuck nowhere town before the draft. It had 2 stoplights and no TV station. Because I like you, I'm not going to take offense at that description, Burke said easily. And we're getting a 3rd stoplight. My dad's mayor, and he's using his pull with the town council to have one installed at the crossroads where my mom had her accident. As for the studio, my brother-in-law knows of a standalone law office building I can buy, and he can remodel it into a professional studio. Sam scratched his head. As much as I was hoping you'd stay, I have to admit that this sounds like a good deal for you. Are you sure you're not going to miss city life? Nope. I am keeping my apartment here, at least for a time. My parents haven't had a real vacation in I don't know how long. I'd like them to be able to use it. And I figure I'll be coming back on a regular basis to talk with the CBS folk. Why don't you just stay here in the city? Because I'm getting married to a woman who's lived here twice and didn't feel as comfortable as she does in Honeymoon Harbor. Also, I want more time with my family, so doing it this way will work out. Lily, that's my fiance's name, does enjoy the city, in small doses. Congratulations on the job front and getting married. I'm married above myself, and I definitely recommend having someone you know will always be in your corner, come hell or high water. Burke knew Sam had experienced his shares of highs and lows and felt bad about throwing another problem on his plate, but he didn't have a single doubt that he was doing the right thing. Well, I'd say this calls for a drink, Sam said, knowing when it was the end of the 4th quarter and he'd lost the game. He reached into the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out his bottle of bourbon. Although Burke was more a beer drinker, he understood that after so many years together, the end deserved to be observed. Henry McKenna came from Ireland, settled in Kentucky, and started making bourbon in 1837, Sam said. And for my money, it's still the best bourbon made. Am I getting an invitation to the studio's grand opening? He asked as he poured the bourbon into 2 glasses and handed one to Burke. If you want, you can be my first interview, if you're sure you want to come all the way out to bumfuck nowhere. Might as well, Sam drawled. I wouldn't mind seeing a moose. We don't have moose, but we have elk and whales. I had an elk steak once, in Jackson Hole, before it became a billionaire wilderness. I was recruiting a kid from University of Wyoming who ended up going to Green Bay, but the trip wasn't a total loss, partly because of that steak. There was this pretty young waitress. His voice trailed off, but his eyes turned reminiscent. That was before I got married. I wouldn't mind seeing a whale. Marge has always wanted to see the West Coast. She doesn't understand that after all my years on the road, I'd just as soon stay home. I'm sure not one to give any marriage advice, but after seeing how close my dad came to losing my mom, I think maybe you ought to consider taking her on a long vacation. Regrets are probably the hardest thing to live with. Sam took a sip. That's something to consider. When did you say you were getting married? I haven't officially asked her yet, but I'd be up for as soon as possible. That might be a problem, given that brides do like to put on a show. We'll send you an invitation, Burke said. And first-class wagon train tickets. Anyone ever tell you that you can be a little cocky? Burke laughed. That's what my gramps said about my dad. Seems the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Sam polished off the bourbon. I guess I'd better go break the news to Mel. He's not going to be happy. Kurt will be ready. Kurt Long, the Knights' backup quarterback, had spent most of the past 3 seasons warming the bench. The kid lost that championship game. Because he wasn't confident enough. Coming off the bench after playing backup all season is a lot harder than starting. Having begun his NFL career as a starter his rookie year, Burke had never personally been put in that position. But he knew it couldn't have been easy for a guy who'd won the Big Ten Conference MVP award his senior year, been a Heisman Trophy finalist, and gotten drafted by the Knights in the first round. Especially when it's a championship game. Show you have faith in him, have the QB coach put him out there to lead, and he'll surprise you. You want to tell Mel that? Never mind. Sam waved him off. Have a good flight back to Bumfuck. And don't forget that invitation. Lily was seated at her desk, checking her phone for the umpteenth time, as if she could force it to ring by the sheer power of her will, when there was a knock on her office door. Come in. Her heart skipped a beat, hoping Burke had returned, then settled back down when Sage entered. Oh, hi. I can come back later if this is a bad time, Sage said, her hesitant tone revealing that she'd heard the disappointment in Lily's voice. No, it's not a bad time at all. I'm just waiting for a call. And going quietly insane. I just wanted to thank you for suggesting I work with Jim on my project. I read it last night. It's wonderful. Definitely an A+. And you both seem to be having a great time working together when Burke and I saw you at the festival. We always have a wonderful time together, Sage said. We went out to dinner afterwards at Don Diego's. That sounds like fun. And definitely yet more proof that the extroverted Sage was bringing Jim out of his shell. It was. Afterwards, we walked out onto the pier. She took a deep breath. He asked me to be his girlfriend. Oh. Lily put down the pen she'd begun to fiddle with. What did you say to that? That if he hadn't hurried up and asked me, I was going to have to ask him? Despite her nerves, Lily smiled. I'm so happy for both of you. They seemed like a good couple, and definitely a case of opposites attracting, with Jim's yin to Sage's yang. Thanks. I'm moving into the farmhouse this coming weekend. Maybe it's soon, but sometimes you just know. And Jim's nothing like my cheating rat of fiancé. He's not only good to me, he's good for me. There's not an insincere bone in his body. That's true. They'd obviously have a period of adjustment, but wasn't that true in all relationships? If you're moving in together, does that mean... Never mind. Lily waved off the inappropriate question that had sprung into her mind. Your relationship's none of my business. Soft color rose in Sage's face and her eyes warmed. Let's just say that Jim Olsen's attention to detail doesn't solely apply to botany. As they shared a laugh, for that moment, Lily felt her jangling nerves ease. They kicked in again after Sage left the office to dash off to work in the greenhouse with her new boyfriend at Blue House Farm. Chapter 24. Feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted off his chest, Bert called Lily on the way to the airport. It's about time, she said. Not only did I not get any sleep, I've probably put 10 miles on my Fitbit pacing. I'm sorry. The situation kept shifting. What happened to Plan A? That's not happening. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Does that mean you're going to take one of the other offers? Her concern didn't seem to be about him going back to New York or some other city, although he knew she would have been disappointed if he was. But he could tell that right now she was only thinking of him. They were a team, just like his parents and grandparents, Aiden and Jolene, Gabe and Chelsea, Brianna and Seth. No, damn. He dragged his hand through his hair. That came out all wrong. I didn't go with Plan A because a new Plan C came out of nowhere over breakfast this morning. What happened to Plan B? This is better. Burke wasn't certain how he'd like broadcasting, but if he didn't, he could do something else, like signing up for flying lessons and taking people on outdoor adventures around the state. Or talk Quinn's recipe for wings out of him and open up a restaurant. Maybe even franchise it, like people did on Shark Tank. Or there was this writer for Sports Illustrated who'd been wanting to write a book about him. A small-town boy makes good type of story. Burke was savvy enough to know that walking away at the top of his game would make a good epilogue. The thing was, it didn't really matter what he did with the hopefully 40 to 60 years he'd have after his retirement from the pros. How he'd catch up with those former classmates who, while he'd been spending years out on the gridiron, had been out climbing the corporate ladder, making contracts, building careers. Although he wouldn't be able to tap into his pension until he was 45, or his 401k plans until he was 59 and a half, Gabe had taken a percentage of his salary and bonuses for the past 10 years and invested the money well. Burke had seen too many players have their careers end in their early 30s and even 20s due to injuries, who ended up bankrupt because they didn't have a backup plan. However this retirement gig played out, it'd be perfect as long as he could spend those years with Lily. Burke? I'm sorry. I was just thinking about stuff. Good stuff, he assured her. But I want to tell you in person, not here in a cab while you're all the way across the country. I'm going crazy with curiosity, but okay, she said, surprising him with her easy acquiescence. We'll do it your way. There's something else I'd like you to do, he said. What's that? Pack some clothes and let Gabe drive you out to the family's coast house. I know you said that you've overcome your press phobia, but things could get a little crazy over the next few days. She paused less than a minute to think it through. I could do that. My workload's lessened now that Heritage Day is over, and although Paul can't help with commencement because he's graduating himself, I have another assistant who works on the Scholarship Foundation. She was doing my job along with her own until I showed up and got hired. I know she'll be willing to fill in for me for a few days, especially since she reads a lot of romances, and we're definitely getting our requisite happy ever after ending. One question. Are you going to follow Mannion family tradition and cook me a seduction dinner while we're at the coast house? Absolutely. As they spoke, Gabe was out doing the shopping, and unlike their Uncle Mike had done all those years ago for his dad, he was going to pick up some asparagus. Burke might not be an Iron Chef, but he could manage a surf and turf with a farmer's market steak and fresh Dungeness crab from Kira's Fish House. But maybe you could give some thought to switching the order and having the dinner after the seduction? I have another suggestion, she said, her voice turning all throaty in a way that he knew would still turn him on when he was one of those old guys they'd bring onto the field for the Super Bowl coin toss. The ones where people in the stands and at home watching TV would turn to each other and say, "Wow, I didn't know the guy was still alive." Anything. Burke felt like Jimmy Stewart, promising to lasso the moon for Donna Reed in that sappy Christmas movie his mom had always insisted they watch every year. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do for Lily Carpenter. What would you say to the seduction first, then dinner, then some more seduction for dessert? I'd say that you're a beautiful, brilliant woman, and you've definitely got yourself a deal. The sun was beginning to set over the water as Burke crossed the bridge over the creek. The house that had been in his family for generations was 2 stories, the cedar siding a silvery blue, the hue of the ocean at twilight. Because the house had originally been built for a whaling captain, there was a widow's walk around the top. When they were kids, Brianna used to make up romantic stories about the captain's wife standing up there all alone, pacing and watching for her husband to return from sea safely. In her tales, he always did. Bad boy Aiden, unsurprisingly, would inject a darker ending to Bree's happy reunion stories by having a violent Pacific storm blow in and capsize the whaling boat in the turbulent waves, causing the ship, captain, and crew to all end up in Davy Jones's locker, consigned forever to the depths of the ocean. The house was set back from the cliff far enough that the erosion caused by wind and water wouldn't send it sliding off the edge, something that tended to happen occasionally on this coast, where the waters of the mighty Pacific, ill-named because there was nothing peaceful about it, warred with the land. He'd kept Lily updated on his progress westward, the plane he'd chartered, chasing the sun, and as he pulled up in front of the house, she opened the door and went racing out to throw her arms around him. "I've so missed you." "It's only been 2 days." "Which included a night I was forced to sleep alone just when I'd gotten used to having you in my bed," she complained. "Zendaya wasn't all that happy either. She's been very vocal about her displeasure, and poor Chance keeps looking around the house for you." "I missed you too." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. She kissed him back, a hot tangling of tongues that had her moaning, or maybe it was him. He couldn't tell because he was rapidly going brain dead from all the blood rushing out of his head to below his belt. Lily shifted her legs apart, making room for him as she plastered herself against him. The kiss was long, deep, and so hot he was surprised there wasn't smoke swirling around them. In another minute, they'd be tearing off clothes, and fortunately, he still had enough brain cells to know that sex on all those fir needles, rocks, and fir cones dropped by careless squirrels wouldn't be a smart thing to do. Not when he knew there were plenty of beds inside the house. Taking hold of her shoulders, he gently put some space between them. "That was quite a welcome. In fact, it was the best thing that's happened to me today." "How about I open the bottle of champagne Gabe bought and let you tell me all about Plan C?" "I intend to do exactly that," he said. He was actually panting and couldn't remember ever being this hard. "But first, I really want to go inside and take your clothes off." "Another thing you can put on your compatibility test." She kissed him again with so much heat they were risking an appearance on the national news for being that couple who started Washington State's largest forest fire. And wouldn't that break the internet? Deciding that he could get his bag out of the car later, Burke scooped her up into his arms. He carried her into the house and up the stairs, shutting both animals out of the first bedroom he came to, where he and Lily proceeded to take each other's clothes off. When they came back to Earth, the sun had set, and the dusk outside was deepening to lavender blue as stars began to show themselves. They were lying together, arms and legs entangled, Lily's head on his chest, his hands playing in her hair, which was splayed over him. He was thinking that he'd never felt so relaxed, so mellow in his life, and could easily stay just like that when she jumped up. "The champagne!" She went running out of the room, giving him a very nice view of her heart-shaped ass. She returned carrying a green bottle and 2 flutes. "Tell me about Plan C," she said as she opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses before climbing back into bed. So he told her. After she'd professed to love it, he then shared Plan D, which he'd seriously considered during the flight while drinking a very nice glass of wine from passing time. A winery owned in part by former QBs Damon Heward and Dan Marino. Since Marino had been one of the players Burke had called for advice when he'd first started considering retirement, he'd been intrigued by how the 2 former players had marched down the football field into the Washington vineyards, as had former Patriots quarterback Drew Bledsoe, who owned Doubleback,
another winery in the state. "What would you think of owning a vineyard?" he asked her. "Growing grapes to make our own wine. Both Dan and Drew told me it's a great retirement gig, as long as we hire people who know the business to run it. Maybe we could do that along with Plan C."
"Oh, I love that idea," she said, leaning over to give him a quick, happy kiss. And as they lifted their glasses, toasting their future, Burke remembered what she'd professed to be the most romantic line from Casablanca.
"Here's looking at you, kid."
Just one look. Chapter 1. Honeymoon Harbor Herald. Seen Around Town by Mildred Mayhew. My goodness, we've certainly had a busy summer here in Honeymoon Harbor. 2 weddings, a glorious double ceremony between Brianna Mannion and Seth Harper, and Aidan Mannion and Jolene Wells, which took place at the Mannion family Christmas tree farm. The brides were both beautiful, the grooms handsome, and as a special touch that caused more than a few damp eyes, Jolene wore the sea glass heart necklace Aidan had given her back in high school. Proving that fate can, indeed, take us on unexpected journeys. Aidan Mannion is Honeymoon Harbor's new police chief. Who would ever have seen that coming? And not only was Jolene nominated for an Emmy for makeup on a Hollywood miniseries, she continues to work on the occasional film while building her organic skincare line. It's available locally at Gloria Wells's Therapy Salon and Day Spa, and if you haven't tried it, you must. And while you're there, be sure to get a facial and a stone massage that will melt all your cares away and leave you feeling like a new person. Seth and Brianna Harper have opened Heron's Landing, a delightful bed and breakfast in the Victorian mansion Seth restored to its original glory. And didn't we all sigh with pure happiness and reach for the tissues once again while watching those 2 receive their well-deserved happily ever after? If all that weren't romantic enough, former Wall Street trader Gabriel Mannion, another of John and Sarah Mannion's sons and one of the most successful people to ever come out of Honeymoon Harbor, returned home from New York City this summer and got himself engaged to town librarian Chelsea Prescott. Even more wonderful, they're adopting 2 darling orphaned sisters Chelsea has been fostering. The sight of the new family out on the water the other day, taking a smaller version of a Viking boat Gabriel built for its maiden sail before auctioning it off for charity at the festival, was guaranteed to warm your heart. I'll confess to tearing up again, and believe me, I was not alone. For visitors new to the town, I invite you to drop in to our Welcome Center for a Honeymoon Harbor brochure, which, along with all the local news and a list of shops, restaurants, and places to stay, tells the story of how our little Pacific Northwest hamlet changed its name in celebration of a honeymoon visit by European royalty. The name change caused a feud between the Mannion and Harper families for a time. However, that kerfuffle has been left in the past and is a story for another day. Summer officially comes to an end with the boat festival, which brings in wooden boat enthusiasts from all around the globe. Other visitors come for the art and wine walk, featuring artists from all around our stunningly beautiful Olympic Peninsula. World-renowned artist Michael Mannion has returned home and is keeping company with Gloria Wells, Jolene's mother, which has us all wondering if there'll be yet another wedding in the near future. The taste of Honeymoon Harbor, always a popular part of the festival, has gained several new restaurant booths for you to enjoy since last year. And of course, the fireworks lighting up the sky over the water are always a glorious sight. This year, we're thrilled that the Lady Abigail, a stunning full-size replica of a U.S. naval warship that fought in the Barbary Wars, has honored us with a visit. And finally, if all that isn't enough, the festival committee has announced the first annual bachelor auction to raise funds for the food pantry and Honeymoon Harbor's animal shelter, started by veterinarian Cameron Montgomery. I've heard through the grapevine that our very own Dr. McDreamy is planning a secret romantic surprise for some lucky Honeymoon Harbor bachelorette. And although Cameron's not talking, your intrepid Honeymoon Harbor Herald social reporter will be on the scene and will share all the juicy details in next week's edition of Seen Around Town. Meanwhile, I'll see all of you at the festival, and don't forget to check for updates on our Facebook page. Chapter 2. Cameron Montgomery was by nature a content person. He was doing exactly what he'd always wanted to do, despite his surgeon father not understanding why he'd want to have cats and dogs for patients rather than people who paid better, and living exactly where he wanted to live. And he was especially happy on Wednesdays, which was when he spent his lunch hour with Megan Larson, owner and operator of the Clean Team. Not that he got to spend the entire hour with her. For the first 20 minutes or so, he enjoyed watching Emma, Megan's 3-year-old daughter, play with the dogs and cats in the shelter he'd established on the property, while Megan bustled around the second floor of the old Italianate Victorian mansion where he'd established his clinic. A neat person by nature, a necessity in the medical profession, he always took extra time to tidy up on Tuesday nights, enough so that Megan had told him more than once that although she wasn't about to turn down his business, she honestly wasn't sure he needed her. What she had no way of knowing, at least not yet, was that he'd had his eye on her ever since he'd arrived in town. He'd learned from his staff that she'd grown up here, had married and divorced, and was not only a successful entrepreneur, but, as he already knew, also the mother of a 3-year-old girl. He'd also discovered the very first day she'd arrived for her interview that just being in the same room with her triggered his hormones. But the attraction wasn't solely sexual. He'd come to look forward to those Wednesdays when she arrived to clean his house, the same way children waited for Santa to arrive every Christmas Eve. Her second week, he'd maneuvered her into having lunch with him, during which time they'd talked. She told him about how she'd attended Clearwater Community College at night after cleaning houses all day, finally earning an AA in business management, which had given her the skills to establish her own business, which had turned out to be successful enough that she was expanding into neighboring Sequim. He'd told her about how he'd grown up on the peninsula in Port Angeles, gone to college and vet school at WSU, then took an offer to work for a large multi-vet practice in Sacramento. But he'd missed the lush green Pacific Northwest, so when he'd seen an ad from Dr. Palmer, Honeymoon Harbor's retiring veterinarian, on an internet page listing practices for sale, he'd jumped on it. He'd also told her that he considered the day he'd come across the ad the luckiest of his life, but did not share that that was in large part because of her. The lunches had turned into a standing weekly event. After trading brief biographies over that first meal, they'd spent the next few months talking about everyday things, like the leafy trees that had been planted all along Water Street, decreasing rainwater runoff and adding a natural element to the downtown that worked with the water view and refreshed everyone's moods. When some local business owners complained about the added cost of planting and maintaining the trees, John Mannion, Honeymoon Harbor's mayor, had produced a study showing that shoppers tended to spend more time and money in business districts where street trees had been planted, because trees provided a more appealing environment. And that had sealed the deal. They laughed about the local gossip posted daily on the town's Facebook page, and Megan had informed him that his impending arrival had caused quite a stir after the Honeymoon Harbor Herald picked up a story, along with a photo, from the Sacramento Veterinary Hospital's website. You were, for a few weeks, the talk of nearly every single woman in town, she'd said on a laugh. I'm surprised you didn't feel the flashing target on your back when you drove into town towing that U-Haul. That had explained the initial rush of women bringing pets in for checkups.
He'd also wondered, but did not ask, if Megan had been one of those interested women. Their lunches over the past months had become the best part of his week. So much so that he found it hard to remember what life had been like without Megan Larson in it. It also had him thinking that he'd like a lot more lunches and thought every day for the rest of their lives sounded just fine. While he'd dated over the years and stayed friends with most of the women, he'd never felt that special zing that told him this was the one. Until Megan walked into Mannion's with a group of girlfriends, and he'd known, in that instantaneous flash of recognition, that he'd found the woman he'd been waiting for. Wednesday was Megan Larson's favorite day of the week, and not just because of all the photos of hot hump day guys that would show up on her Twitter and Facebook feeds, but because it was the day she had lunch with Cameron Montgomery. Wednesdays were also the day that her mother, who watched Emma during the day, had her Zumba class at the fitness center. Megan had grown up going on jobs with Brenda Larson, who'd taught her at a young age that cleaning houses was not only honest work, it was important work, and if you had the right attitude, it could also be a job of joy. She'd learn how taking care of a house, setting it to order, leaving even the humblest of homes looking like something out of a magazine, not only allowed her clients to live a calmer, easier life, it brought her a sense of pride and satisfaction of a job well done. Something she'd learned from both parents, who still laughed whenever her dad, a former Marine, told the story of how he'd attempted to perform a white glove inspection of their marriage bed after a 3-day honeymoon at Olympic National Park's Lake Quinault Lodge. Brenda, a tidy person, had informed him that if he'd wanted a maid, he could damn well hire one. The irony was that after he'd gotten out of the Marines and begun crabbing in Alaska, as all the men in his family had done for generations, Brenda had begun cleaning for others to earn extra household money, which proved important those seasons when the crew didn't make its quota. Knowing how difficult and dangerous his job could be, and how each year had seemed to take a bit more out of him, Megan never ate crab without thinking of her father and the sacrifices he'd made for his family. At first, Brenda hadn't had many clients. After its boom days in the 1800s, Honeymoon Harbor's residents didn't embrace the concept of hiring someone else to do their housework. But Brenda's prices were reasonable. She left homes immaculate and gleaming, and as word spread, she'd developed a loyal clientele of working couples who discovered that not having to clean or even grocery shop, which she was also willing to do, allowed them more time to spend with their families. Much later, when Megan began taking business classes at the local community college, she realized that rather than try to come up with a new startup idea, the smartest thing to do would be to stick to what she knew, which was how the clean team was born, and how her mother, now retired from housekeeping, had become her CFO, which, in all honesty, was basically a bookkeeper, but they both enjoyed the official title. Brenda was also grandmother-in-chief, taking care of Emma while Megan took care of business. Although there'd been times out of necessity that Megan would have to take her daughter on a job with her, her own days of cleaning were mostly in the past. Her company had now grown to the point that she could tend to the business end of the clean team while her employees did the actual cleaning. She'd even promoted one of her first and most meticulous hires to be the new team member trainer, ensuring their work would be up to the company's high standards. Megan did, however, continue to do a move-in cleaning for Seth Harper's completed remodels, because he'd been the first person in Honeymoon Harbor to hire her back when she was pregnant, newly divorced, living with her parents and cleaning houses while going to college at night. She'd also taken on cleaning Cameron's home above his veterinarian office. Not because she didn't believe the crew she'd hired and trained could do just as good a job, but he hadn't minded her bringing Emma, who'd wanted a dog since she was in her stroller and loved playing with the shelter pups. The idea of letting her interact with the animals had been Cam's, and although Megan had worried that a 3-year-old ball of energy who had turned into a chatterbox now that she'd learned to put words into sentences would interfere with Cam's job, He'd proven as patient with Emma as he was with the ill and injured pets he treated. Whenever Megan glanced out one of the windows she was polishing to a glistening shine that sent rainbows dancing across the walls and saw her daughter romping on the fenced-in lawn with puppies, Cam playing with her and making her giggle, she'd occasionally drift into what-if land. As she gave the gleaming quartz kitchen countertop one last swipe with her cleaning rag, she wondered if he'd ever felt the same attraction to her as she had him the moment their eyes had literally met across a crowded pub. She'd gone to Mannion's on a rare girls' night out, and although she hadn't yet taken a sip of the mojito she'd ordered, she'd suddenly felt as dizzy as if she'd been tossing back tequila shots. Although she'd given up on men, having neither the time nor inclination to date, let alone remarry, when he'd called the next day to ask for a housekeeping quote, she'd managed to tamp down the burst of lust and suggest a meeting 5 days later. Not only did she not want to appear too eager, she needed time to weigh the pros and cons of taking this particular job. She'd admittedly made her share of mistakes over the years, but as rocky and challenging as her marriage had been, Megan wouldn't change a thing, because if her life hadn't played out the way it had, she wouldn't have Emma, who was the sparkling jewel in her admittedly tarnished crown. The kitchen completed, she'd taken the clothes out of the dryer and was putting them away in the big pine chest. Like all home cleaners, she knew a great many personal things about her clients. It wasn't that she was snoopy, but when you found a vibrator and a blindfold while changing the sheets on Mr. and Mrs. Miller's bed on a day they'd been running late and rushing out of their house to open their CPA office on time, it didn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out that the couple enjoyed spicing up their sex life. While sorting out Jarl Bjornstad's apartment pantry, she'd discovered that the man who'd cooked for a crab boat crew in Alaska before going to work at Mannion's pub had a fondness for sugary kids' cereal. Given that he was 6'7" and, if spotted in a dark woods, might be mistaken for Sasquatch, she'd wondered how many boxes of Fruit Loops it took to fill him up in the morning. She also knew that Cam Montgomery had solved the boxers or briefs question with knit boxer briefs, all colored. As she rolled up a pair of red as sin ones, she wondered if he wore them to bed, or if he slept naked. Although she knew it was horribly unprofessional, she couldn't deny that changing his sheets and pillowcases, which still carried his scent, had her imagining scenarios hotter than any of the Wednesday social media hump day hunks. And in her male stripper fantasy, he wasn't wearing boxer briefs, or anything else. "Stop that," she told her reckless mind. Unfortunately, more and more since that night at Mannion's, her rebellious body seemed to have taken over, fogging her brain. She'd gathered up her supplies and equipment and was taking them out to the car when Emma came running up to her with what had to be the homeliest dog ever born in her arms. It had ears so large they looked as if it could take off flying at any minute, like Dumbo after those crows had given the baby elephant that feather. Its bottom teeth stuck out while patches of white fur were scattered like small icebergs across a sea of mottled pink skin. "Look, Mommy," she said. "Somebody left this poor doggy in a box." "A box?" Megan looked over at Cam, who was following Emma with his easy, long-legged stride. "The guy clearing the ferry landing parking lot found her a few days ago. She doesn't have tags, though collars can get lost when a dog's on the loose. But I scanned her for an identification chip, which she also doesn't have. Good thing the sweeper had strong lights, or there could have been a serious tragedy." Megan didn't want to be judgmental, but the poor dog already looked like a tragedy. Who would do such a thing? "A bad person," Emma answered before Cam could. "Can we keep her, Mommy?" "We've been over this before," Megan said with a sigh. "It wouldn't be fair to leave a dog alone at our house all day. Not to mention the puddles and other mistakes that she'd undoubtedly come home to." Although her office was in her home,
Megan still spent a good part of her day either visiting potential clients to give them quotes, or more recently, driving to nearby Sequim, where she'd begun taking on additional clients. Although she trained all her team members to that same exacting standard she'd grown up with, she'd occasionally drop by a home unexpectedly to ensure things were going well. When she left the office for those occasions, Emma would spend the day at her grandparents'. "Mommy." The whine had become one of Emma's favorite tools, although it was more effective with her grandmother than with Megan, which was ironic, because Megan couldn't remember ever getting away with the ploy. "Not now," she said. "We need to let Dr. Montgomery get back to work." "I still have time for lunch," he said. "I have pizza and an antipasto from Luca's that I can't eat all by myself." "Pizza!" Emma exclaimed, clapping her hands together, then frowned. "But no shrooms." Cam's lips quirked at that. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I had your portion made with cheese and sauce." "Yay!" And so there Megan was again, sitting on the balcony of the bright blue Victorian, eating pizza and drinking iced tea. Their weekly lunches had begun one day 4 months ago, seemingly by accident, when she'd finished her work and Cam had mentioned that he had too much leftover takeout spaghetti to eat alone, and maybe she and Emma would like to help him finish it so he wouldn't have to toss it out. The next week, it was fried chicken, then mac and cheese, which was when she figured out that all those leftovers were not coincidental. And now, as she watched the white and green ferry chug up to the dock, its horn, which could be heard all over town, announcing its arrival, she wondered if he was just being friendly or if, just maybe, he'd been having those same naughty thoughts about her that she'd been having about him. Of course, it could be that he simply enjoyed having company while he was eating, and perhaps she'd been alone in her feelings that day of the double wedding at the Mannion family farm. Having left Emma home with her mother, she'd danced with Cam to Usher's upbeat "Don't Look Down," which didn't involve any touching. But then that segued into All of Me, John Legend's beautiful tribute to his wife. And when he'd taken her into his arms, one hand warming her back through her flowered sundress, it had taken all of Megan's restraint not to wrap around him like ivy. "Are you going to the boat festival?" he asked, dragging her mind back from that afternoon when she'd been so lost in a gauzy, romantic world. She'd even missed the drama of Chelsea Prescott and Gabe Mannion's short-lived breakup. "I would miss it." She felt a little dip in her spirits as she remembered the year her ex-husband had been so stoned she'd stayed home from the festival rather than risk Jake embarrassing not just himself, but her and her family. It certainly wasn't any secret that their marriage had been less than ideal. What had seemed sexy and dangerous back in high school had turned out to be exhausting in a grown man. The first 3 years of their marriage, she'd followed him around the Pacific Northwest, drinking club soda at seedy bars where the audience was either too stoned or drunk to pay attention to the 5-man rock band, shouting their songs loud enough to wake the dead. After the band had predictably broken up, not only had Jake, unable to keep a job because of his undependability, blown more than one unemployment check at the casino on the coast, he was always falling for a series of wildly improbable get-rich schemes that would flood into his email inbox, dressed up like the golden ticket. But they'd never paid off. Instead, they'd depleted their bank account, which was usually bleeding red by the end of the month. When she realized she'd never be able to depend on her husband, Megan had started taking business classes at Clearwater Community College at night while cleaning houses during the day. She'd been 3 months pregnant when Jake had left town with the female singer in the band, off on his latest venture, flipping houses, after wiping out their meager savings account and maxing out their credit cards for a seminar assuring him that he and his new lover would be the next stars of HGTV. Quinn Mannion had handled Megan's divorce pro bono and helped her change back to her maiden name. I'm sorry. She dragged her mind from those difficult days. My mind was wandering. No problem. He plucked a stuffed olive from an antipasto plate so beautifully arranged it should have been on the restaurant's Instagram account, and held it out to her. I was just saying that after letting myself get talked into taking part in that charity bachelor auction, it'd be really embarrassing if no one bids on me. Eating the olive from his fingers felt so very intimate. Although she hadn't had sex since the Ice Age, Megan did have a memory, and this felt a bit like foreplay. While she'd never ever regretted having Emma, at this moment a part of her wished she'd left her daughter with her mother today, so she and Cam could be alone. Not that she'd be able to get away with that. Emma would have to be in bed with the plague not to insist on coming here on her dog day Wednesdays. I doubt you'll have to worry about that, she said, somehow managing to sound calm while her hormones were exploding. And you could never make a fool of yourself. Would you do me a favor? From one friend to another? Friends? Maybe it hadn't been foreplay. Is that what we are? Well, I like you, and you seem to like me. Of course I do. And wasn't that an understatement? And we're certainly friendly with each other. So, although I'm not a walking, talking dictionary like our town librarian, Chelsea Prescott, I'd say that defines friends. I can always use another friend, she said mildly. Emma, having finished her piece of pizza, had gone back into the house to play tug-of-war with the dog and a small stuffed orca. I'm seriously dreading that auction, he admitted. Why? She had no doubt that while the other Honeymoon Harbor men taking part were handsome and more than a little appealing, Cam would bring in the most money. And yes, she might be prejudiced, but not only was he super nice, she doubted any woman in town could resist that photo Kylie had taken of him for the auction brochures, posters, and even a full-page ad in the Honeymoon Harbor Herald. Because it's embarrassing and unprofessional, says the man who posed shirtless holding a Cocker Spaniel puppy. Do you have any idea how impossible it is to argue with Kylie Campbell? I do know, and am smart enough not to try. Though she'd worried Kylie had been serious when she'd suggested Megan wear a sexy French maid outfit for her Clean Team website photo. Kylie had found the idea outrageously funny. Megan had not. And it's for two good causes. That's the only reason I agreed. There's another problem. Which would be? He dragged a hand through his summer sun-streaked chestnut hair. He had long fingers, which she decided would be helpful when he was performing delicate surgery on small dogs and kittens. His nails were also nicely trimmed, which not every guy, including her ex-husband, bothered to do. Which had her wondering what those hands would feel like on her body, all over. What if no one bids on me? Megan almost choked on her iced tea. You are kidding, right? No. Did you see that photo of Flynn Faraday wearing those red suspenders? He looked hot, she admitted. Flynn had also been shirtless, which seemed to be a theme with Kylie. As had Luca, in a black chef's apron, and all the other men Kylie had posed in varying tasteful stages of undress. Quinn Mannion had somehow managed to escape the auction. She suspected that was because, having been an attorney before returning home and opening a brew pub, he might be the one person on the planet able to hold his own against Kylie. But everyone loves you. I've never saved anyone's life by carrying them out of a burning building, he muttered. No, but you have saved a lot of people's fur babies. It's not the same thing. You do realize that you're sexier than all of them put together. At least he was to her. As good-looking as those other bachelors were, he was the only one who, every Wednesday, had her lady parts pointing out how neglected they'd been. That's exactly what friends are supposed to say. As he swiped that hand through his hair again,
She imagined them ripping open her green Clean Team t-shirt. Not that she actually believed such a thing was possible, but it certainly sounded sexy in romance novels. "Can I ask a favor? As a friend?" "Of course." "Would you start the bidding on me if no one else does?" "Sure, though I honestly don't believe that's going to be a problem." The problem would be having to think of him out on a romantic date with another woman. "Have you decided what you're doing on your date?" she asked with forced casualness. "If the winner, whoever she turns out to be, has something special she wants to do, I'm up for just about anything. But I do have my own secret idea in mind." "Want to share?" "Then it wouldn't be a secret, would it?" "You already trust me in your house." And his underwear drawer, which, damn it, had her thinking of those sexy red boxer briefs again. "Are you suggesting I'd tell?" "No, I'm merely suggesting that if you win, I want to surprise you." "Like that's going to happen," she said. "Unless I win the lottery or discover a money tree has sprouted in my backyard since I left the house this morning." "You never know." He lifted one of those broad shoulders, undoubtedly capable of lifting a bull mastiff onto his operating table. Now her hand was practically itching with the desire to touch him, all over. Across those manly shoulders, down his sinewy arms, one of which had the veterinarian symbol he'd told her was an Aesculapius staff with a superimposed V inked on his rock-hard biceps, continuing over his chest, tracing a happy trail downward to... Stop that. As if he'd read her sex-crazed mind, he winked just before Emma came back out onto the balcony, carrying that wretched-looking dog, which Megan assured herself must not have anything contagious or Cameron wouldn't let her play with it. "What kind of dog is that?" she asked. "The best kind." Emma pressed her case yet again. "Your daughter's not far off. Mixes do have more going for them than purebreds. My guess from the papillon ears..." "That means butterfly," Emma broke in. Obviously, she'd been asking Cam questions. "And I love butterflies." "Who doesn't? They also don't need feeding and walking like a dog would." "Mommy..." "I have an idea," Megan said, trying to appease her daughter, who'd mostly outgrown her terrible twos. But there were still relapses, like this was threatening to be. "Why don't we go over to Wheel and Barrow and ask Amanda Barrow what seeds or bulbs we can buy to make a butterfly garden? Then next spring, when the plants flower, you can have all the butterflies you want. Maybe we'll even get migrating monarchs. I heard they eat milkweed, so we'll plant some of that. It'll be fun." "Okay." Just when Megan thought she was off the hook, Emma said, "But I still want a dog. And not just any dog. I want Butterfly." "We'll talk about it later." Megan wanted to shut this conversation down before it turned into a tantrum. "Right now, I'm talking with Dr. Montgomery." Thinking perhaps a dog might be a nice addition to their little family, she turned back toward Cameron. "What else is she?" "From that malocclusion, which is vet speak for a misaligned underbite, I'd guess Shih Tzu, but her body and legs point to some Boston Bull in the mix somewhere." "So she's not going to grow to Great Dane size?" "Signs, including the petite size of her feet, suggests that would be a no." "What about that?" She waved her hand toward the unfortunate skin condition. "That's not as bad as it looks. It's alopecia. I've done all the blood tests and skin scrapings and wouldn't allow Emma to play with her if there was a possibility she was contagious. But all I could find was a thyroid problem that can be fixed with medication. And given that someone dumped her suggests that she hasn't been well treated. So it could also be stress-caused. She's had puppies, but not recently." "Well, that's a plus. I'd hate to think of little puppies left alone in boxes all over the peninsula. Will her fur grow back?" "Probably. With a possible caveat. I can't guarantee all of it will." Megan glanced over at the dog, who, if an animal could look happy, appeared to be in seventh heaven being held in Emma's arms.
We might not get much snow here, but she'd get awfully cold come winter without a coat. Amy's dog wears sweaters, Emma broke in. Amy was a friend Emma had made this summer on the playground. Megan had never owned a dog. She'd wanted one and had probably, when she was Emma's age, lobbied for one, but she had come to understand how impractical it would have been. Her mother was allergic to cats, so kittens were also out. As Megan studied the dog, she found herself being drawn into those big, round, brown puppy dog eyes. As impossible as it is, I swear that dog knows what we're talking about. She's a smart girl, Cam said. Dogs have developed the ability to read human behavior and expressions. Some dogs can even raise their eyebrows to make their eyes look bigger, which we unconsciously respond to. There have been studies that show dogs with that ability are the most likely to get rescued first in shelters. Seriously? I've seen it in action. Just this past spring, a couple came in planning to adopt a cat and left with a 50-pound bulldog they've named Winston, who, by the way, now rides their son's skateboard. I've seen those competitions on Animal Planet. Now that I think about it, I've seen dogs with ears like this. But their coats had been white and flowing. Papillons are smart and take to agility training like play. I don't really have time to get into all that. No problem. They also enjoy lying around and handing out kisses. A daily walk is all that's needed to keep them in shape. I can walk her, Emma said on cue. There aren't that many times I'm away from my home office all day, Megan mused. Even my time in Sequim is usually half days. Most of my business comes from word of mouth, or people seeing the logo on the vans and cars. So it's not as if I'm out knocking on doors anymore. We can keep her, Emma squealed. Butterfly, heaven help her. Megan was already starting to think of the dog by that name. Suddenly perked those oversized ears, looking as if she was going to take off like the flying nun at any moment. It means we'll see, she repeated, then turned to Cam. How likely is she to be adopted over the weekend? I suspect everyone will be at the boat festival. Debbie, Marge, and I will be there pitching the shelter with booklets of available adoptees. And although she's listed on the pages, she's up against some pretty stiff competition. Unfortunately, with her current appearance problems, I can't see people lining up to take her home. And if someone did happen to be interested, I could hold her back for a few days. I wouldn't want to prevent her from finding a home. Which she had to admit didn't seem likely unless you were looking for a dog who was a shoo-in to win Honeymoon Harbor's ugliest dog competition. She's a sweet girl, Megan, and from what I've seen so far, she's smart enough that she'd be easy to train. She appears to be housebroken, and while she'll need some exercise, she isn't like a lab or Aussie who needs a lot of activity. She'd also be a good TV watching buddy. I'd have to get her stuff. Bowls, a leash, a bed. She could sleep on my bed, Emma shouted. Amy's dog sleeps on hers. Megan was getting a little tired of hearing about Amy and her wonderful sweater-wearing dog. Mutts really are the best, Cam offered. You're less likely to inherit genetic problems, and everyone I know who takes home a shelter dog swears it knows it's been rescued. They often bond quickly and are unrelentingly loyal. Why do I get the feeling that I'm being double-teamed? I'd never send an animal home with a person who didn't really want it, Cam said mildly. It makes for a bad situation for the new owners, and dogs that boomerang back to the shelter because they weren't a good fit become less likely to engage with other strangers, which makes it more difficult for them to be adopted. And one last thought. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She's a sweetheart, and I'll adopt her myself before letting her go to anyone who can't love her for her personality and not her looks. He was such a good man. Not for the first Wednesday since she'd begun working here. Megan found herself drifting back into if-only land. Chapter 3. On Thursday, Cam left the clinic at noon, picked up a burrito from the Taco the Town food truck, and after shooting the breeze with Diego Chavez for a few minutes,
headed to the library, where he found Chelsea Prescott, who'd recently gotten engaged to Gabriel Mannion, Honeymoon Harbor's very own billionaire. Despite the fortune he'd made since leaving town, Gabe sure didn't act like a really rich guy, except for providing all those computers for school kids and building a children's trauma wing at Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital. "Hey, you," she greeted him with her wide Julia Roberts smile. "I haven't seen you for a while." "You've been busy." Not only had she been taking care of library business, she'd been running all over town with her Summer Reader Adventures group, had gotten engaged to Gabe, and was in the process of adopting 2 foster daughters. Busy beats boredom. "True enough. I came to ask you a question." "Answering questions is my superpower." She pointed to the front of her navy blue t-shirt that read, "Librarians, the original search engines." "This isn't exactly a library question, but I guess in a way it is. Are you open on Labor Day?" "No. Labor Day is a closure holiday all over the state." "Good. So are you going to the boat festival?" "Of course. Earlier in the day, the girls, Gabe and I, are taking the replica Viking boat he just finished building for a maiden sail before he auctions it off for a welcome home. The charity built tiny homes and provided services for the area's homeless. You undoubtedly know that since the committee sold so many tickets for the Bachelor auction, it's been moved to the pavilion. Kylie, Mai, Jolene, Megan, Brianna, and I bought a table. We asked Amanda Barrow to join us, but apparently Labor Day is a big bulb buying day at the nursery. Who knew?" "Not me. I had a houseplant once, the definitive word being had. Here's the thing. You know I'm going to be in the Bachelor auction, right?" Yeah. That poster of your manly chest and darling Cocker Spaniel are posted all over town." Cam managed not to cringe. "That was Kylie's idea. And every woman in town thanks her for it. So, getting to the point," she gave him a go-ahead wave. "I want you all to bid on me." "All of us?" "Well, not Megan, because while she did agree to open the bidding if necessary, she's not going to continue to bid, which I'm hoping is just because she's putting all her money into expanding her business these days and not that she doesn't want to go out with me. But, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, I don't care who wins, as long as one of you does." "As much as I'd love to help you out, my fiancé might have a problem with me going on a romantic date with you. The same way newlywed Aiden might feel about you dating Jolene. And Kylie and Mai are also married. To be honest, the only reason we're going is for the eye candy and the charitable aspect. So, as adorable as you are..." "Adorable?" Cam glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to have overheard that. "Are you telling me no woman has ever pointed out those killer dimples? And then there's your yummy chocolate brown eyes." Okay. Before he died of embarrassment, Cam decided it was time to pivot back to the original conversation. "Labor Day is Megan's birthday." "True, and Desiree is already making her a kick-ass cake for a girls' sleepover party at Heron's Landing on the glorious birthday eve night. But how do you know it's her birthday?" "It's on the Facebook post listing this month's anniversaries and birthdays." "You read the town's Facebook page?" "My amazing office manager and web goddess, Shelley, maintains the shelter's business page and shares on the town's Facebook page. So yeah, I see stuff. But here's the deal. I want whichever one of you who wins me to gift me to Megan as a birthday present, and I'll be paying." "Oh." Her eyes widened behind the lenses of her black-framed glasses, and she actually covered her heart with crossed hands. "That is one of the most romantic things I've ever heard. Of course we'll all do it. Are you going to tell me what the date is?" Cam's first instinct had been to keep it a secret, but now he was wondering if maybe he should get a second opinion, one from a woman who'd undoubtedly know a lot more about romance than he did. He leaned closer, kept his voice low, and told her. "Wow." She shook her head in a way that had him worrying he'd chosen wrong. "You have just set the bar for not only every other bachelor in that auction, but you'll be making every guy in town have to step up his game." So it's okay?
She patted his cheek. It's perfect. She's going to be blown away.
I just want to give her a perfect time.
It will be. Will you need someone to watch Emma?
Brenda's already signed on to having Emma spend the night, whenever it turns out to be.
Her bright, bluish-green eyes narrowed. You've put a lot of thought into this.
She's worth it.
Megan deserves to be happy after everything her ex put her through. I admittedly didn't see it coming, but you're the perfect man for her. You can count on us. We won't let you down. Her brow furrowed. Though we're going to have to come up with an excuse as to why we're bidding with no intention of going out on a date.
You could say it's for charity and that you're skipping the date part.
We could. Though, knowing her, she'd feel bad that whoever lost the bidding would feel cheated.
Good point.
She tapped a nail against a front tooth. So I guess we'll have to admit that we're buying you for her birthday present.
Which, hopefully, she won't turn down.
Not going to happen. She's talked about you.
Really?
That was a positive. Not wanting to sound like high school. Okay, it was totally high school, but he had to ask.
What did she say?
That, along with having a great butt, those killer dimples, melted chocolate brown eyes, and hair that has that cute Justin Bieber flop over the forehead thing going, you're kind and sweet with Emma. And when it comes to your four-legged patients, you could be the reincarnation of St. Francis of Assisi. She did stop short of saying you walk on water, but I suspect a very strong part of her believes it. And if you tell her that I told you that, I'll call you a liar and say that our dog got fleas while being groomed there.
It's our secret, and I appreciate you sharing.
With the exception of the Bieber hair, she definitely boosted his confidence.
So you don't think she'll turn me down?
I'm saying you're going to be the best birthday gift she's ever had, and I'm honored and excited to have a part in the plan.
Super. When whoever wins goes up to pay, I'll be there with my credit card.
What's our limit?
How high is the sky?
Cam admittedly wasn't all that flush, not anywhere near Chelsea's gazillionaire fiancé. But there wasn't that much discretionary money floating around Honeymoon Harbor. Even with school debts and his monthly payments to his predecessor, who was currently fishing for marlin off the coast of Florida, he should be able to cover the tab. And if worst came to worst, he could always pick up extra hours working weekends at the Animal Emergency and Trauma Center in Poolsbo. Super. She flashed him another of those sunny smiles. This is going to be such grand fun. As he left the library, Cam could only hope so. His positive attitude lasted the rest of the day, until right at closing, he got a call that sent him straight to Mannion's.
You look like a guy whose dog just got run over.
Quinn Mannion greeted him from behind the bar.
Although considering your occupation, that probably isn't the best comparison.
I just got a call. They've added a new twist to the auction.
And that would be?
It's too humiliating to talk about.
You're already dressing up in a tuxedo, strutting down a catwalk like some Victoria's Secret model and handing a long-stemmed red rose to some woman who pays for...
It's just a date, Cam said.
It's not like I'm going to be a damn gigolo. Besides, I've already got that part taken care of.
Of all the Mannion brothers, Quinn had always been the most level-headed. Cam figured his ability to conceal his emotions had been handy in his previous job as a hotshot attorney and served him well now, listening to customers' stories behind the bar. But his arched brow revealed surprise when Cam told him his plan.
You're going all in.
Megan's the main reason I agreed to the auction in the first place, he said. Quinn swished some Pilsner glasses in the sudsy water of the bar sink.
You do realize that you could save yourself the public humiliation by just asking her out.
I could, but she told me early on that she's given up on men. Apparently, we're too high maintenance. I want to impress her enough to change her mind so she sees how perfect we'd be together.
You're nothing like her ex. Besides, you two have spent every Wednesday together for months. You're a good guy who takes care of kittens and puppies. which, with the possible exception of Flynn Faraday, makes you about the most likely guy in town to get any woman you want. What's stopping you? She works for me. She's a contract worker, not an employee. That I still have the power to fire her, so I don't want to come off like a Me Too guy. And because, just in case he was the only one of them feeling that chemistry, Cam didn't want to risk making her so uncomfortable she'd give up their weekly lunches, or worse, start sending another cleaner to avoid him altogether. Have you considered that you might just be overthinking things? Quinn asked. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. But getting back to my current problem, along with the catwalk, the bidding and the stupid bachelor rows, the committee just added a talent section. It could be worse. It could be a swimsuit competition. Thanks for the sympathy. I still haven't figured out how you got out of it. I pointed out that it was more important to keep Mannion's open on festival day so people have somewhere besides the food carts to eat. My point is, having played basketball for Annapolis, Flynn Faraday is going to show off some globetrotter ball moves, thus showing off manly hands large enough to palm a basketball, Quinn said. And Cody Coulter can throw an axe. You're kidding. Would I kid about something like that? Apparently, when he was surveying for the Forest Service, he'd spend lunch breaks amusing himself and his crew by attacking innocent trees. That's kind of a cool thing. I can see women going for that. Thanks a bunch. I was merely stating the obvious. Nick Alexandris, who's opening his Taverna Limani in time for the Christmas season, Latin dances, and only missed getting a spot on the Greek So You Think You Can Dance because he was 2 months under the age limit. But they still showed the audition on national TV there. I looked up clips on YouTube, and he's really, really good. I had to learn some easy ballroom stuff for charity balls the firm wanted me to attend, Quinn said. Latin dancing's admittedly sexy, especially the tango, but it won't look the same alone. He's not doing it alone. He's got Juliana Hart partnering with him. Quinn nodded. She was a ballet dancer. One who'd danced professionally all over the world until an injury had her returning home to teach a future generation of tutu wearers. Apparently she's multi-talented, but you're still not getting it. I doubt anyone would find neutering a dog on stage an appealing talent, so I've got nothing. Sure you do. No way, Cam said when Quinn suggested a stupid thing going back to skit night at Boy Scout camp at Mirror Lake, where Quinn had been a counselor. You'd bring the house down. Not doing it. I've seen YouTube clips of Ron Reagan Jr. at the White House doing an old SNL opener. If it's good enough for a president's son, it should be good enough for you. I don't care if President Reagan himself did it. No way. Then it looks like you're going to have to learn a magic trick. Also not an option. You'll come up with something. Or I could come down with Ebola, which at the moment seemed preferable. Mother Nature was apparently feeling benevolent toward Honeymoon Harbor, because Labor Day dawned bright and sunny, and by noon, when Megan and Emma headed to the festival, the already warm temperature was predicted to reach 75 degrees. Last year, Emma had been too young to fully enjoy the festival atmosphere and had gotten cranky. But this year, she couldn't wait to see and do everything. She drove a kid-size red fire engine around in circles, flew in yet more circles on the back of a shiny green and purple dragon, rode a unicorn on the carousel, and after she'd passed the height test, she was strapped into the Ferris wheel. "I see Grandma," she said, pointing down at Brenda, who was at the long table waiting for a trio of judges to taste the apple pie she'd been taking to potlucks as long as Megan could remember. "Hi, Grandma," she called out, waving wildly. Amazingly, her grandmother heard her and waved back. Scanning the crowd, Megan saw her father, who'd pitched for the Honeymoon Harbor High Sea Lions, throwing balls into apple baskets to win a stuffed animal. Apparently, his eye and arm were as good as back when he was playing baseball, because as she watched, the man behind the counter gave him a stuffed pink unicorn nearly as large as Emma. Over the years, Labor Day in Honeymoon Harbor had escalated into part boat festival, part carnival, and part county fair. And this year, they'd added the bachelor auction, where some lucky woman with a higher expendable income than Megan possessed would win a date with Cam. Even if she had the money, she wondered if she'd have the nerve to bid on him. He had, after all, asked her to. But what if she won? Even a setup date like the auction would be bound to change the dynamics of their relationship. She'd hate it if somehow it made him uncomfortable enough to stop their Wednesday lunches. Emma was chattering away about everything she could see, including the ferry out on the water, as they headed up for another spin. While she might be a talkative child, already speaking mostly in full sentences now, her thoughts were still simple enough that Megan was able to respond while her mind was still imagining dressing up and going on a romantic night with Cameron Montgomery. It didn't even need to be romantic. Just burgers at Mannion's pub would be more of a date than she'd had in ages. But now she was a mother who had no intention of bringing a man into her daughter's life unless he was going to stay. And despite all the Wednesday lunches they'd shared together, he still hadn't asked her out. So the attraction must only be on her side. Yet there seemed to be those moments when she'd caught him looking at her in a way that appeared to be more than merely friendship. And speak of the devil, there he was, handing out those shelter leaflets featuring available rescues at a table next to the Big Dipper ice cream booth. The ride came to an end, and after getting off, Emma decided that she just had to have ice cream. "Hi, Dr. Montgomery," she greeted him cheerfully. "I drove a fire engine and rode a dragon, and then Mama and I went way, way up in the Ferris wheel," Megan supplied. "Yes." Emma's strawberry curls, the same color as her mother's, bounced as she nodded enthusiastically. "That's it. And I could see Grandma and the ferry. I like riding the ferry. Sometimes Mama takes me on it for fun, and I don't even have to pay." "That's a good deal."
"It is." Like Haley, the 5-year-old girl Chelsea and Gabe were adopting, Emma had begun speaking in exclamation points. As much as Megan enjoyed her daughter's enthusiasm, it could be exhausting. "We're going to get ice cream." "Sounds like a plan," he said. "And coincidentally, I was thinking of closing down and doing the same thing before I have to go change into my penguin suit." "You're going to wear a penguin suit? Really?" "It's not really a penguin suit," Megan said. "That's what some people call a man's special dress suit." "Dressy like to wear to a birthday party?" "I wore a new dress for Amy's birthday party. It had pink polka dots on it, and why do they call it a penguin suit?"
"Because it's black and white," Cameron said.
"Oh." Those curls bobbed again as she nodded. "Amy has a boyfriend," she offered, segueing on a dime as she so often did. "She does?" Dear God, Megan thought, don't let it start so soon. "Yep, his name is Peter. He's already 4.
"An older man," Cam said.
"He's not an old man. He's a boy. And Amy turned 4 on her birthday. If you were Mommy's boyfriend, she could kiss you like Amy kissed Peter." Megan felt the color burning in her cheeks as his glance moved from her little chatterbox to her.
"There's an idea."
"Amy and Peter kissed?" Megan dared to ask, even as she'd love to change the topic of this conversation. For the first time, she understood why her parents had been so strict when she'd been growing up. And hadn't that turned out well? "She kissed him on the playground. She chased him and caught him at the swings and kissed him. He said yuck and ran away. But Amy's going to marry him. Then she can kiss him whenever she wants. I can't wait to go to school next week. Then maybe I'll have a boyfriend."
"She's going to school?"
Cam asked as Emma ran over to the ice cream booth to choose her flavor. "Preschool starts at 3, Megan explained. "Half days. I don't know how that happened. It seems like just yesterday that she was born." On one hand, The speed at which she's maturing scares me to death. On the other hand, I get teary at the idea of my baby girl leaving home.
It's only for half a day.
I know, but next year it's full-time. And one of these days I won't be her best friend. It sounds as if Amy's already moving me into second place. He surprised her by taking her hand, in public, where anyone and everyone in Honeymoon Harbor could see them, and leading her to the booth next door, where Emma was torn between blueberry cobbler and chocolate chip.
"She'll make friends," he said. "But you'll never be second to anyone."
The look he gave her, both fond and sizzling at the same time, could have melted all the ice cream in that display case. Once they had their cones, Cameron suggested taking a ride on the Ferris wheel, which, as Emma reminded him, they'd already been on, but she wanted to ride again because you can see everything. And after a brief stop at the ticket booth, they were all buckled in, Cameron and Megan on the outsides of the car with Magpie Emma chattering away between them. As the wheel began its ascent, Megan realized that if you were a stranger visiting Honeymoon Harbor for the festival and happened to look up and see the threesome, you'd think they were a family. And wasn't that dangerous thinking? Chapter 4. The ride was over way too soon. Cam wouldn't have minded if they'd stayed on that Ferris wheel forever. This, he thought, was the type of family he'd imagined himself having once he got a practice established. The one he might still have. No, strike that. The one he would have. But for now, he was content to take whatever he could get. Kylie, who'd arranged the auction in the first place, caught him as they were looking at the wooden boats where bidding for Gabe Mannion's fairing was going through the roof. He had to admit that it was really cool, with its large single red flag and having Jarl Bjornstad standing in it, dressed like a Viking about to sail off to go marauding, was definitely marketing genius, especially since it brought home the fact that this was not just any ordinary boat, but one built in the ancient Scandinavian tradition. Elimination rounds of boat races had taken place early that morning when the tide was high. The final round would occur this evening, before the fireworks that, defying the calendar, would declare Honeymoon Harbor's summer officially over. "Hey, Cam," Kylie said. "Time for you to get ready for the big show." "Great." His tone said otherwise. "I guess I'll see you at the hall?" he asked Megan, because if she'd changed her mind after their Wednesday conversation, he'd gotten himself in a damn mess. "I'll be there. Mom and Dad are taking Emma home for a midday nap and bringing her back for the fireworks. And speaking of my parents, they were headed down the midway, her dad, managing to walk without his cane today, half hidden by the enormous unicorn." "Wow, Grandpa, did you buy this for me?"
"Nope,"
Joe Larson said. "Oh." Her bottom lip came out in a pout.
"I won it at the baseball throwing booth. Do you happen to know any little girl who might want to take it home?"
"Me!" As she raced toward him, Megan reached for her too late, but her mother took the stuffed toy from Joe before he risked being knocked over by a 3-year-old. She's been warned about being careful around Dad because of his MS. But despite the way she seems to be maturing more every day, she still doesn't fully understand the concept of illness beyond the sniffles or an ear infection. Megan murmured to Cam.
"Well then,"
Joe said with a broad grin.
"I guess you might as well give him a home."
"Thank you, Grandpa." "Careful," Megan warned as Emma went to throw her arms around him. She drew back just a little as he bent down so she could pat his cheek instead.
"You did good with her,"
Cam said quietly, just for Megan's ears.
"Thank you. I'm fortunate. Unlike her mother, Emma's been an easy child from the beginning."
That comment brought up thoughts of her supposedly reckless marriage, which, from what he'd heard, had surprised everyone, since she'd always been the perfectly behaved good girl,
They were going to have to talk about it as they moved to the next stage of their relationship. But here, with nearly the entire town surging around them, was not the place. Patience, Cam reminded himself. "Well then," Megan's mother said with a significant look between the two of them. "Give your mom a hug goodbye, and then let's get you home for a little rest, Emma dear. Then we'll have supper and come back here for the fireworks." "I love fireworks," Emma said, giving Megan a noisy smack of a goodbye kiss right on her lips. Cam had never imagined ever being envious of a 3-year-old child, but at this moment he was. "And cotton candy," she was saying as she pointed toward the booth selling the sugary treat. "Can I have one with all the colors?" Her mother glanced back at Megan, who sighed and gave her a go-ahead sign. "She's going to be bouncing off the walls," she warned. "My mom always said the same thing," Cam remembered. "Now that we have all that settled," Kylie said, "you really do need to come with me, Cameron."
Whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
There was no way he was going to go through this again next year, Cam vowed as he changed in the men's room with the others. Though the way the committee had gotten so many guys to agree to Kylie's plan, the only way Cam could see to escape his future fate was to get himself engaged like Gabe, or married like Aiden and Seth, who'd escaped the block. He also never would have agreed if he'd known that the stupid talent show would be part of the circus. He still didn't know how the hell he'd let Quinn and Jarl and every other guy sitting at the bar talk him into what to do for that part, but since he didn't have a plan B, there was no turning back. The format was for all the bachelors wearing their tuxedos to mingle for half an hour with the women who'd all paid $25 for a ticket to participate in the auction. Margaritas and soft drinks were on the house. And although Cam had heard there'd been much discussion during a festival planning session about the cost of giving away the margaritas, the argument that the party was only for 30 minutes, the drinks would be weak, and getting the bidders a little buzzed could up the bidding had won out. Then, after everyone was seated, the bachelors would all go backstage and, one at a time, walk. No, they'd been instructed to strut down the catwalk as they were introduced by name and occupation. That gave the women time to compare the photos in the program they'd been given with the actual bachelor. Then would come the damn talent show, where the MC, who happened to be Gloria Wells, the owner of Therapy Salon and Day Spa, would give a longer, highly embellished introduction of the bachelor the women would be bidding on, after which the poor sucker would come out, smile like he was enjoying himself, perform his talent, and then the bidding would begin. Cam had survived the mixer part of the event, which, from the open sexual innuendos he received, gave him an even better idea of what women experienced being hit on by guys when they were out with girlfriends. He doubted many of these women would have behaved that way under any other circumstances. But then again, this whole deal was supposed to be a fantasy, like a smash-up of The Bachelorette and The Price is Right. From Cam's point of view, it was more like Survivor. He hadn't thought to ask, and no one had offered to tell him what the auction's theme song would be. But when the hidden speakers began blaring out, "It's raining men," and the women began screaming and shouting as if they were all at a bachelorette party visit to Chippendales, he seriously considered bolting for the fire exit. Then, reminding himself that a third of the money raised would go toward his nonprofit no-kill shelter, not to mention the date with Megan, he took a deep breath and walked through the curtain to take his turn on the catwalk. "Does anyone else feel uncomfortable?" Megan asked, beginning to wish she hadn't come, but even though she hadn't planned to bid, Chelsea and the others had talked her into it. She hadn't expected an entire pavilion of women, most of whom she knew to be responsible adults, screaming like they were 14 again at a Justin Timberlake concert. Now I fully understand the term meat market. They're not being treated like meat, Rihanna, who'd left her B&B in the hands of her newly hired assistant for the event, said. More like eye candy. Look at it this way, Kylie suggested. We spend our entire lives being sexually objectified by men. Turnaround is only fair play. That's one advantage of growing older, I suppose, Jolene mused. You get left alone. Lily rolled her eyes at that. Honey, I volunteer at Harbor Hill Home. You should hear some of those old geezers inviting women for sleepovers in their rooms. But for this one evening, 12 hot guys are going to have to strut their stuff for us. And I, for one, have come prepared to shop. Megan couldn't decide whether or not she wanted Lily to bid on Cam. It wasn't as if she'd told anyone what she'd been feeling. Not that she didn't trust her friends. But saying it out loud would make it too real. And for now, since she and Cam would have to live in the same small town, constantly running into each other, she found it safer to dwell in Fantasyland. Brianna had casually mentioned hearing about those Wednesday lunches a time or two, to which Megan had not so truthfully answered it was merely a coincidence that she'd be cleaning during his lunch hour. And Emma did so love visiting the animals. She'd sensed at the time her friend hadn't exactly bought the story, but she didn't challenge it. The bidding continued fast and furious, and as the excitement built, even the men, who'd looked a little uncomfortable in the beginning, got into the spirit. Megan was surprised at how many out-of-towners had shown up. All the motels, hotels, inns, and bed and breakfasts in not only Honeymoon Harbor, but neighboring towns as well were filled to capacity. Wow, who knew Flynn had moves like that? Kylie asked. After an afternoon of escalating bidding, the fire chief was the penultimate bachelor. Gloria introduced him as having played basketball at Annapolis and even won a gold medal with a team in the Olympics, Lily said. A bit of personal history that somehow hadn't made it onto the Facebook page when he'd moved up from Oregon to take the job last year. With a lot of guys, that would be the first thing they'd tell anyone, Brianna said. I like that about him, Jolene said. It suggests he's modest. But as much as I love Aiden, I can't deny that the way he can palm that ball has me thinking wicked thoughts. I just wish basketball players still wore those old-time short shorts, Lily said, waving her paddle. I'd like to get a look at those thighs. And you say it's not a meat market, Megan said. Unsurprisingly, as hot as Nick Alexandra's tango had been, Flynn's still military-fit body, moving around that stage, long legs and arms looking as if they'd been sculpted by Michelangelo, shot to the top of the chart by $200 when Lily, who had been born into money and didn't have to worry about a budget, raised him $200 over Nick's tango. Each bachelor was assigned his own song. Since he was doing a tango, Nick's had been the song Al Pacino had tangoed to in Scent of a Woman, while Flynn's was Anchors Away, which had prompted Kara, owner of Rain and Shine Books, who was seated at the next table, to state that she certainly wouldn't mind sailing away with him. Then there was one. And for our grand finale,
Gloria Wells announced. "We have Dr. Cameron Montgomery, who grew up right here on the peninsula and attended WSU, where he also got his veterinary degree. He's been working in Sacramento the past few years, but having missed our beautiful Pacific Northwest, he has now settled in Honeymoon Harbor. And along with taking wonderful care of all our fur babies, he's established a nonprofit rescue shelter, which all of you who bought tickets have contributed to. I'm sure many of you have adopted dogs and cats from him since it opened. Now, I know you all have been waiting to hear about his date, which he's teased us by keeping a secret, but it's finally time for it, ta-da, to be revealed. One very lucky woman will be taking a romantic private starlit dinner cruise on the Lady Abigail, which is currently docked in our harbor. For those visitors who might not know her history, she's a full-size replica of the original U.S. Navy tall ship that was named for Abigail Adams, First Lady to John Adams, who is known as the father of the U.S. Navy. She played a vital part in the Barbary Wars that put an end to the piracy and plundering of U.S. ships, and showed our Navy to be one of the most powerful forces on the sea. So, without further ado, I give you Honeymoon Harbor's very own Dr. McDreamy, Cameron Montgomery. A collective scream went up as the loudspeakers started playing Bob Seger's old-time rock and roll, the song that had catapulted Tom Cruise to stardom in Risky Business. "He wouldn't dare," Megan said on a gasp. "Oh, wow. As much as I love Gabe, I certainly hope he does," Chelsea said. "I don't even play on that team, but that dance was still one of the sexiest things ever. Even better, in my opinion, than Dirty Dancing, partly because it was so unexpected," Kylie said. Though Swayze, being older, was hotter than Cruise. Megan, who was holding her breath, couldn't respond. When Cam suddenly burst from the wings at the left side of the stage, wearing white socks, a pink dress shirt, and those red boxer briefs Megan had actually held in her hands a few days ago, lip-syncing into a candlestick, the volume in the room nearly blew the pavilion's roof off. "Oh my God." Megan couldn't believe it. Her hands flew to her lips to keep from screaming herself. The man had just turned her fantasies up to 11. "Cameron Montgomery is definitely proof there is a God," Kylie said. "And she sure scored perfection with him." Women were jumping to their feet, already waving their paddles even before he ditched the candlestick for an air guitar. And in that last moment, when he slid across the stage floor on his knees, which Megan thought was going to leave him with a nasty floor burn, and the music stopped, he was looking directly at her. "How old do you have to be for a hot flash?" Kylie asked as she fanned her face with her program. "I don't know," Lily said. "But once again, you're not alone." As they all looked from Megan's face to Cam, who'd gotten to his feet, back to Megan, she felt her cheeks flaming. And those were just the parts that showed. She took a long sip of the ice water she'd taken from the tray instead of a margarita, hoping it would cool her off. It didn't. "We'll begin the bidding at $250, Gloria announced. That bid was instantly matched by bookseller Kara. Lily raised her paddle. $300. "You just bought Flynn," Megan reminded her. "True, but I'm a generous woman. If I win, I'll give him to one of you." "You and Megan are the only ones who are single," Chelsea said. "Yeah," Lily agreed with a wink. "Funny how that works out, isn't it?" He looked so good, so gorgeous, so damn self-confident. If Megan hadn't known how much he'd been dreading this auction, she would have believed he was enjoying himself. $350. This from a brunette out-of-towner at the back of the room. Chelsea jumped up. 400. 425. Another out-of-towner. This one, a blonde from the neighboring table, who was painted into a pair of leopard print pants and wearing enough makeup to stock every makeup counter in the Seattle Nordstrom, called out. 500, Jolene countered. 550, the earlier brunette called out. 600, Brianna, who no one had ever heard raise her voice, shouted. What are you guys doing? Megan asked. It's for a good cause, Lily reminded her. We're bidding him up. But what if you win him? I already told you. I'm giving him to you. 700, she countered after a new bidder in the back of the room topped Brianna. 750, the determined blonde jumped back in. 800, Chelsea shouted out. I doubt Gabe would be all that thrilled to have you going on a starlit cruise with Cameron, Megan warned as the brunette jumped back in. He wouldn't care, neither would Aiden. Jolene raised it to an even 1,000. And don't worry about us. We're all pitching in to give him to you for a birthday present. You're seriously giving me a man for my birthday? Not any man, Brianna said, shooting a very uncharacteristic glare at the blonde who was refusing to surrender. This is Cameron Montgomery we're talking about. 1,200. As the bidding continued, Megan tried to do the division in her head to figure out how much each of her friends' share of the final amount would be if they did win. At the pace it was climbing, she was afraid only Chelsea, who could get the money from gazillionaire Gabe, and Lily, with her robber baron ancestor trust fund, could afford what they'd have to chip in. This is really generous, she said, but you have to stop, because it's going to cost you all a fortune. The other women shared a look. Chelsea shrugged and added another $50 to the total. Don't worry, Brianna said. It's supposed to be a secret, but it won't be any fun if you're worried about us. Cam's paying. What? Why? That should be obvious, Jolene said as the blonde stayed in. He doesn't want anyone but you to win him. And damn, would she drop the hell out? Lily tossed up yet another bid. So, because we all think you'd be perfect together, we collaborated in the conspiracy to make this date happen. Megan was stunned into silence as Brianna stood up and walked over to the blonde. Just in case you're wondering, the sky's our limit, she said in the calm, polite tone that she might have used during her years as a high-end hotel concierge. So I'd advise you to sit down now, because it's bound to eventually get painful standing on those 5-inch stilettos. What do you mean, the sky's the limit? Megan asked as Brianna sat back down at their table. Exactly that. But Cam's still paying off student loans. Which only shows that he believes you're worth busting his budget for, Chelsea said. Which is so romantic, Kylie and Mai said in unison. It needs to be a movie, Jolene decided. I'm still doing makeup for Hallmark films. I'll call a producer friend tomorrow and pitch the idea to her. Set it at Christmas, Lily suggested. Those are like chocolate truffles. You can never have too many. Exactly, Jolene agreed, shooting a withering, warning look at the blonde. Having overcome bullying when she'd been younger, she was the most outwardly tough woman of their group. My mother would eat it up. Me too, actually. You're all crazy, Megan said as the blonde surrendered, sank to her seat, and motioned to the young man wandering the room with a tray for another margarita. Most of all, Cameron. But didn't it warm her from the inside out, just thinking that he'd go to such extremes when he could have simply asked her out to a movie and burger at Mannion's? We're all varying levels of crazy in our own way, Chelsea said. But I've got to tell you, Megan, Cameron Montgomery is head over heels crazy about you. I'm going to get to help plan another wedding. Brianna actually clapped her hands. Knowing that her friend had once coordinated a Las Vegas wedding for a pair of King Charles Spaniels, Megan decided that event planning must be in her genes. Which might also explain why all the rooms at Heron's Landing were idyllic, Hallmark movie set cozy. You're getting ahead of yourself, Megan said. Possibly, Brianna said. But in case you haven't noticed, even after he went to stand next to Gloria for the bidding, the man hasn't taken his eyes off you. He's definitely serious, Chelsea agreed. As every other woman at the table nodded, although she wasn't looking to get married again. Been there, done that, and had been left with a pile of debt to prove it. Megan had to admit that she hoped they were right, because no man had ever made her feel the way Cameron Montgomery did. The bidding finally stopped. After her going once, going twice warning, Gloria declared Lily the winner, at which time Lily stood up and announced that she was gifting Honeymoon Harbor's veterinarian to her dear friend Megan Larson for a birthday present, which caused a murmured wave of surprise and mostly delight, save for the losing bidders. "Give me your car key," Lily said. "Why?" "Because Jolene and I are going to take care of getting your car to your house. Cam can drive you home. Unless you want to spend the night together. I'd bet your mom would be happy to have Emma stay over." "I'm not spending the night with him." But oh, how that idea sent warmth flooding through her blood. The military could have used you all when they were planning the Normandy invasion. Megan took her key ring from her bag and handed it over. "You can leave it in the window box on the right-hand side of the door. My husband, and by the way, I do love saying that word, so expect to hear it a lot, who happens to be Honeymoon Harbor's police chief, would not approve of you hiding your keys in such an obvious place," Jolene said. "What he doesn't know won't hurt him, just this once," Lily said. Still shaking her head at what had just transpired, as Megan wove her way through the tables toward the front of the room to claim her gift, which still had her stunned. She felt as if she were looking through the close-up lens of a camera. With her gaze focused directly on Cam, everything and everyone in the pavilion faded away. There was only her. Only him, and amazingly, his look toward her mirrored her feelings. As she stood in front of him, he took her hands in his. "Happy birthday." Then he bent his head and kissed her. A light, sweet kiss that had the room bursting into applause as the traditional happy birthday song started playing, an indication that Gloria had also been in on the subterfuge. "You shouldn't have spent all that money," she chided as nearly everyone in the banquet room began to sing along. Damn it, now she was tearing up. It was all too much. "Money's not important. I was willing to spend whatever it took to make sure that you'd be the one I'd be having that dinner with. I'm yours, Megan Larson." He held out his arms, offering himself to her, which, now that the song had ended, caused a united sigh from most of the women in the room. Use me as you will. Whoever was working the sound system had, instead of turning the loudspeakers off after the birthday song, somehow let the mic go hot, just as he'd said that. At any other time, Megan might have wanted the floor to open and swallow her up. But this entire situation was so fantastical, she couldn't feel embarrassed, not while feeling like Cinderella. Taking her hand again, Cam thanked Gloria, blew a kiss to her friends who'd made this happen, then walked off the stage with Megan to a round of applause. Chapter 5. "I can't believe you did that," Megan said as they left the pavilion to the sound of a calliope from the midway. "It was Quinn's idea. I had no idea there'd be a talent aspect to the show. Unfortunately, I don't have any talents." "Try telling that to all those women back there," she said. It was as if Gloria had thrown you into a tank of piranhas. Brianna actually threatened that blonde. You're kidding. He'd laced their fingers together, and as they walked past the dock where the Lady Abigail was towering over all the pleasure boats, Megan couldn't help thinking how right it felt, how easy. No, you were amazing, and so was your date idea. I got the idea from that old movie, Romancing the Stone. The final scene when Michael Douglas shows up on the street outside Kathleen Turner's apartment with that gleaming white yacht on a trailer to take her away. Since I couldn't bring the Lady Abigail to your house, I decided to bring you to the Lady Abigail. Adding to the surrealism of this day is discovering that you actually know that movie. He shrugged. I dated a woman in Sacramento for a while who must have watched it at an impressionable age because she had me watch the video, then informed me that was the type of romance she wanted from the man she married. Knowing I couldn't live up to that fictionalized ideal, we agreed to go our own ways, but stayed friends. After a couple years, she married a guy who put on those mystery dinner theaters and was into grand gestures, so all ended well. For a man who doesn't do grand gestures, booking a tall ship, especially one as famous as this, for a private dinner sale is awfully grand. That's what Quinn said. Here's the thing. I hadn't ever met a woman I wanted to do something over-the-top romantic for. Until you. Oh, wow. Megan had to remind herself to breathe. For the record, I certainly don't expect gestures like that every day. She'd already fallen in love with him because of the way he'd planned those weekly lunches, the way he was so wonderful with Emma, and yes, because just thinking about him had butterflies fluttering their wings inside her. That light kiss when she'd claimed him had left her as breathless as she'd always imagined Cam kissing her would be. It had also left her wanting more. Truthfully, I don't really want to wait for tomorrow, he said. Me neither, Megan admitted. After all he'd gone through for this date, there was no way she was going to play coy. But here's the deal. You've been on my mind for months, ever since you first walked into Mannion's. Really? Really, which is why I called and asked you for a quote. She laughed. I felt the same way. It was like being hit by lightning, which was why I agreed to clean your house, which I don't do for anyone but Seth these days. Yet you made me wait 5 days for the appointment. I needed to think about the consequences if we were still attracted to each other once we'd spent some time together. I'm a mother, Cam. I can't bring a man into my daughter's life because I'm attracted to him. I'm glad you decided to take the risk, because I've been obsessing about this day for weeks, enough so that I even let Quinn talk me into doing that damn dance. Not only was it very sexy, think how much more you earned, not just for the food bank, but for the shelter. There is that, but we don't have to wait until tomorrow to be together. How about picking up something to eat at the food booths? By the time we finish eating, your parents will be back with Emma, and we'll all watch the fireworks together. Then I'll take you both home and return to my very clean but lonely house and dream of you. I'm ahead of you, because I've been dreaming of you for months. Me too, and I'm kicking myself for waiting so long, so we'll just have to make up for lost time. They ordered the wings Quinn was famous for from Mannion's booth, and hummus and pita bread from the booth Nick Alexandra's had rented to advertise his upcoming restaurant. Now to find a place to sit, Megan said, looking around at the crush of people. I've got that covered. Come with me. He led her through the crowd to the pier, where a white hardtop cabin cruiser bobbed on the water. Seth offered me his sloop, but it was too small for you, Emma, your parents, and me, so I rented this one so we could watch the fireworks from the water. This was so much better than Cinderella's pumpkin coach, Megan thought. But still, I can't imagine what this, the auction and our date, is costing you. It's not a problem and nothing you need to worry about. I've watched you, Megan. All you do is work and be a mom to Emma, which is admirable, but when was the last time you just stopped worrying about doing everything perfectly and had some fun? Now you sound like Lily and Jolene and, she admitted on a sigh, all my other friends and my mom. See? He flashed her a smile. Although he'd smiled a lot over the past months, this one was sexy as sin.
You're well overdue.
She was well overdue for a lot of things, especially one she'd been thinking of far too much lately. They sat side by side on a padded bench seat, sharing the meal with bottles of Quinn's Good Vibrations summer craft beer as the lighted Ferris wheel kept turning. Megan felt as if her mind had gone into some sort of freeze. She literally could not have a normal conversation after such an extraordinary day. Finally, after a period of silence, Cam put his empty plate down on the bench beside him, then took her face in his hands. Megan was glad she was sitting down, because she was already trembling with anticipation. His lips were smiling as they kissed hers, clouding her mind again, fogging out the crowd, the Barkers from the Midway, a country band playing Dierks Bentley cover songs. Still, holding on to her plate, she couldn't move, even to put her arms around him as he angled his head, deepening the kiss, while at the same time keeping it gentle, which still made her head spin and stars burst behind her closed eyes. His fingers trailed down her neck, his thumb pausing at that hollow in her throat where she knew he could feel the blood pounding. Just as the beam of the Honeymoon Harbor lighthouse flashed across them like a spotlight, she heard a familiar high voice.
"We get to go on a boat?"
Cam raised his head as Emma came running down the dock toward them.
We have company.
Surprise, surprise. As they drew apart, she touched his cheek. Thank you for everything. His dimples creased again.
Believe me, it's been my pleasure.
Apparently, the nap had restored Emma's energy, because she talked a mile a minute, her words falling over each other, making them difficult to interpret.
"I don't remember seeing fireworks," she explained to Cam. "Grandma says that was because the first year I was a baby, and they didn't take me because they didn't want me to be scared and cry. Then last year I was just a toddler, but now I'm a big girl, so this is like my very first time."
These you'll remember,
Cam promised as he buckled a life vest on her.
Want to go out on the water?
"Yes."
She jumped up and down, clapping her hands, as Megan's father unfastened the ropes and Cam started the engine.
My parents knew all about this, didn't they?
Megan asked beneath her breath as they pulled away from the pier to join the other boats already anchored around the harbor.
I had to tell them, so they'd know where to find us when they came back.
That makes sense, but I'm getting the feeling that half of Honeymoon Harbor was involved in this.
Not everyone, he said. But if I were you, I'd stay away from the town's Facebook page for a few days.
Emma had settled onto Megan's lap just as the first red, gold, and purple fireworks lit up the night sky. Booms echoed, and shrill whistles screamed as a rocket shot high into the sky, exploding into blue spirals following by a rain of flashing silver. For the next 30 minutes, oohs and ahs floated over the water as the sky lit up with more complex blasts of color than previous years. Megan had heard that was due to Gabe Mannion throwing some of his gazillions into the town's budget to create an extravaganza, which he'd definitely pulled off. The colors were brighter, the bursts, which were set to music for the first time, continuing to explode inside each other, not allowing a moment for viewers to catch their breaths before the next explosion. And there were shapes, red hearts, blue and silver stars, and bright yellow smiley faces.
"Oh, those smiley faces are my favorite,"
Emma shouted, clapping her hands. The finale was a dazzling display of all the colors, all the sparkles that kept going on, saturating the sky. Just when it seemed it was over, more rockets were sent into the smoky sky, creating a wide silver and white waterfall that tumbled down, disappearing into the water.
"Wow,"
Megan said. "That was really something."
"It was amazing."
Emma turned toward Cam.
"You're right, Dr. Montgomery. I'm going to remember this forever and ever."
Me too. As he reached out and ruffled the little girl's curls, Cam knew he'd never forget how Megan's face had lit up beneath that bright sky. She was always cheerful and friendly,
but behind the smiles, he could see the serious seeds of responsibility. But tonight, caught up in the moment, she'd looked as awed and happy as her daughter. He knew he'd still be remembering that on their golden anniversary. Now all he had to do was convince her to marry him. Not knowing what to expect, but reading on the ship's website that it was suggested guests dress warmly, in layers, Megan had dressed for her dinner in a long black skirt over opaque black tights, a turtleneck sweater, and calf-high boots with low heels, because she suspected the deck of a ship was no place for heels. Looking at herself in the mirror, she liked the way the black contrasted with her strawberry red hair, which she'd pulled back into a loose braid that should survive any winds. But the sweater's all wrong. Remembering Cam's touch on her throat, she pulled off the turtleneck and exchanged it for an Angora sweater with sequins embellishing the lower, scooped neckline. And because a girl could always be hopeful, she'd stopped by the Dancing Deer dress shop and bought some seduction underwear in their lingerie section. Gratefully, Dorothy and Dottie acted as if she bought black lace demi-bras and barely their panties every day. Yet as she left the store with her underwear wrapped in tissue in the store bag, Dottie, the more cheerful of the twin sisters, called out, "Have a wonderful special date, dear." She'd dropped Emma off at her parents' early in the afternoon, which gave her time to give herself a facial with peach-scented cream JoAnn had assured her was the line's bestseller. Then, pouring a small glass of wine, she spent the next luxurious half-hour lounging in a bubble bath, again, courtesy of JoAnn's skincare, feeling every bone in her body nearly melting with a relaxation she couldn't remember experiencing for a long, long time. Although she usually just stuck with a light face cream and lip balm, tonight she was going all out with actual makeup, following the detailed chart that JoAnn had created when she'd stopped by the salon and spa. Both JoAnn and her mother had refused to let her pay, telling her that it was their contribution to her special evening. Brianna had also dropped in with a black wool jacket cut like a classic military peacoat from her own closet. "For walking on the deck," she'd said. "I have a coat." "You have a bulky, hooded rain parka that's perfect for every day, but not for the first date you've had in forever. This is a special night, Megan. You need to go all in. And you don't need a rain hood because the forecast is for clear skies tonight. But here's a cute knit hat to cover your ears because it'll probably be windy and chilly out on the water. And you know what they say about heat escaping through the top of your head." Because her body thermostat turned to blaze whenever she was around Cam, Megan wasn't certain all this was necessary, but the hat did look cute with the coat, and Brianna was being so generous, she wasn't going to argue. Finally, although she stabbed herself in the eye with an evil killer mascara wand, she was ready half an hour before Cam was due to pick her up. The ship was going to leave right before sundown so they could enjoy that golden hour between daylight and dusk. She'd put 4,200 steps on her Fitbit when she finally heard him pulling up outside her house. After pausing to give herself one last check in the mirror on the wall of the small entry, she opened the door the instant he rang the bell. Not that she wanted to let him know how anxious she was or anything. "Wow." His dark eyes widened. "You look amazing." "Meaning I clean up well," she said dryly as she opened the door wider to invite him in. "That's not what I meant at all. You're always beautiful, but I've got to admit, Megan, you're kind of scary right now." "Scary?" JoAnn had assured her that if she just followed the chart showing how to do a smoky eye, she wouldn't have any problem. "Makeup is supposed to be fun," her friend said. "Like playing with Barbie, but this time you're Barbie." Having always thought Barbie was a bit overdone, especially when dressed as an astronaut, Megan had applied the makeup with a light hand. But now she was worried she'd ended up looking like RuPaul. "Scary because you're intimidating, but in a good way. Natural," he assured her, "but more city sophisticated. And why don't you just kill me now before I get in deeper?" Her quick laugh eased the tension that had, despite the bath and wine, been building in her all day. "Thank you," she said.
This just feels awkward. I haven't dated since high school.
I promise I'll do my best to make it painless. He picked up her coat from the back of a chair. Ready to go?
For one suspended instant, she almost chickened out, which was ridiculous. They got along perfectly on Wednesdays and had shared a wonderful time before and after the auction. Why was she putting so much pressure on one night?
Maybe I just should have chosen bowling,
he suggested, as if reading her mind again. More likely, her body language, given that she'd turned as stiff as the Tin Man before Dorothy had saved him with that oil can. I'd be okay with bowling, she said. My dad and I used to go every Saturday afternoon when he wasn't fishing. That was before his MS. But you paid a lot for this evening, and I know it's going to be wonderful.
Which it was.
As if they were visiting royalty.
They were piped aboard by a sailor in a uniform dating back to the 1800s. The captain, who was waiting at the top of the ramp, welcomed them before turning them over to another sailor, who led them up 3 flights to the upper gun deck.
"Welcome to the Admiral's quarters," he said as he opened the door to a room furnished in period antiques. In the center of the room was a round dining table covered with a white tablecloth. The gilt and cobalt-rimmed china and heavy sterling flatware reminded Megan of the old photos from when Heron's Landing had hosted the newly married King and Queen of Montaqua, whose visit had resulted in the town's name changing from Port Vancouver to Honeymoon Harbor in their honor. I feel as if I should be wearing a formal dinner gown, Megan murmured as a steward arrived with a silver tray holding a bottle of champagne and 2 martini glasses filled with Oregon pink shrimp and Dungeness crab cocktail that he set on the table, then discreetly left the room. The whole idea of this evening is to relax. Cam, who was wearing a Shetland sweater a few shades lighter than his eyes with a dark indigo pair of jeans, said as he pulled out her chair. If you were to get all formal, I'd have to put that penguin suit back on. But you looked so handsome in it, she said as he poured the champagne into one of the stemmed flutes embossed with the ship's silhouette in frosted glass and handed it to her. But I have to admit that there was a lot to be said for that risky business outfit, though you'd changed up the underwear.
I'd do nearly anything for you.
Pouring his own glass, he lifted it toward hers for a toast.
But wearing tighty-whities in public would push the limit.
I liked the red ones better, she admitted as they touched the rims of their glasses. No way would she admit that on more than one Wednesday over the past months she'd fantasized about him wearing them. As the ship pulled away from port, they sat on couches on that high deck, looking out the expansive windows as Honeymoon Harbor grew smaller and they moved out onto the Salish Sea, where islands dotted the gilded sapphire water like scattered emeralds. I love this, Megan said with a long, happy sigh. Sometimes I take a ferry to escape for an hour or so, getting out on the water, looking at green trees lining the banks, drinking in the fresh, salty air. Gives me a new lease on life.
Emma said you two sometimes ride the ferry for fun. She made sure to point out that she got to ride for free.
Megan laughed. That's always a big deal for her, which makes me wonder sometimes if I put too much emphasis on money.
From what I hear, you've had a lot of reason to focus on it, and it doesn't hurt for kids to learn that money doesn't grow on that tree that hasn't magically popped up in your backyard.
A lesson I certainly learned early. The Admiral lived well, I see, she murmured, taking a sip of the sparkling wine. Soft instrumental music was playing through hidden speakers.
With rank comes privilege, Cam said. Though I expect if we wanted the true experience, we'd be drinking a flagon of rum. I strongly doubt that the crew lived anything like this.
True. I imagine their circumstances were far grimmer. But when you think about the wars back then, and granted, I don't know anything about it other than watching the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, it doesn't seem as if rank, even on a magnificent ship like this, could keep you from getting killed or dying from disease.
Probably not.
I wish Dad could see this, she murmured.
After all those years working on crab boats in the Bering Sea and Bristol Harbor, it would probably blow his mind. Your dad's a tough guy. I'm sorry about the MS.
Me too. But as bad as it sounds, he was fortunate to get relapsing remitting MS, which is the most common kind. There will always be flare-ups, but also periods where it doesn't manifest itself or progress. Doctors have assured him that his life expectancy is pretty much the same as any other male his age. Although the inconvenience will admittedly progress. He's only started using the cane this past year. Still, that's got to be hard on his ego.
I suppose it was, but he and Mom seemed to have a happy life since he retired. I took it hard when he was first diagnosed. He's always been so strong. I couldn't imagine him as an invalid and overreacted.
But you were what, 16?
17. And I won't lie, I think it hit me harder than it did either of my parents.
You were at an emotional age.
True, she sighed. I'd grown up being taught that God was all-knowing and benevolent. That sustained me a lot when I could see my mother was worried about some storm in Alaska when he was out crabbing. Surely God would protect him. Then suddenly, after having become more fatigued than usual on his last trip, he was diagnosed. And my life, at least in my self-absorbed teenage mind, changed. Instead of going to Friday night football games and buying prom dresses, I turned angry and rebellious and started hanging out with a different crowd. My boyfriend, Jake, played in a band. He wore lots of black leather and chains, had piercings and a lot of tattoos. But while he might have looked like a gangbanger, deep down, he was a nice guy. When I told him I was pregnant, instead of running for the hills or trying to talk me into an abortion, he was actually excited about the baby.
Wait a minute. You were 17, but Emma is
3. She's my second child. I miscarried during my first trimester.
He reached across the table and took her hand. I'm sorry.
I was too. Nobody talked much about those things back then. While lots of mommy groups were starting up, there weren't any support groups for mothers who'd lost their children before birth. At least, not around here. There wasn't any prescribed way to grieve. My mother tried to help, assured me I'd have more babies. And of course, I did eventually have Emma. But as much as I loved her, that doesn't mean that I don't still grieve for the baby who should have been her big brother or sister.
That would be hard on any woman, Cam said. But at your age, you couldn't have possibly been prepared.
I wasn't. Her laugh was without humor. What I knew about sex back then could have been written on the head of a pin and still had room for 1,000 dancing angels. I was scared to death when that pregnancy test proved positive. But then, when Jake got all excited, I started looking forward to being a mother and even started planning a nursery. She shook her head. I was so young and naive, I had no clue that approximately 50% of pregnancies end in miscarriages. I'm an adult who's had my share of biology classes, but I had no idea that percentage was that high. Well, you're a guy. It's probably not a topic that comes up a lot over beers at Mannion's. She fell silent as the steward returned to take their empty cocktail glasses away and bring a plate of freshly baked bread with honey thyme butter and bowls of silky fennel and potato soup. Anyway, she said, life eventually moved on, though the marriage turned out to be pretty much a disaster.
He wasn't abusive.
No, not verbally or physically. But I came to realize that I'd married Peter Pan, that Jake would never grow up. So, although I'd be the first person in my family ever to get divorced, when I got pregnant again with Emma, I'd already decided to leave Jake. Then he left me first. But I have Emma, so if I could go back in time, I wouldn't change a thing.
She's a gem.
She is, indeed. And this is really great soup. It was too lovely an evening for such a serious discussion. But they weren't alone that often, and if she wanted to move forward with Cameron, which she did, she needed to share her story, then leave it in the past where it belonged.
having dispensed with the topic of her ill-fated marriage over an entree of grilled Alaskan salmon, a chilled salad of finely chopped parsley, cherry tomatoes, mint, onion, and couscous, seasoned with olive oil, lemon juice, salt and pepper, and roasted seasonal vegetables, paired with a smooth red Pinot Noir from a winery on one of the San Juan Islands. The conversation moved on to more enjoyable topics: the upcoming harvest celebration, the town Halloween party where children would trick-or-treat at various businesses, Thanksgiving, and, of course, Christmas. "This time of year seems to have been created for children," Megan said. "Emma's already insisting on going through the corn maze at Blue House Farm. And of course, she's going to be a princess for Halloween. She'll make a good one. She already has the attitude." Megan laughed, agreeing entirely. They'd just finished a light lemony cheesecake topped with berries when Just One Look came up on the ship's playlist. "They're playing our song." Cam stood up and held out a hand. As she stood, he deftly turned her into his arms. She'd already discovered at the wedding how well he'd danced, how well they fit together. "Last night was fun," he murmured against her temple as they swayed to the music drifting through the speakers. "It was. I think my daughter is in love with you." "That makes it mutual, then," he said, spinning her out, then bringing her back against him, closer this time. She nestled her cheek against his broad shoulder as they swayed to the music drifting through the speaker. Those long fingers she'd imagined on her body so many times rested at the base of her back, pressing her close enough to feel his need. Her pulse quickened. "Just one look," he sang softly along with the song, his breath a warm breeze against her hair. "And I knew." The words floated away. She shut her eyes and twined her arms around his neck as the songs, all slow, all romantic, changed. Megan was just thinking that she could happily stay like this forever when the steward discreetly knocked on the door to let them know that they'd returned and were approaching the dock. After Cam helped her into Brianna's coat, they went out on the deck and watched as Honeymoon Harbor came into view. "Although I've lived here all my life, I've never seen the town from the water at night," she said. "With all the lights reflected on the cloud cover, it looks as if it's wearing strings of jewels, or," she reconsidered, "like I imagine Brigadoon must look." "It's a special place," he agreed. "I'm glad I found it." He drew her close as the sailors around them prepared to dock. "Because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have found you." It was magic, decided Megan, who'd been brought up to be practical and not encouraged to daydream. This place, this night, this man. After thanking both the steward and the captain for the very special hospitality, they were piped off the tall ship like visiting admirals. "That was," she said, as they strolled along the deck to the parking lot, "the very best date night ever." "I'd hoped you'd enjoy it." "It was even better than having a white yacht show up outside my door. And you were 100 times more handsome and sexier than Michael Douglas. I probably should feel sorry for her." "Kathleen Turner?" "No, that woman who didn't think you could be romantic." She paused long enough to lift her lips to his. "She has no idea what she missed out on." "And just think," Cam said, "the night isn't over yet." Chapter 6. Megan had worried that she'd end up ruining a perfect evening with an imperfect night. It had been ages since she'd had sex with a partner. Her first time had been a fumbling, inexperienced event in the backseat of a car parked out at the lake that had resulted in the conception of the baby, whose gender she'd never know, whom she'd never hold to her breast, and whose chubby little feet she'd never play this little piggy with. The baby she'd loved from the moment she'd seen that positive line on the pregnancy test. The baby that a part of her would always grieve. In the first year of her marriage, she'd wondered if the reason she couldn't climax wasn't due to her husband's quick, self-satisfying technique that never changed since that first teenage night.
but because depression had taken her to a very dark place for a very long time. Her ever-practical mother, in an attempt to bring Megan back into the light, began taking her on cleaning jobs, which had given her a sense of purpose. She might not be able to go back in time and change the past. She might not ever stop missing her lost child. But she could clean bathrooms until they sparkled, organize a messy, jumbled pantry, make crisp, tight beds her father could have bounced a quarter off and leave perfectly straight vacuum lines in a carpet. Her work might not save the world, but it had certainly saved her life. All those thoughts were tumbling around in her mind as she stood in the middle of her living room, Cameron looking down at her looking up at him. "We don't have to do this," he said, his hand smoothing over her shoulders. "I don't want to rush you."
I do want to, but I'm a little out of practice.
His lips curved in a slow smile. His dark eyes, which she'd seen blaze, turned tender as he ran the backs of his fingers down the side of her cheek. "It's like riding a bicycle. It'll come back to you."
I was never very good at that either, she admitted. It's some sort of balance problem. My pediatrician said it was an inner ear thing that I might outgrow.
"And did you?"
"I don't know." She shrugged. "I didn't try again after that."
"I think I hear a metaphor there," he said. "Next weekend, we'll rent one of those bicycles built for two, and we'll take it for a spin around the harbor. Meanwhile, I'd very much like to top this date off by making love to you. The same way I have in my dreams since that first night I saw you at Mannion's."
"I'd like that too."
His strong arms went around her, gathering her close as he lowered his head and touched his mouth to hers, gently, softly pulling her back into those mists where she'd been floating while they'd danced. When her lips parted on a soft sigh, he deepened the kiss and pulled her closer. His body was hard as granite and very much aroused. She did that to him, Megan told herself as her blood turned warm and golden. Without breaking contact, lightly humming their song against her lips, he danced her, turning in smooth circles down the hall. She was grateful her house was small, allowing him to easily find her bedroom without her having to break contact to tell him. He placed her on the bed she'd optimistically made with fresh sheets this morning. Then the mattress sighed as he lay down beside her, exploring her with his gaze and his hands. When she would have rushed, he took his time, slowly undressing her, even managing to pull those tights off, which wasn't an easy feat. When he'd gotten down to the skimpy black panties and bra that had been engineered to make her B-cup breasts appear almost voluptuous, his eyes deepened to nearly black as they licked a slow, hot kiss over her almost naked body. "You are beautiful."
"It's the packaging."
"No, it's you. Although I'm not going to deny the packaging is pretty damn fine."
"I'm glad, since I bought it for you."
"I'm looking forward to showing my appreciation." He stood up and stripped much more quickly than he'd undressed her. When she first saw those black boxer briefs, the idea that they'd matched underwear colors almost made her laugh, until he bent down and stripped them off. He was, in a word, magnificent, and he was hers, at least for tonight.
"You are," she said breathlessly, "the best birthday present I've ever received."
Megan was no virgin. She'd lost one child and given birth to a daughter. But she'd never known until now how mere words could have such a direct effect on a man's body. Cameron Montgomery had been born in the wrong time. If he'd lived during the Renaissance, he would have been immortalized in marble, and David, who'd always set the standard for male beauty, would have had to settle for second place. As Cam's gaze swept over her, his eyes somehow managed to be both sleepy and hot at the same time. For the very first time in her life, Megan understood what all those authors meant when they wrote about bedroom eyes. "Now we're going to get you back up on that bicycle," he said in his low, rough voice, "and ride all night long." By the time the sun was filtering through her blinds and the long sound of the incoming morning ferry's horn blast sounded from the water,
Cam had definitely proven to be a man of his word. Fall had always been Megan's favorite season, and this year was even better with Cam in it. Even as the weather cooled down during the 2 weeks after Labor Day, the sun seemed to have a warmer glow to it, a glow that matched her emotions. The morning after her date with Cam on the Lady Abigail, she'd taken Emma to her first day of preschool, preparing for a possible meltdown as they arrived to find other first-timers in tears. But Emma allowed only a quick kiss before rushing into her classroom, immediately disappearing into a group of 3-year-olds digging into a big chest of Legos. As Megan drove out of the school's parking lot, the first day tears were her own. She and Cam continued their Wednesday lunches, which he'd moved up a half hour due to Emma's half day at school that allowed her to play with Butterfly, who unsurprisingly hadn't yet found a home. But she had grown a bit more fur. What Emma didn't know yet was that the dog would be coming home for her 4th birthday before the end of the month. Proving that no life could remain perfectly rosy, Megan and Cam had their first argument when she told him that she was no longer charging him for cleaning. "It's your business," Cam had pointed out. "You and Brianna are friends, yet I see the clean team van out in front of Heron's Landing every day with your crew taking care of the guest rooms." "I'm not sleeping with Brianna. Now that we've had sex—" "Made love," he corrected. "Now that we've made love," she continued, "I'd feel like a prostitute." He raked a hand through his hair, and as frustrated as Megan was that he either couldn't or refused to see her point, she couldn't help getting turned on by the way it flipped back down. Not the Bieberish full-bang teen thing, just a bit on the left side of his brow that called attention to his 2 sexy eyes. "I wouldn't be paying you for that," he insisted. "Just cleaning." "There's not that much to do. I'd be doing it anyway if we were living together." "Which I wouldn't mind." He uncharacteristically interrupted her again, showing how equally frustrated he was. "I'd also chip in, which I already do before you show up. But I do realize that you wouldn't want to move in with Emma." No, she wouldn't. She didn't want to cause her daughter heartache if things went wrong. Also, perhaps she was old-fashioned, but she didn't want her daughter to grow up thinking that moving in with guys was necessarily a good thing. And didn't she hate having to even consider right and wrong in these types of situations? No wonder her mother had those gray hairs. "You've already been paying for the lunches," she said. "And that rental boat for the fireworks, the date, even Emma's ice cream cone at the festival. I refuse to be a kept woman, Cameron." Okay, now perhaps she'd been reading too much historical romance. "Hell." He threw up his hands. "Do whatever you want." "Thank you." She crossed what had become a grand canyon between them, went up on her toes, linked her hands together behind his neck, and rewarded him with a long, deep kiss that would have ended up in his bedroom if Emma hadn't been downstairs helping Debbie, one of the techs, give Butterfly a bath. Having missed most of her dating years, she got a thrill from kissing Cam in the back row of the Olympic Theater. Basked in the afternoon, she went sailing with him on Seth's sloop, while her parents took Emma to a Dora the Explorer movie with pizza afterward, and loved shopping with him at the family market, where, along with a bounty of fresh vegetables, Emma had gotten a blue balloon dog she'd promptly named Butterfly, just in case her mother hadn't gotten the hint yet. And then, 2 weeks after Labor Day, after hearing that she and Cam had planned a weekend trip to the coast, her mother invited Megan, Emma, and Cam to dinner. "I think," Cam told Megan, "that we've just hit a milestone in our relationship. The dreaded meet the parents moment." "You already know my parents." "True, but until recently, I'd just been the town vet. Now I'm the guy sleeping with their only daughter, which is why I've been invited to an inquisition." "It's only a roast chicken dinner, not an inquisition." She hoped. Chapter 7. Cameron had survived the roast chicken dinner, which he'd assured Brenda Larson was the best he'd ever eaten, which was true. His mother had many attributes. Cooking had never been one of them.
The conversation had remained casual, everyone sticking to safe topics like Emma's upcoming birthday, which was when she made a pitch for Butterfly again, openly frustrated when she only got a "we'll see" from Megan, who already had food dishes and a dog bed hiding in a closet at Cam's. Her plan was for Megan and Cam to take her shopping for toys and a coat for the dog after her party. The next event on the calendar was the Harvest Festival, where Emma would be going through her first corn maze out at Blue House Farm and choosing a pumpkin, which Cam had volunteered to carve into a jack-o'-lantern. She was, unsurprisingly, wearing a princess costume for the downtown merchants' trick-or-treat street party. "How are your parents doing in Tucson, Cameron?" Megan's mother asked as she picked up the empty dessert plates that had held pieces of warm, home-baked apple pie topped with vanilla bean ice cream Joe Larson had made that morning. "They seem to be enjoying retirement." Cameron's dad had been a general surgeon in Port Angeles, while his mom ran his medical office. Mom's even taken up golf. "Well, doesn't that sound nice?" Brenda said. "I'm not sure it's her favorite thing to do, but she says she prefers it to becoming a golf widow." "I can understand that. And isn't it nice that after all those years working together, they still enjoy each other's company?" Dad's always said he fell for her his first week as an intern. She was an ER nurse who informed him that he was doing nearly everything wrong, which made her wonder what type of doctors medical schools were churning out those days. "That could have gone the other way," Megan said as she wiped a bit of ice cream from Emma's cheek. "Not all men, especially doctors, I suspect, would be happy to be criticized by a woman. We Montgomery males come from strong Highlander stock. We like equally strong women." He'd looked directly into Megan's eyes while making that assertion. Meanwhile, his hand traced what felt like an infinity design on her thigh beneath the table, causing a familiar heat to rise in her cheeks. She couldn't remember ever blushing before meeting Cameron Montgomery. It was as if even being within touching distance had her internal temperature rising. "Megan, dear, why don't you and Emma come upstairs and help me choose some quilt material while your father and Cameron watch the football game?" "I thought I'd help do the dishes." "There aren't that many. I took care of most of them as I cooked. They can always wait." Megan had never heard her mother say that before, which she feared hinted at a planned inquisition after all. "I thought Emma would enjoy looking at all the material." "I would," Emma said, sealing the deal. "I didn't know you quilted," Megan said as they climbed the stairs to her mother's craft room. "I don't yet, but I thought I'd take it up to make blankets for Project Linus. So I went online, watched a bunch of those YouTube videos, then went to Port Townsend and bought myself some tools and material. I probably bought too much." As they entered the room and Megan viewed the stacks of fabric piled high on a craft table, she laughed. "You think so?" "Well, hopefully it won't be the first and last one I make," her mother said a little huffily, as if being accused of being a spendthrift when the very opposite was true. Brenda Larson was the most frugal person Megan had ever met, which had been frustrating when she'd been younger and was continually told that want and need were two very different things. But as she'd become an adult with a child to support and a business to run, she'd been grateful for those early lessons in making and sticking to a budget. "You deserve to spend some money on fun after all the years you've worked. Everyone needs a hobby, and this is for a good cause." "True." Her mother gave her a sideways glance as she began plucking a few sample squares from the piles she'd sorted by color. "What hobby do you have?" "I've been a little busy with Emma and establishing my business." One with primary colored planes, trains, and cars caught her eye. "This would be cute for a boy." "I was thinking the same thing. I'd guess more people make quilts for girls just because they'd be prettier, which is why I liked that pattern. And good try changing the topic." "You might want to try these multicolored stripes with it," Megan said, not walking into that conversational trap. Her mother was a fine one to talk. She'd worked full-time while keeping the house up and taking care of her own daughter for years. "I like unicorns,"
Emma said. If you make a quilt for a girl grandma, you should make a unicorn or a princess. That would be good too.
Those are both very good suggestions, Brenda said. Why don't you take these pink squares over to the sofa and see if you can find some that a little girl would like?
I'll find the best ones.
Of course you will. Once Emma had settled down, Megan's mother turned to her. So, how serious is it with you and Cameron?
It's serious, she admitted.
At least on my part. And I think his, which, to be honest, scares me. Love can often be scary. Brenda placed some rainbow-striped material next to the car-patterned one. Especially once you've had an unfortunate experience, or when the man you love has an incurable disease. Like her father's MS. How's Dad doing? He seems well. Except for that cane. He has his good days and bad. Brenda switched the pattern out for a solid Christmas red. Today's one of the good ones. He does get tired more often and uses his cane more, but the doctors all say that he's doing better than most of the patients they see, considering how long ago he was diagnosed. They suspect that it's partly because he was so fit from all the years of physical labor on those boats. Does he miss crabbing? Her mom laughed at that. I asked him that a few months ago, and he asked me why the hell I thought he'd miss freezing his ass off in drenching rain and icy waves that washed over the side of the boat onto the deck. He also lost friends out there. Friends with families. I know that always worried him, but we never talked about it. She shrugged. Because there wasn't any point, and why borrow trouble? After I watched The Deadliest Catch and saw what Dad had actually been doing all those years he was away, I can't imagine what you went through. Fortunately, I hadn't even heard of that show until recently when he started streaming the reruns, which terrify me. Sometimes I suspect that while he doesn't miss all that miserable weather, he does miss the male bonding that's so obvious on board those boats. But he seems content to play cards with his friends at the VFW and watch football. Sometimes, on good days, he plays darts at Mannion's. In getting back to your heart, Cameron doesn't seem at all the sort of man who'd ever hurt you. If he weren't a nurturer by nature, he would have chosen another profession.
True, and he's amazing with Emma.
Well then, I think you ought to stop worrying about the future, enjoy the moment, and follow your heart wherever it leads you. Which was easier said than done, especially as she'd already risked her heart by going out with Cameron in the first place, then by making love with him. If something did happen between them, while it would be difficult to break up in a town as small as this, especially if she had to watch him dating someone else, at least she'd always have this special time to look back on.
I found some.
Emma came running back, waving 2 squares of pastel colors. One featured a unicorn, the other a Disney princess. Those are great, Megan said. They'll be perfect. Brenda took the 2 squares and held them up. I can use one for the front, then the other for the back to make it reversible.
Good idea.
Emma dived into the squares of material, scattering the carefully separated colors.
Let's find some more. This is fun.
As she watched her mother and daughter trying out different possible quilt combinations, Megan decided that she wasn't going to think about those pesky if-onlys, or, as she was prone to do, think too far ahead. For this special time, she was going to take her mother's advice to try to relax and just go with the flow. The Seahawks could use more passing, Joe muttered. They're gaining good yardage on the ground. I know, but I get frequent flyer miles for every yard they pass during the regular season. You do? Yeah, and before you point out that I never go anywhere, I donate the miles to veterans so they can travel home and visit their families. That's really generous of you. Megan's father shrugged massive shoulders, almost as large as Jarl's down at the pub. Cam figured that it must take a hell of a lot of strength to pull wire cages teeming with crawling, snapping crabs out of a roiling ocean. It was easy to sign up, and like you said, I'm not going to use them, so I might as well pass them on to those who need them more.
What are your intentions toward my daughter?
Despite the abrupt change of subject, Cam had seen this coming from the hard looks Jo had been giving him across the table during dinner. Having anticipated the talk, he'd come to the house today with a response already worked out. What had him suddenly feeling like a teenager coming to pick up the man's daughter to take her to the prom was the fear that Jo might not get on board with the plan. Which wasn't going to deter Cam, but it would make their situation more difficult. "I'm glad you asked that question, Mr. Larson." His voice was the same calm, self-assured tone he used when assuring that nervous cat owner this morning that Mittens would survive her spaying. He was grateful they were sitting down so Megan's father couldn't tell that nerves had his knees shaking. "I'd like to ask your permission to marry Megan."
I didn't know guys still do that.
It's probably not a typical thing anymore, but Megan is different. In this case, it seemed appropriate, sir.
I appreciate that. I asked for my Brenda's hand, but like Dylan said, times they are a-changing.
You listened to Dylan?
What did you think? That we all sat around on the boat at night drinking rum and singing sea shanties? One of the crew was a roadie for Dylan for a while. He told some great stories. Other guys were into Springsteen, then every once in a while you even got one of those deadheads. All in all, there was usually a pretty good mix. Johnny Cash was one guy everyone could agree on. Whenever we wanted to piss off the captain, we'd play Don't Stop the Music and We Are Family. He flat out hated disco. If he was in a real suckfest mood after a cold, wet day of pulling up empty traps, we'd all line up and dance to the Village People.
Jo grinned at a memory that Cam was nearly breaking his mind trying to imagine. You've lived an interesting life. Jo shrugged.
It was a job like any other, but it had its moments, he allowed. The hardest part was being away from family. I missed out on a hell of a lot of reunions and weddings over the years. My sister-in-law's son just got engaged. We're going to their wedding in Portland come spring.
That's nice.
Yeah, though Brenda tells me I have to wear a suit.
And you're complaining to a man who had to wear a penguin suit to get a date with your daughter? Jo barked out a laugh.
Good point, he agreed. From the chemistry you two have, even Stevie Wonder could tell Megan loves you.
And I love her.
Yeah, like I said, that's obvious enough.
Jo turned back to the game just as the Seahawks QB took a hard hit.
They could also use some stronger line defense, he muttered, then rubbed a jaw bisected by an ugly raised scar, undoubtedly from his years doing one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Emma never knew her dad. He took off soon after Maggie got pregnant. So she told me, and I swear that I couldn't love that little girl any more if she were my own daughter. And if Megan and I have other children, they'll all be treated the same. I believe that. I've kept my eye on you since Megan started cleaning at your place, which was a giveaway since she'd quit personally cleaning for anyone but Harper Construction last year. When you two started having those Wednesday lunches, I figured that this moment would eventually come. Though I didn't expect you to go old school and ask me for my daughter's hand.
His eyes narrowed.
What would you have done if I'd said no?
Married her anyway, then won you over by treating your daughter and granddaughter as if they were the most important people in the world, which, to me, they already are.
Jo blew out a breath. Can't ask for much more than that. I guess all that's left for me to do is welcome you to the family.
He held out a bare paw of a hand lined with calluses and scars. Cam was extremely grateful Megan's father didn't object to him marrying Megan, because he figured that if he ever pissed Jo off, he'd be pounded to a pulp, then thrown into the sea for crab bait. They were shaking hands as Megan and her mother came downstairs. While Brenda showed not a scintilla of surprise, Megan's gaze went back and forth between them, obviously trying to read what had gone on while she'd been upstairs.
Your fella here thinks the Hawks will beat the spread,
Jo lied deftly.
I just bet him that he's overly optimistic. Winner has to buy the loser a beer at halftime.
Which, given that it would come from your refrigerator, wouldn't be that much of a loss, Cam said. He hated even hedging at the truth, especially having heard stories of her ex's behavior,
But he also understood why her father had come up with that phony explanation for the handshake. Because there was no way Cam wanted to propose to Megan with the blare of the halftime show in the background while her parents and daughter looked on. Especially since he'd already come up with another plan. It might not be as crazy romantic as Michael Douglas showing up with that yacht, or Richard Gere climbing up a fire escape with a red rose, but Chelsea, who'd become his go-to Dear Abby on all things Megan, had assured him that she'd love it. Chapter 8. The picturesque beach town of Lucky Harbor, Washington, was much like others scattered around the peninsula, while still keeping its own individual vibe. The Victorian houses were painted in brighter colors than those in Honeymoon Harbor, and Megan's hometown pier, while popular with the shiny boats the summer people would arrive in every Memorial Day, was also more commercial, being home to a fleet of fishermen, a large boatyard, and the wooden boat-building school. "We came here once between crabbing seasons when I was growing up," Megan said as she and Cam walked hand in hand down the pier. "It wasn't often we got away for a family vacation, so it was a big deal." Cam's family owned a beach cottage where they'd be staying while in town. The evening had grown cool, making her glad she'd brought a light fleece hoodie, which might not be as cute as a lacy cardigan sweater or one of those cute little shrugs so many city visitors would show up in Honeymoon Harbor wearing, but hoodies were a practical Western Washington uniform. While Lily had suggested she take at least one cute date dress, Megan instead opted for jeans, though these were tighter than usual and she'd taken time to iron a crease into them, and a long-sleeved red V-neck t-shirt. A date dress felt like too much pressure. Taking a weekend away together was definitely adding a new dimension to a relationship that had become so natural and easy. She didn't want to risk ruining it with making it seem like a big deal. She was also mindful of that ex-girlfriend he'd told her about, the one who'd wanted every day to be like the ending of Romancing the Stone. While Megan knew that she'd remember their Lady Abigail date for the rest of her life, she couldn't imagine how exhausting it would be to live a life of constant high drama. Jake had been like that. Every time he'd screw up, which was often, he'd go out and buy her some extravagant apology gift they couldn't afford and she didn't want. The huge Ferris wheel was lit with strings of light that shone brightly against the deepening purple sky. Cam bought 2 tickets from the operator, who looked to have 2 inches on Jarl's 6'7". But while Jarl could be intimidating to those who didn't know he had a marshmallow heart inside that giant body, this guy, with his head-to-toe black leather and studs, looked like a badass Hell's Angel. "You 2 looked out tonight," he said, sounding a lot less fearsome than he appeared. "You can't see it now, but you're going to have a hell of a surprise when you get to the top." He shut the bar, handed them a plaid Pendleton blanket, then shoved a lever that had the wheel jerking to a start. "How tall is this thing?" Megan said as they went higher and higher. Then higher still, giving her a bird's-eye view of the town. If they went any higher, it might begin to look like miniature buildings on a train set. 5 stories. I didn't think to ask if you were afraid of heights because you went on the one at the festival." "This is a lot taller than that." "Maybe you ought to snuggle a little closer," Cam suggested. "Yes, that will help if the car suddenly falls from the sky." "You're right. It undoubtedly wouldn't, but the ride would be more fun in the meantime." Since Megan couldn't deny that, she leaned into the curve of his outstretched arm that gathered her close against him as he pulled the red and black blanket more tightly around them. When they'd finally reached the top, the wheel came to a sudden halt and stayed stopped. "Please don't tell me it's broken." She'd seen news videos of people stuck on top of amusement park rides, sometimes for hours, trying to find a silver lining to what she hoped weren't going to be the last minutes of her life. She told herself that at least they weren't hanging upside down. "I guess, since we're the only ones on the ride, he's giving us time to enjoy the view." The ocean, lit by a floating galleon of a full moon, seemed to go on forever.
It was a perfect fall night, and as she listened to the sound of the surf, she was thinking that biker dude had definitely been right about them being lucky. It was a beautiful view. And then, suddenly, she saw it. A bright, almost neon blue glow, looking like twinkling stars suspended in the water, cutting across the silver trail of moonlight. Oh, wow! Bioluminescent tides, usually caused by algae in the water, were a very rare, very unpredictable sight. Once, when she'd been about 10, they'd appeared off a beach near the ferry landing, and her dad had made them start dancing like fireflies with a stroke of his finger.
This may be worth risking death for.
I promise I won't let you die.
So, if we do fall, you'll swoop down and catch me in your manly arms of steel like Superman did Lois Lane?
If I have to.
Which would be impossible.
So is the concept of the situation in the first place. Not only can man not fly, given the speed of a falling object, if Superman had caught Lois, the impact of the sudden stop would have killed her. Unless he had a malleable force field around him that he could dump her kinetic energy into and soften the blow.
She stared at him. What science class did you learn that in?
I read a lot of DC comic books growing up. Flash's energy field is what allows him to avoid friction and not cause sonic booms. It's the only way that Lois could have survived at the end of that scene.
You do realize that you've taken us way off topic.
I do. And do you realize that I distracted you from being afraid of falling? Suggesting perhaps that diversion is my superpower.
She laughed, deciding that his wry humor was only one reason she'd fallen in love with him. She'd been, by necessity, so serious for so many years. Until their weekly Wednesday lunches, she couldn't remember how it felt to be silly and just have fun for fun's sake. Life with you certainly wouldn't be boring, she said.
About that.
Her breath caught as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a deep blue velvet box.
Megan Larson, will you marry me and be my beloved wife forever and ever?
The solitaire ring, lying on the bed of ivory satin, gleamed in the moonlight as bright as any star. But, Cameron Montgomery, are you crazy? What if you dropped that box? You'd lose that beautiful ring in the ocean forever. A fish or orca could swallow it, or it could end up on the beach for a seagull to snatch up.
We can avoid that possibility if you let me put it on your finger.
Crazy, she said again, even as she held out her left hand.
Crazy about you,
he agreed, slipping the ring onto her fourth finger.
So, are you just trying to save me an insurance loss, or saying yes?
You lied, she said.
About what?
About not being into grand gestures. How many men, she wondered, would propose marriage at what felt like the top of the world, beneath a full moon, as the ocean below them sparkled like sapphire? And yes, absolutely, positively, my answer is yes, forever and ever. She lifted her lips, and as he kissed her, Megan felt as if she were falling. But that was all right, because she knew that Cameron Montgomery would always be there to catch her. This is Ashley Klanick. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Second Chance Spring, featuring the bonus story, Just One Look, by JoAnn Ross. Presented by HQN Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Second Chance Spring. Text copyright, 2022, by JoAnn Ross. Just One Look. Text copyright, 2019, by JoAnn Ross. Production copyright 2022 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books, S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.